Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Champions Chess Tour. This is Chess 24, and it is day 2 of the Oslo Esports Cup. We've had a thrilling, spectacular day of chess on day 1, and more such excitement coming up today as 8 of the world's best players are down in Oslo to fight against each other in a round robin. Each plays each format. There's gonna be 4 rapid games. It's a match format, so 4 rapid games, and if it's a tie, then we go on to blitz with 2 blitz games. If that's a tie, we'll have an Armageddon. Well, on day 1 we had none of that. No playoffs. 4 players wrapped it up pretty much in the rapid segment. Now, this is the pre-show where we've got some very cool guests joining us to talk everything chess and all the burning questions that we've got on. But before that, let's quickly bring up the standings going into day 2. And this is where we stand, chat. Speaking of chat, a big hello to everybody joining us on YouTube, on Twitch, on Chess24. Well, this is where we stand with the leaderboard. We've got Magnus, Carlsen, Prag, Anish, and Shah with 3 points as they needed no playoffs to win their matches, while Duda, Leko, Liem, Eric Hansen, and Jordan Van Voorst are still yet, well, to score a point. With that, chat, let's bring on our guests one by one. I'm going to first bring on the familiar faces. Going to start with, of course, the one and only. Once again, I don't know why he keeps getting invited to this show, but let's call on international master Laurent Trent. Laurent, what's up?
I thought you were going to introduce Laurent there. I would say, don't be so harsh on Laurent. You know, that's not nice. Thank you again for such a lovely introduction, Tania. It's always nice to be here as a pity vote, but I'll take it. You know, look. I'm in the clouds right now. I'm in 7th heaven. So
I can see, we can all see. The background's great. Laurent, I really appreciate the effort you put into dressing up for this show. It's a great look. I can see you're really excited about it.
I mean, look, I put in the effort yesterday, and I promise tomorrow I'll put in the effort. Today I've actually come rushing home to be able to make it on time today. So apologies for all of you who are disappointed in my work attire. I will do better tomorrow.
All right, well, we're going to hold you on to that. And well, to compensate for all of this, we've got 2 more guests. And first on, let's bring on international master, founder of Chess Space India. I mean, he is just, I don't know what the chess world would be without him. He's at the forefront of the chess boom that we've seen in India. Sagar Shah. What's up?
Hello. Hi, Tania. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so excited. You know, every time I do a pre-show, this is something new that we're doing. So having this on my Zoom screen, Sagar, when we're about to start commentary, it's so special. And thank you so much for joining us one more time.
Yeah. I had a chess club right now, which happens every Saturday, and I ran from there. So, you know, everyone was like, oh, where are you going? And I said, you have to go to the pre-show that Tania is hosting. So here we are.
Yay for the pre-show. Sagar runs an amazing chess club in Bombay. So if you guys are in Bombay or in India, definitely go visit it if you find yourself in the city. It's at the mall. I think, Sagar, which mall is it?
Yeah, it's at the Phoenix Market City, and it's open for anyone to come and play. I think it's very much like the night pub, right?
The Good Night Club. The Good Night Club in Oslo. Yes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Lots of fun chess going on there. And with that, speaking of fun chess, let's bring on one of the most fun personalities in the chess world. And it is a grandmaster from France. I'm loving Lawrence's expression on that. It is Grandmaster Laurent Fressinet. Fress, ça va?
Ça va. Hi, everyone. I thought, thanks for having me. And I thought I was invited to praise Magnus, but actually it's about mocking Laurent. As far as I understood, this show is all about mocking Laurent, which I enjoy maybe even more than praising Magnus.
I think, Laurent, we should just put it out there that every show on Chess24 comes down to mocking Laurent. It's just the aim.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the point.
All right. Laurent, now you weren't here with us yesterday, but we had quite a fun day. I'm sure you were following the action. And guys, firstly, of course, a big hi to chat. I'd love it if all of you just said a hello to our chat.
Hello, chat.
Hi.
So good to see all of you.
Hello,
you are there.
I will even open it. Let's read the chat.
Let's read the chat. But guys, do you agree that the craziest part from day 1 was 1F3? I mean, what was that moment?
Well,
yeah.
it was a moment of pure brilliance, of course. I mean, let me put it like this. Magnus Carlsen plays 1f3. Oh, what a great, interesting idea. Laurent Trent plays 1f3. Who is this Patzer? You understand? That's what we're dealing with here.
And what's wrong with that, actually?
Actually, it's true. It is a completely true saying. No, f3. It did surprise me a little bit because we know Magnus likes to experiment and he likes his funky stuff, but f3 really is the end of the spectrum in terms of how far you can go. I mean, what's next? Knight h3 on move 1? No, I don't even think he'll
Still
play
might be
that.
better, no?
No, knight h3 is definitely not better.
Is worse? Okay, this is a big question. What is worse, Sagar? Knight h3 or f3?
I believe like knight h3 would
Knight
be
h3,
better
yeah.
than f3 because you
Really?
can bring back your knight, right? Anytime.
Exactly.
F3,
You can't put, once a pawn is pushed, you can't bring it back, Lawrence. That's the basics of chess.
But you can play f3, e3, d4. I mean, you can manage. Laurent, weigh in on
Yeah,
this.
no, but I heard on Twitter that it was the second worst move, f3, but the guy didn't mention what was the first one. Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
and I was wondering for a minute. I thought, okay, let's not check it. I mean, okay, this is too much. This is going
much.
too far.
What is the worst move? I actually want to know who tweeted that.
Maybe g4.
No, g4.
Maybe
I don't think is the
G4.
worst.
But maybe chat can help us with that. Maybe chat, you
Yeah.
tell us. There's apparently one move that's worse than f3. Tell us which one do you think it is, and we'll probably have our producer check on this and update us with it. Now, Laurent, I want to ask you, one f3 was definitely not Peter Heine's idea for Magnus to go play in a competitive game. Where does this come from? I mean, he's playing against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Sometimes it's been a tough clash for him. How does he have this approach of going one f3?
What do I know? I really had no idea. I mean, like, it's fun for him just to try something different. And okay, this format is I have no clue. I mean, like, why to go f3? Just to try something different, to try everything, but certainly not to mock Jan-Krzysztof, because he has a huge respect for Jan-Krzysztof. And it's I remember in the last tournament they played the final match, which was very exciting, and Duda is a great player, so it's not a lack of respect. It's just to try something different, to troll a bit. I don't know why is this bungalow opening as well. I mean, like, doesn't make any sense, of course.
The chess world is lacking in sense currently, and Sagar, which is why I want to weigh in on this with you. I mean, there is this aspect of a psychological approach to it, right? Which is what even Anish mentioned in his interview, that you play this opening, you might not get anything out of it, but if you can neutralize the position, you still retain that pressure on your opponent.
Absolutely. And with every move, like when he went like knight a4 in that position, and then Duda had to decide whether bishop e7 back, should he take on g1. You know, it's not the most pleasant situation to, I mean, you would like it because you have an advantage, but you always have that at the back of the mind that if you get into a equalish position, that it started with f3. And by the way, I did find the worst move in number 1.
Okay.
We still don't know what the worst move is.
He knows.
Sagar, before you give it away, let me just tell you what the chat has to say about this. A lot of 1b3 coming in, and I kind of disagree with that. I think 1b3 is just
is number 9. Is number 9.
Oh,
no, I would say
number
g4.
9,
G4.
Yes.
G4 is my guess.
G4, yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
G4 is the worst.
Weakens everything, yeah.
Actually, there were some people. There was Rock Novak in chat who said G4, and a couple of other people. Disha said G4, and knight h3 was also up there. But I think out of all of these, b3 is definitely more acceptable.
It's G4, like that's the worst. Then f3, then knight h3, and then h4, and then knight a3.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I don't know why we should know about all.
So now, Laurent, you have to try all of them in the next tournament.
I mean, you know, you say these things, but wait until next week. Wait until next week, guys. That's all I'm going to say. I can't say anything more. I can't. But the announcement is coming.
Oh wow, we're on the edge of our seats for that one. As you can tell, Lawrence. Now, before we move on from f3. Whether to do it or not. Let's hear what Magnus had to say about his approach. Here's a really quick short interview on that.
On to f3 opening. What is your thinking behind that? Well, I wanted to try something new. I think I never tried that in a tournament game before. So, but it didn't work out so well. I mean, I'd prepared a bit just out of curiosity to see if you can get kind of a playable position. Then I sort of forgot, and I think I was considerably worse at some point. But yeah, eventually it turned out okay. I mean, we got an interesting game, and I almost won.
And now, how do you look at the match?
Looking good.
Good luck.
I mean, the guy plays F3, gets an almost winning position. Peter, oh my God, on yesterday's broadcast, he was just so mad with the whole situation.
I was going to say, I didn't manage to watch the broadcast live, but I could only imagine Peter's face when he saw F3 wasn't a mouse slip. He must have been having fits at the commentary booth. I mean, this is not what Peter is used to, is it?
No.
Born to F3. I mean, all those months locked in a cave with Vishy in the in the south of India, eating bread and water for 6 months and not seeing daylight, analyzing every version of the Berlin you can imagine, and then suddenly the guy plays F3.
Yeah,
it's enough to send him to a psychiatric ward. I'm telling you.
he was upset, to say the least, and justice was not served as Magnus got a better position in the end. Drew, I'm just going to bring up one last tweet from Steve, I think it was, who had an interesting point to make, and let's have that on our screen. Disrespectful on one hand, playing psychological games, and throws down a challenge to the opponent. Catch me if you can. And I think that's what it comes down to in this format, right? It's 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. The opponent doesn't have that much time to really think and make the most of it. Well, to say the least, a creative opening choice by the world champion. Now, guys, the other big news that's been, and I want to especially bring this up because we've got Fress with us, and Fress, you're a big part. Lawrence, are you feeling left out?
No. I'm waiting to hear the big news because you've really built it up now. So I hope it's big news.
How have I really built it up? I just said big news, like one sentence.
I mean, okay, what's the big news? Let's hear it.
Okay. So Fress, of course, everybody knows that you are a core part of Team Magnus in the World Championship matches. And well, Ding has made it to the candidates, and I think it's just incredible, guys. I mean, the guy literally takes his destiny in his own hands, does this whole tournament to make it to the required number of games, the required rating to qualify, and he's there now.
Are we 100% sure?
I think one round to spare is what I hear that he's in.
Yeah, I understand, but there is an appeal going on.
Really?
Filled by the Russian Chess Federation. So
wow,
let's
not.
Wow.
I think
that's the big news.
I think it's what they announced. I mean, like it's what Filatov announced. So I guess he's not bluffing. I mean, he doesn't look like a kind of guy. If it would be from Laurent, you would think, okay, maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. Probably it's not true. Let's face it. But from Filatov, I think it's true. So let's see.
So what is he complaining about exactly? That
about the decision to ban kayaking. So he's going to so they are going to the TAS, and okay. So we will have the decision, I guess, before candidates. But of course, anyone wish that Ding will play because he's such a great player, and he was so unlucky the last couple of years. Basically, he couldn't get out of China. And that such a great player cannot defend his chances on a fair basis was so sad to watch. So I really hope Ding makes it to the candidates.
Yeah, Sagar, what's your take on this? I mean, I was not aware of this appeal that's been made, but I think, like you said, all of us want to see Ding in the candidates. He definitely belongs there. Magnus has mentioned it himself. And we were having this, again, this was discussed yesterday, that he'll definitely make perhaps, if not the strongest, one of the strongest challenger to Magnus in the match.
Yeah, I mean, in the last candidates, Ding played pretty poorly after a point, at least in the second part of the event as well. And also he lost several games. So I think he hasn't yet played his best in the candidates. But the fact that this time he got an outside chance, that's a different, entirely different ball game, because at some point he thought it's all over, right? I mean, all 8 players were confirmed, and then suddenly there's this opportunity. Then he starts playing in China. He plays all these games, and now he's very close. So I think that's a big chance for him.
You know, Lawrence, it's just going to be so heartbreaking. I mean, Ding does this whole thing of 30 games and plays incredibly well there and makes it. And then at the very last moment, this whole thing. I mean, there's been like a series of bad luck for him, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he's been very unlucky. I mean, let's wait and see what happens because
let's
it's
wait and
possible he
see.
does get in. But in general, obviously, he's had a very poor past couple of years through no fault of his own, really. Just circumstances. But Sagar was right. In the last candidates, he was very disappointing.
Yeah.
So how is he going to cope now? It remains to be seen. I mean, clearly, you know, he's one of the toughest guys in the world to beat. You expect him to always be contending in the candidates. So if he's there, it makes the competition that much stronger. And I think he deserves to be there. I think he deserves his shot. I mean, apart from the fact that he's strong enough with all that's happened in the past 2 years, not being able to play tournaments, not being able to travel, all of these restrictions affecting his life, he deserves a
That's
chance.
very well put. That's very well put, I think.
Let's not judge him from the last candidates, please, because he did very poorly. Sure, because but he had this.
There was so much going on.
But he had this double quarantine, so he had to stay like 2 weeks in China in quarantine, and then 2 weeks in Russia in quarantine, and then you have to play the most important tournament in your life. I mean, it's already tough. So if you have to stay 1 month basically in your room, I don't know what he was doing, but
I'm with
it's
Laurent
terrible.
on this one.
It's terrible.
I'm with Laurent on this one. I think the last candidates, the performance we saw, we just can't put anything on that. And Rodo, you're completely right. Ding is just a monster on the board. Well, let's see what's going to happen after all of this. But definitely, I think we all can agree that we hope to see him in the candidates fight for that spot of becoming a challenger for the World Championship match. All right, now the other thing that I thought was super fun yesterday, well, super fun is a bit of an overstatement, not an overstatement, but might not be the accurate way to put it. But, well, fascinating that Pragg, right? He wins his match in 3 games, and then he goes for an interview in which he says, you know, the games could have been better, but yeah, I won. I mean, the guy just wraps his match up in how does it get better? And, you know, he has this amazing composure after the game, just doesn't give his emotions away. Sagar, you know him so well. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean, does it still surprise you to see Pragg maintain this maturity?
Well, I think to be fair, in game 1, Pragg was in big trouble, right? After he got his queen trapped on h3. And I think he was very close to losing that game. So for Pragg, I think it's not about winning the match. At the end, he likes to see his accuracy of how he's made his moves. So from that perspective, I think he wasn't the happiest with his games, but he played really well, I think,
so well.
overall. Yeah, I mean, apart from that one moment where he had a losing position, I think he played excellently and he fought back. So it just shows his attitude, you know. Praggnanandhaa's attitude is not like, oh, let's win the match, let's win this tournament. It's always like, let's play good moves and leave the rest. I mean, winning, losing is secondary.
And that's a really interesting point, because this thing you speak of about the attitude, right? It reminds me a bit of Magnus. No, regardless of what result he's had, he's always so critical of his games. And Laurent, I want to ask you this, because we see that part of him in interviews. But when he's talking to his team afterwards, or his, you know, his friends or his colleagues, does he have that same approach? Is he as critical of himself even there?
Yeah, he's very, very transparent with the press, maybe sometimes a bit too much. So he really says what he thinks. And yeah, he always tries to improve, and that's the right way to do it. So yeah, Pragg was absolutely right. I mean, it was more Jordan who in critical moments missed some opportunities. So, but I mean, chess is about taking your chances. So he did certainly very well. But Magnus it's how you improve. Simply, you cannot win a game and be happy. Simply.
All right, we had a tweet by Ramesh about Pragg's performance yesterday, so let's just bring that up on our screen. Well, this is what his coach had to say, who is currently in Oslo with Pragg. It was a good start for Pragg, winning 2.5 half. I mean, it couldn't have been better, guys. Over Jordan in the first rapid match at the Oslo Esports Cup. Looking forward to the remaining matches. Well, he's got a big one coming up today. Well, every day really, but I think it kind of sets the tone for the form you're in and gives a big confidence. And also, well, at least the other players have got to be careful of, I want to say little Prag, but over the board, he's just anything but little. So now I had put up this stuff on Instagram where I asked people to tell us, if there are any questions or any, something that they want to be addressed during this panel. And we had, Lawrence, this one's for you. And it comes from a friend of yours. This is what David Howell had to send. And I'm going to put you on a spot for this one. And he wants to know, Lawrence, who's a better friend, David or me?
Well, I mean, what a question. I don't like either.
I know, right, David? It can't be you.
You're both people I've known for 20 years. You're both dear friends to me. Let's put it this way. If they ask me, Lawrence, there's a train coming and you have to save, Tania and David are going to fall into the platform and there's a train, who would you say? I'd say, I couldn't choose. I let them both go.
You have to choose one.
Let them both go. May they play in the heavens. I love you guys both. I am looking forward to being with David next week. I am going to Oslo on Monday, joining the crew, joining the live commentary, it's always nice to be there. It's such a nice atmosphere. Tania, I actually haven't seen you in, when was
so long?
Time?
Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to teaming up with you again, but
soon.
No favorites. Only Laurent. Actually, if Laurent was in that group, I would save Laurent and let you guys go.
Thank you.
We have a very deep connection.
That one hurt, but fine, Laurent, you can take this one. All right, coming back to the chess. All right, so now yesterday we also saw so many wins with the black pieces. I mean, in the first round, all the decisive games were won with black. And I want to talk to you guys about this. I mean, do you think it sort of stems from this feeling that when you're white, you take this additional pressure upon yourself, or that you have to show something over the board? And in this time format, you take that extra risk and it sometimes plays against you?
I don't think so.
No, I don't know. I mean, it's a rapid event, so I guess to be white, it doesn't matter so much, less than in classical game, because it's just much more random, and in a blitz game even less. So I think it's just accidental, and I think we should judge by a larger amount of games, and I'm sure that white is performing slightly better than black. But but of course it happens sometimes that you want to prove something because you're white. So this is how you lose games, basically.
Yesterday there was this game between Duda and Magnus in round 1, and Magnus played the Sicilian Khan, and I had Amruta, with me, who's played this opening all her life, and she was like, what? Magnus played the Sicilian Khan? Because at the top level, hardly anyone, plays it. The last time Magnus played it was against Vishy Anand at the World Championship match. I think that was when it happened. And so, he got into a slightly worse position, but then it was a fist fight, and eventually he converted that into a win. So as Laurent rightly said, openings matter a little less than classical chess in rapid.
Yeah. Lawrence, would it matter to us at all if you were playing white or black, or would our results stay the same regardless?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but you speak for yourself, Tania. I mean, I pride myself in being, in playing in the old Russian school way of winning my games with white and drawing with black, and that's what. No, I agree with Laurent that the problem you've got with this hypothesis is it's just too small sample size. It's 4 games. It's just not enough to make a conclusion. It's random, sure. And how many tournaments are there going to be where black wins the first 4 games? Not very many, right? It's just a very random outlier, but it's too small a sample size. But he's right. It doesn't really, I mean, being white or black, they're being competitive, and so it doesn't matter that much, especially when they play systems that are obviously a lot more random or offbeat, or not the forced Italian mainlines or Berlin mainlines that we see so much now at elite level. So it's not,
Sorry.
I was going to say it's not such a big surprise to me.
But I heard that even rook odds didn't help you against Magnus. So that was
I mean, this
the
story just
mismatch.
gets
So,
repeated like every year. And
so you are
it's the
white,
most
black.
distorted- it's the
You're
most
white, black, a rook down, it
It's the
doesn't.
most
A rook up, it
distorted
doesn't
story
matter.
of all time. Like it's the most misunderstood story. When I write my book, and I'm going to write a book one day with all my stories, Laurent, you're going to make it for sure. Sagar, you might not make it. Sagar, you might not make it.
I'll try to do something with you very soon.
Yeah,
At
we'll
least
try and do something.
to make it to the book.
Tania, you might make it. I don't know. It depends. When I write my book, this story when I played Magnus, the truth will come out, and because people don't know the truth, people just see the tabloid headlines, and that's the problem.
No,
That's going to be world changing. Lawrence's book is going to be world changing. And
is.
Lidemek in chat saying that Sagar is streaming. Wow, he was at the chess club with me. Actually, a lot of people here in chat are talking about the club that you have running in Bombay. So a big welcome to all of you who are joining us. And it's interesting. You were mentioning this point about these openings, that the format. And before I go on to that, I also want to say that, Lawrence, it's not a small sample size because he's sort of seen this a recurring pattern throughout the tour. Black just in general is scoring well in these rapid formats. Yeah, and I think...
Sorry, I was referring specifically to Black winning every game in one round.
Yes, on day one.
Mm-hmm. I can't remember the last time that happened.
Fair enough. But you did mention that very often we see these offbeat lines played. And it's interesting because, there's this big boom of online chess, right? And traditionally, it's E4 best by test. But is it really now? And is that something, or is it just better to take your chances with these unconventional openings and try out these offbeat setups?
Well, let me just say, you're in for a surprise next week. Because
oh my God, this is a plug-in, guys. This is a plug-in alert. Plug-in alert.
Okay. It's going to rock your world. You think E4 is good? You ain't seen nothing yet. You think D4 is good? You ain't seen nothing. I promise you. Make sure you're tuning into the live broadcast on Monday, as well as this. Before you come here, come and watch me in the studio with Katja David, because I'll show. Because this is the point, and I'll make a serious point now. I'm going to make a serious point. I've been through a journey the past few months.
Oh my God. You've got like 5 minutes more.
This is important. I'm going to give guys this is truth. I'm dropping knowledge here. I've been through a journey where I've connected with artificial intelligence. And, it's shown me that what we once knew may not be true. And what I'm trying to say, because that's all a bit poetic and philosophical. What I'm trying to say is this: chess is not dead. It's very alive. And things that we didn't think we could play years ago, we can play. And ideas that we didn't think were good can suddenly be good. And we know they can be, and we know they are good because we've got the firepower to prove it. And that's why, you know what Magnus Carlsen said when he played F3? He said it was interesting. He said he did some prep on it. He actually looked at knight a4. He understands that f3 can't inherently be a good move, but it's less bad than people think. And that's the same with lots of lines. There are lots of lines that have come back from the dead in recent years as a result of the fact that engines and AI are 3600, 3700, have got X depth, and they can prove that it's not losing. In the years when Tania was, in short pants and, and Vichy was roaming around in the late 80s and early 90s, you had your Kasparovs and Korchnoys saying, you don't know how to play chess. What is this nonsense? Now you can't do that. It is literally either it works and you put it through the machine and it's all right and it's interesting, or it doesn't work. There is none of this, this is not how you play chess stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's where we are. That's the reality of modern chess. Some of the moves I've seen in the past year, honestly, my head exploded. Seriously, I just couldn't believe what I was seeing, that this thing was churning out for me, that this is good. This is real. It can happen, guys. We are.
Yeah, most of the time we have this H4, A4.
All of it.
This stuff, but most of the time it's just normal openings. Yesterday I saw some Ragozin, Italians, Spanish. Most of the games it's regular openings, but it's true that I mean, like you have some new way of playing h4 rook h3. Now it's very standard.
It's just.
I mean,
it's
like,
just
and it
like-
used to
and you can
be
do it
changing.
anywhere.
used to be
you know?
terrible.
Yeah.
And it's
No,
like,
I completely agree with that. You know, a year ago, even I mean, as recent as a year ago, what things that we would not think normal at all, or the conventional way of playing, or general principles, they just don't apply to practical play anymore. And lines are being reinvented and rethought. So it is a
Exactly.
changing world. You're absolutely right on that. And
Thank
speaking of a changing world, now one of the most, you know, well, I don't know, like a big claim, at least for the chess world in the recent times, was, and I want to weigh in with all three of you on this, was Magnus saying about getting to 2900. And we've had some questions in chat about this. And because Fress, once again, you know, your team Magnus, and Sagar, you've done some incredible interviews with Peter Heine, with Magnus himself. Lawrence, you know him at a personal level. How realistic is this goal? And is Magnus getting there? And I want to start with Sagar on this.
Yeah, I think the last time was when I interviewed Magnus after the World Rapid and Blitz, and it seemed like you know, he had not done well in that tournament. You know, he's always aiming for the gold medal, and he couldn't. He got one bronze, and he needed new challenges for himself. It was clear that he wasn't sufficiently motivated at that point. So that's when he made this thing for himself that he has to reach 2900. So I think, more than being a goal as such to reach 2900, it was a means to play most ambitiously and try to get the best out of himself, which I think will still keep him going. I think 2900, as from what we saw at the Tata Steel in January, is a very difficult task, because you win like a couple of games and then you draw one, and suddenly all that you have won gets completely washed off. So I think it's very tough to do 2900.
Okay, interesting.
But
So
it
Sagar
does
saying
prove
tough.
prove what he wants. You know, he's getting motivated and playing his best chess. That's what I feel.
Yeah, no, undoubtedly. And I think he has this thing about setting these kind of goals that motivate him further. Laurent, your take on this?
Yeah, I almost fully agree with Sagar. I mean, all what he said, I agree, and it's very, 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 very difficult, of course. And he understands it, but he needs some goals. So he kept on surprising me, you know, like the last 10 years. So why not one more time? I mean, I don't know, the guy is just so incredible that anything is possible, I would say. But of course, it's incredibly tough, and you don't need you need not to have any weak moments or any bad tournaments. One draw in, as you said, Saga, one draw in Norwegian League, and the work of 3 weeks in Vike is gone.
Yeah.
So this is just very difficult, but we'll see. Why not?
We'll see. Interesting. Lawrence, is he getting there?
Doubt it. I mean, the problem is this: if he has one bad tournament, it sets him back 6 months. That's the reality. Literally one bad tournament where he finishes on -2, he loses like 15, 20 rating points. How long does it take for him to make 15 or 20 rating points? 5 tournaments? 4 tournaments? Yeah. He needs to perform at 2950 3 times in a row just to make like 8 points or something. I mean, I don't know the exact maths, but you get my drift.
Yeah.
Basically his best chance is this.
Let me just cut you there. I think his best chance is this, that he gets the 4 of us to play in a tournament and then once again takes his destiny in his own hands and gets to that very 2900.
Well, no, I mean, as people know, when I played white against Kramnik, if I want to force a draw, I can. So
just too much. No, just one match. Why is the 4 of us? I mean, only Laurent, you know, 30 days somewhere. Okay, and it's just, let's do it, yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
Honestly, though, it's a similar idea what I had. I do think he needs a few guys in the 2800 club, actually.
Yeah.
And he needs to play around. Like, do you remember what was it in Bilbao? Was it years ago, Laurent, where they used to have the small fields, but they used to play multiple rounds? Was it in Bilbao or? I can't quite remember the tournament.
Yeah, Bilbao, there was a tournament.
Like a double round robin or a triple round robin, you know? Have 4 guys, Magnus, Ding, Ali Reza and Fabi, make it the first ever over 2800 only tournament, and make it a shorter time control, like not 2 hours and 40. Make it 90 minutes for all moves. That's it. And that's the sort of, and he plays 12 rounds, and then he can gain 20 rating points in one tournament. Otherwise, how is he supposed to do it?
How do you get there? How do you get there when you end up losing so much
you
with one bad
literally
game?
need to play, you literally need to play a perfect chess for like a streak of 10 tournaments.
And I think that's the reason he's put that goal, because that's exactly what he wants to do. Our chat is also split right down the middle on this. 51% to he's getting there, 49% to might not happen. And you know how we settle these debates where we've got no clear answer. It's time to raise your hands, guys, depending on what you believe in. So this is the question. Is Laurent, sorry, not is Laurent. Laurent, you might not get to 2,900. But
He's not going to get back to 2,650.
Yeah, thank you. I used to be, yeah, but okay. Let's
it
go.
is Magnus Carlsen getting to 2,900 at the count of 3. If you believe that's going to happen, panelists, raise your hands. 3, 2, 1.
I want to explain.
Go for it. Explain.
You know, the thing is, like, there are always these things that happen in athletics, you know, that there is a mark which no one thinks that anyone can break. And it's like, let's say, a 3-minute mark or a 4-minute mark. And then everyone is like somewhere edging around 4 minutes, 10 seconds and something. And everyone's like, no one can do it. And suddenly someone breaks it. I just don't know if that analogy can work, because once someone breaks it, it's like there are 10 other people who break it. And in chess, no one has broken 2,900. And if someone can, then suddenly we open our horizons to it. So I think Magnus can be the one.
The ever optimistic Sagar. I completely agree with Mathis here. The optimistic Shah. I think for Sagar, I get your point, but I just so hard to imagine 2,900.
Exactly.
But you know what? It was hard to imagine 2,800 at some point, right? It did happen.
Yes.
All right, guys, we've just got a couple more minutes before we have to wrap up. So really quickly, we're going to bring up the pairings one by one, and I'm just going to ask you to predict the results for today. So let's have our first matchup on the screen. And I also want to ask the mods to run this poll, because I want to see what chat has to say about this. Speaking of Magnus, he takes on Liem, who had a tough day yesterday against Shah. Laurent, let's start with you. Who wins? Does it go into tie breaks?
Nah, I think I think Magnus wins in the first 4. I don't think it's going to be a blowout though, because Liem Lequang, you know, he's gonna choose to be solid today.
Okay.
So Magnus to win.
Magnus in 4, yeah?
Yeah, Magnus in 4, yeah.
Okay, well, Christian Rom in our chat says Magnus in 3, let's be honest. All right, what about you, Laurent? What's your prediction on this one?
Yeah, Magnus in 4 as well. Magnus played today already against Ukraine, this charity match. He played quite poorly, actually. He made 1.5 out of 4. So it might be a bit tricky, but still, I think Magnus is just too much ahead to have a tiebreak.
Sagar?
Yeah, I agree with 4, Magnus in 4, not 3, but.
Right. I think I'm with you guys on this. I think this one's not going to go into tie breaks. I think yesterday, the way Magnus played, just his form shows, and Liem still is finding his footing in the tournament. We'll see what happens. Let's move on to our next pairing. By the way, chat 93% for Magnus, 6% to Liem. So a big favorite there. The next one, this is super fun, right? We've got Pragg against Shah. Both these players played well, phenomenal chess yesterday. Guys, let's start with Sagar on this one.
I think Pragg has overall had a tough time against Mamedyarov always, because his tricky openings and all of that has been very difficult for him. So I would say Mamedyarov is a favorite here, but Pragg will try his best to fight back. I think Mamedyarov maybe because of the history between these two players.
Interesting. Laurent, your take?
Yeah, I think it's a bad pairing for Pragg. I think it's stylistically they're a bit more aligned. You see a little bit of Mamedyarov in Pragg as well, to some extent. Pragg played beautifully. Yes, I mean obviously apart from the first game we discussed, but I mean, in general, to win 2.5-half, he's high on confidence, but this is the worst kind of opponent for Praggnanandhaa. And I actually think, I don't know if Mamedyarov will do it in 4, but I'm gonna go with Mamedyarov winning the match today.
Okay, Laurent, your take?
I
Would you
will
agree with
go
that?
with experience. So I will put my money on Mamedyarov. I don't know. I mean, to be very fair, I mean, I don't know too well how Prague is really playing. It seems to be improving very fast, but I don't know him too much. I know very, very well Shakhriyar, and he's a tough guy. He won yesterday, so for him it's very important, to get this. He's a bit, even maybe a bit more optimistic than Sagar or Laurent, and he needs this wins, to get going. And if he starts winning, he can have he can be a very, very dangerous and start
Very
winning
dangerous.
games. Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but 4 years ago he was world number 2. He had this winning streak. He was he was making like 8 out of 9 in some tournaments. I mean, it was very impressive. So he won yesterday. So I guess today, he will keep going.
Well, chat feed. Go on, Lawrence. Really?
No, I was just going to agree. I think we spoke about this yesterday, that Mamedyarov, in the year in the candidates year of 2018. I mean, he was actually one of the favorites to win the candidates. He looked good. He was sharp. He looked like he had everything organized. A manager, everything was going on.
And he was very close.
And he was very close. And
it was the final round.
What was it? It was that crucial game against. It was actually against Fabi, right? He had a crucial.
Yeah, no, I remember we were in the training camp with Magnus.
Yeah.
We were following the last game, and it was Fabi or Mamedyarov.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think both these players have got the ball rolling on day one. Well, chat disagrees with all three of you and says Prague is a 60% favorite to Shah at 39%. It is experience versus youth. I don't know who's going to win, guys, but one thing's for sure, that given their style of play, I think we're going to see 4 decisive games. I don't know what's going to happen. A lot of decisive chess.
Maybe.
What were you going to say, Sagar?
Yeah, it's possible, but it'll be exciting openings and exciting games.
Yeah.
I don't know about decisive, but yeah.
We're going to see a lot of creative chess on this one. All right, let's bring up our next matchup on our screens. And this is Eric against Jordan. I think it was very unfortunate with Eric yesterday, that miss that he had against Anish. But overall, a well-played match by him. And Jordan just didn't seem to get it going against Prague. And this one's going to be a close one, guys. What do you think on this? Lawrence, your take first.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Actually, I think Eric will look at this match and think this is one of the matches I have to win if I'm going to have a chance in this tournament. White against Jordan. I mean, he should get positions where he can play. Jordan is going to be optimistic. Jordan is not going to try and just, grind out one win with White and make it draws everywhere else. So if Eric is going to win, it's going to be today. I said in the show yesterday that the guy I'm looking out for is Jordan. His first round was. I also said that Prague was going to blast him yesterday, just to correct you there with your tweet, Tanya, which was just a little wrong. So
it was crazy because you said, Jordan is your pick for this tournament, and he's the player you're most excited about. And then you're like, you know what? Prague's just going to destroy him today.
Yeah, and he did. But that's what I'm saying. But
so much inconsistency there.
Yeah, I know, but this is the point, that the pairings, everything has to align. Like you see the stars behind me. You see these skies.
There are no stars. There's just a mix of crazy lights going on. But okay, once again, who wins, Eric or Jordan?
I'm gonna go with my boy Eric Hansen, the chess bra. Just small.
Sagar, you were here yesterday. You remember Laurent going on this big speech of how much he loves Jordan, but he's just been picking every player who's playing him. I mean, what is up with that and your pick for this game?
I think he'll start it, that Jordan is a favorite against Magnus. And, when that happens, at that point, he'll support him. But I think, I also feel it'll go into the tie breaks. And then Eric might be the favorite there. That's what I feel.
That's actually interesting. I think this is one match we actually might see a playoff in. Laura, who's winning this one?
Yeah, I will root for I'm voting anyway for my colleague Jordan. I think, objectively speaking, I saw the last tournaments where Eric was doing very well, but opening wise, I think it will be very, very tough for Eric. Jordan is always very well prepared, so it will be the first task for Eric is to end up the opening phase without any collateral damages. So I think Jordan is a big favorite actually,
Big
because
favorite, yeah?
yeah, because
Wow.
it's just he can get his opening and then go straight like Anish did yesterday with Eric. I mean, he missed some chances, but I thought he was doing very well after the openings, and this is quite a handicap.
Well, chat says 55% to Jordan. So Jordan looks like he's the favorite here, but it's going to be a close fight. And I think this one's going to go into a playoff. All right, we'll see what happens. And finally, the final matchup for the day is a big one here. Duda, definitely an angry Duda after what happened yesterday, up against Anish, who should be happy with the way things went. Guys, this is a close match. Let's start with Sagar on this one.
Yeah, very close match. I think I'm not able to decide who will win this. I would, root for Anish to win, but Duda is so strong. So really, it's very tough for me. But okay, I would go for Anish.
So is that like a pick from the heart?
Yeah, exactly. I have no basis for why Anish. It's just from the heart.
And Laurent, if you also had to pick from your heart, who would it be?
Duda. For sure. No, first of all, I like Duda because he's so, I mean, it's so nice to watch his games. I mean, always something happening, it could be, just when you have an equal position, then he does something crazy just to spice things up. So it's very interesting to watch. And Anish, I like to look at his openings. I mean, he's always working very hard. It's very interesting. But then, let's say it's exactly the opposite of Duda. He doesn't take any risk, keep it safe,
Yeah.
And okay, so it's less exciting. So of course, I will pick up Duda.
It's definitely a clash of styles in this one. And what about you, Lawrence? Do you think this is because you've got a split here, right? With Fress going for Duda, Sagar going for Anish. Your pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for Duda as well. Think yesterday's F3 might put a little bit of fire in his belly and think, okay, I really need to bounce back here. I can't have guys playing F3 against me and just lose every match. I think that might make him a little bit angry, and he's a dangerous player. If he gets a win early, I think he's going to be in good shape. It's not going to be easy though. This one could go to a playoff as well, actually. But I'm going to go Duda just today.
All right, so chat, that's a 2-1 on our panel here. And let's see, 68% to Anish so far I'm seeing. So still a chat favorite, no surprises there. Well, a big match coming up. And guys, we're going to wrap up now. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Laurent, Sagar, and Lawrence, you guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.
See you.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter.
Welcome back, everyone. That was such a fun pre-show chat. I hope you guys had a good time. And of course, you can catch Sagar live on ChessBase India. He's doing amazing stuff there. Laurent, as he mentioned, will be in the Oslo studio in the coming week, so you'll be able to catch him there. But he'll be joining us tomorrow as well. And well, Fress, he's just got such fresh takes Fress has got fresh takes being a part of Team Magnus. But now we've got the real star. Well, all of them are stars, but we've got the legend with us, Peter Leko, joining us. So let's bring Peter on.
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everyone.
Hi Peter. Peter, now we're into day 2 and we had this amazing discussion about all the actions. My first question is, have you recovered from 1F3?
Well, not exactly. I mean, really when I woke up, I was trying to make sense of this all. And then I understood that, yeah, Magnus claimed that he had actually planned to play F3 in the tournament. And I felt like, it was really the right time because he won with the black pieces, yeah, in the first game. So he wasn't risking that much, but still, I mean, you win a first game with black in a big battle, in a great style, and then you are risking with F3, yeah, and things going wrong, it could actually turn the whole match. So Magnus was taking quite some risk there with F3. I was also, remembering some of my games and when I was 10 years old in the Budapest Spring Festival, it was very funny. It was the last round, the very last round, and there were like 500 players there. And I was waiting for an Italian player. I mean, we were like in the middle of the table with 50% or +1. I don't remember exactly. And, there was a 1 hour waiting time for the person, yeah, to default. And my opponent arrived on minute 58, minute 58 he arrived with an incredible backpack. And he came at the board and he played first move, knight h3. I mean, at that
Peter,
moment...
fun fact, it is the 3rd worst move on the board.
Yeah, well, I mean, after
knight h3 is g4, then f3, then knight h3.
Yes, I mean, knight h3 was on the board after 58 minutes late to the game, yeah? And while, these 58 minutes, everybody was coming to me because, okay, I was like a 2200 player, but 10 years old, upcoming star, and people were telling, Peter, so your opponent is already afraid he's not coming and so on. He goes knight h3, I can't take the game seriously. After 10 moves, I was clearly worse with the black pieces. That's the moment when I understood that you should never underestimate any move at all. And luckily to me, my opponent actually, that's why he came with an incredible backpack. He had to catch a train and he offered me a draw in a clearly better position already. Yeah. So yeah, never underestimate any move of your opponent. You have to take the game seriously. That's the lesson basically.
And I think that's what the psychological edge that we were talking about that happens with such openings and such moves. By the way, Peter, everyone in chat sending their greetings to you. Praveen, Ali, Mathis, they're all saying a big hello to you. If you can just say hi to our chat for today.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm saying hi to everyone who is following us, having this wonderful time here together because, okay, we have seen yesterday, we have seen incredible action. We have seen lot of opening ideas, theoretical clashes. It shows that the players are really taking it very seriously. As Mamedyarov said, like he feels very well at home in the studio. He's looking forward. He gets the atmosphere. He gets the energy. He's ready to focus. Wow. So yeah, I'm super excited, and we already have liftoff in the.
We do. And Peter, take a look at our screen. We'll just go to the board, but take a look and take this in. I mean, that's such a spectacular setup. It really looks like chess has been gamified. This is how esports happens. Those amazing backgrounds. The players are facing each other, but playing on the computer screen. They're ready to go. They seem really happy and relaxed so far.
Yeah, well, usually I think whenever you start a game, especially in such an environment, yeah, you have to kind of take it in. You have to enjoy it. It's definitely a very special moment for all the players who do it for the very first time. Yeah, they are super excited. And we see now in Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Anish Giri, the line with d4, knight f3, and then knight c3. It's some kind of a hybrid stuff, definitely not Duda style. It's something interesting that basically he was not ready to play against the Grunfeld, as I understand. Yeah, and he decided that he will use some anti-Grunfeld measures by going half Jobava style with knight c3. And do you have any clue actually why the Magnus game is not yet on?
well, when we did have the screen on, I did notice that Magnus is the only player who hasn't taken his seat yet to start. So maybe there's a little, and we do get a confirmation from our producer that there's, he's not there yet. Well, Magnus is sort of famous for being famously late or fashionably late.
Yes, the big question is then actually, do they start his clock or it's not that strict? I mean, it's not an I mean, it's a big event, it's a prestigious event, but somehow I think also the players would not feel comfortable if somebody is little late, then the arbiter starts the clock. Yeah, it's a little bit of more of a friendly atmosphere.
And I think Liem, he's just waiting. Probably there's just some technical checks that are happening, but Magnus will join shortly. Currently, 2 games are on. And Peter, you were mentioning about this opening. You don't see knight c3, knight b5, these ideas very often, even though it looks a bit like a London development from white side, but the knight on c3, knight on b5, what is it really doing there? I mean, it's going to be pushed back after c6 anyway.
Yes, that's true. But on the other hand, white actually forced Black's knight to a6. Yeah, that's the justification. It does remind me, yeah, that there is a reversed Reti stuff. Yeah, when white plays knight f3, black plays d5, and after g3, black plays knight c6, d4, bishop f5. That system also exists, followed by knight b4. And here then white says, you know what, I'm extra tempo up compared to that variation, so why not to try? I do recall that even players like Levon Aronyan, yeah, who are usually very, very classical and they like to follow main lines and they are super creative in the openings, in the fashionable lines everywhere. And he also likes to play this sometimes against Grunfeld players.
All right, we'll see how this one proceeds and develops. Peter, we've got action on one more board, so let's do a quick opening check on that. Pragg against Shah. We're all pretty excited about this one. Both players had, well, not just the result of match 1, but also the quality of their play on day 1 was very, very high. So this is going to be a fascinating clash, and I can see them on the screen. Shah he's leaning back on his chair. He looks like he's on chill mode right now, while Pragg has got his serious stance on. Peter, take us through the opening. What do you make of this h3 g4 that Pragg has gone for? It's quite it's quite topical, no?
Yes, exactly. I mean, it has a very nice reputation for white. It's a very natural way of fighting the Slavia. You don't allow any Madame variations. You don't allow these d takes c4 big lines in, for example, d takes c4 and also e6. Yeah, 2 very, very big major systems. So white actually likes to play e3. It leads to some positional game. I immediately recall that Kramnik used to be a very big expert. Barayev was also playing it, Gelfand. Those are the guys who really, you know, developed this system on the very highest level, and it got a reputation like this is almost like a main line. I mean, definitely not something that Black should underestimate. In fact, Black still struggles a bit to find a very clear path for equality. I mean, it's a playable system, and I really like from Pragg, yeah, that we see that he's very dynamic, he's very aggressive player, but at the same time he also likes positional setup. So it's not just like he wants to attack all the time. It's a very, very nice positional setup with lot of dynamics and very interesting stuff.
Interesting stuff. I mean, you just look at the position, but this is what we were talking about as well. Just their style of play, right? It guarantees a creative position, a creative middle game. And looking at the pawn structure that we've got, just how unconventional it looks already, this is going to be a fun ride. Meanwhile, action has started on the other boards as well. Let's jump and see what Magnus has prepared against Liem.
Yes, it's very interesting because Liem has a very stable repertoire. Basically, of course, you can try to target it because you more or less know what he's going to do. At the same time, he knows it very well. I actually like such approach. Yeah, I mean, there is another approach that you are trying to surprise the opponent in every game, but it also means that you are not entirely, you know, very, very deep in what you are doing. Yeah, you are trying to count on surprise element, and if you play one opening, it means that, you know, you believe in it and you signal to the opponent, I don't mind how much time you are preparing. I know my stuff, I believe in my stuff, and you won't be able to do any harm to me. And now, however, this d4 move, hang on. So knight f3, d5, e3. Okay, this is, I call it the hybrid because this is very, very typical, very fashionable stuff. b3 castles, bishop b2, but after c5, usually I think white takes on d5. Usually white takes cd5, and then black can choose. Usually now people are more taking with ed5, but Magnus came up with maybe a novelty. At least it's a move I don't really recall. d4 takes, and Liem is taking his time now.
Very interesting approach here by both players. And well, this is going to be, let's see how this one develops. We've also got action on the Eric board. So let's do an opening roundup of that one. Eric against Jordan.
Yes, it's a very, very exciting position actually, because it started with an exchange Caro-Kann, when you would feel like, exchange Caro-Kann, I mean, nothing exciting. No. In modern chess, actually, the exchange Caro-Kann has a lot of poison, lot of venom in it, and there are so many different move orders. The one that Eric Hansen plays here with this h3, knight c6, c3, g6, knight f3, bishop f5, and here we see the new twist, yeah, that black is developing the bishop quickly to f5, basically suggesting or proposing a trade after bishop f5, gf5. Yes, black has weakened his construction, but at the same time, he also gets very, very nice pawn structure and the fantastic e4 square for the knight. So white opted for bishop e2 and says, you know, yes, you did put the bishop on f5. However, somehow you can't really do without e6 in this type of positions. And then the bishop on f5 can actually be a real target. And this is what we are seeing. Queen c7, very nice move, stopping bishop f4, yeah, because white wanted to develop the bishop on f4. Castles, and black goes e6, and now you see what I have been talking about. This bishop on f5 creates a lot of dynamics, because if white catches this bishop, then you say it was terrible. But if it can stay there and it can be justified, then it can also be a very powerful bishop, because it's exactly on the right diagonal. And look
wow,
at this.
I mean, he went for long castle, and then we've got this position. The bishop on f5 can be captured immediately with the knight jumping in to e3 and then taking on f5. But knight f5, gf5, you always end up opening the g file. So you kind of don't want to do that at the same time.
Exactly. And you know, I immediately recall one game that was played by Jordan Van Forest against Vichy Anand, I think 2019 in Vaikanze, that Anand beat Jordan with this, I mean, Vichy beat Jordan with this setup from the black side. And I think that game actually had a huge impact on Jordan. And now I see that he's trying to use Vichy spirit against his opponent.
It just feels that white has put this hook on h3, right? He's got this pawn on h3. We often call this the hook because it gives black a very clear plan that you were pointing out, to go g5, to go g4. And he just seems to be striking first towards white's king. Peter, one gets the feeling that in this race of opposite side castle and towards the opponent's king, black's going to be faster in this one.
Exactly. I agree. I perfectly agree. You know, if I would be white, you know, you give me this position, Peter, take it. You are playing here from the white side. I would be not happy at all. I would be complaining, you know, that why do I get the white pieces? I want to be black, because it's so clear that black has a much safer king. Yeah, this plan with g6, g5, g4 is very strong now with this pawn on h3. I have the feeling that, and look at the time situation. Yeah, Eric is not feeling comfortable at all.
No, definitely. I mean, you're just staring at the face of a pawn launch and opening up of the g file. Definitely scary stuff for white here. Now, the other player who's gone for a long castle is Pragg in his game. Let's jump back to that. We were talking about this interesting opening approach that the players have had and long castle. But here, with Shah's knight already on c4, it just feels like Shah is also getting the ball rolling towards white's king. Peter, do you want to just take it a couple moves back and just see how we got here?
Yes, exactly. So basically, this takes. Bishop g2, g5 is a very standard position, because the point is that white is often threatening to go g4, g5. Of course, one needs to be very, very careful with such move, yeah, because whenever white pushes g5, then he weakens the f5 square. So it's a big question if black will be in time to, for example, maneuver his knight to f5, and he will have fantastic position. But that's what I say. It's always move per move. Black has to watch out, and by playing the move g5, you simply eliminate these options. and you kind of also ask white, okay, please show me how you're going to improve your position. Bishop d2, bishop e7, long castle, played knight b6, a very, very typical way of putting pressure on this construction. Yeah, now white has to release the tension. Pushing c4, c5 is not really an option here because black can just return to d7 and then break things up with b7, b6. So obviously white's idea is to capture on d5, cd5, cd5, king b1, knight c4, and bishop c1. I mean, it's a very, very ambitious move in a sense that Pragg wants to keep the two bishops. On the other hand, is knight takes d2? I mean, if black would to move, would black really give up his incredibly beautiful knight on c4 for his bishop on d2? It's a big question.
Big question. Well, Pragg says, I'm not going to let you answer this one. Just falls back bishop to c1 here. Also defending that b2 pawn, which potentially could be a weakness once black goes b5 and tries to open up the b file. In our chat, Mani is asking, we were talking about this g5, g4 threat that looked very dangerous in the Jordan Eric game, that how can white fight against that? And I think it's just a very difficult threat to fight against if we just bring that position up on our board one more time, because we've had a few moves as well on the Eric board. He decided, so he's gone long castle, he's gone for knight to e3. And Peter, we were discussing this, that perhaps after g5 now, he wants to capture that bishop on f5 so that you don't have the move g takes f5 opening up the g file. So Jordan delays the pawn push, the pawn break, and instead makes a move that's going to be useful in pretty much every position in the game. Just simply sidesteps with the king to b8.
Exactly, yeah, king b8 is a super nice move. First of all, white's problem is that, yeah, the move knight e3 was kind of obvious, but Eric did spend some 4-5 minutes on it, clearly not being happy to place his knight here, because what is his plan? Now, if you don't push the g pawn, clearly knight takes f5, g takes f5 would play into black's hand, opening up the g file. Yeah, rook dg8, knight e4, doubling on the g file might just create a mating threat that white is unable to parry. So you really have to be careful. Taking on f5 is not a good idea. The only counterplay that you could try to imagine is somehow trying to advance the b pawn. However, if you push b4, then you run into knight e4 and suddenly you created a weakness on c3. Black is also ready to play like rook c8 and then target this c3 pawn. Finally, b4 is on the board. What else? But it's not a happy choice.
But you've got to try to do what you can, as you're mentioning, against the black king. We'll see what happens as these two players go for throat here on each other's king. Peter, meanwhile, in the Anish, Jan-Krzysztof Duda game, a very different dynamic, a more strategic approach that we've been seeing. And I really find it quite fascinating. And I want you to break this down for us. If we just back up a little bit, black actually rerouted the knight from a6, went back to b8 and got it to c6.
Yes, I think that actually Anish was quite familiar with the position because he reacted very nicely. H3, knight e4, making good use that white has moved his knight. Yes, so black knight can enter the lovely e4 squares. Bishop e2, c6, kicking the knight away. Now the knight retreats to a3. Queen b6 tempo hitting the b2 pawn. White needs to react with queen c1, and black pushes c6, c5. This is what I like. Yeah, that opening up the position immediately, or at least trying to seize the initiative immediately. Opening up the bishop, and if white relies on, you know, closing down everything, then black actually benefited because now he has the pawn on c5 versus the pawn on c3. So it was not white who was able to push c4, and then black would be forced to react with c6. Yeah, that's, I think, a very big achievement for black. Now he gets very healthy development. Bishop f5, castles, rook to c8, rook d1, rook fd8. All the pieces are already almost perfect, but what's the only piece that is missing the harmony? The knight on a6. Everything is very well covered. Now it's the time to bring that knight also back perfectly into the game. Knight b8, very nice regrouping. Knight e5, knight c6, and now the move knight d3. I'm not sure that I like what Jan-Krzysztof. I'm definitely very happy what Anish is doing, but what white is doing here, he's already fighting for equality.
Well, it looks like Anish has got all the reasons to be happy with this opening outcome with the black pieces. He's managed to coordinate everything, while look at the space. White is just so cramped with these pawns on c4, d5, black playing for the space advantage here as well. Knight b4 on the board. We'll see how Anish develops this one with all the excitement that's been happening on the Pragg board, on the Jordan board. we've missed out on Magnus's game completely. So Peter, let's jump to that and try and get an update from you on all the action and the current middle game position.
Well, actually, there is so much action on all the boards. By the way, just very quickly before we go to the Magnus game, let me highlight that actually Shakhriyar played the stunning b7, b5 pawn sacrifice.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, giving a chance, you know, that white can take on b5 with a check. Yeah, and but opening up the b file, I'm expecting maybe on a move like, I don't know, king f8 or knight d7, which is the plan.
We have to look at this, Peter. I mean, b5 is a move that would never come to our mind. We would think about, you know, preparing b5. You go rook b8 and then you go b5, or you go a6, then you go b5. But the Shah attack here, he just goes directly for this move, inviting a pawn capture with a check. Let's take a look at the lines, Peter, what he has in mind. So queen takes b5 is the first move that comes to mind. Knight b5 is also possible, but I think we have to look at queen b5. Let's say he goes knight to d7, wanting to go rook b8 next. Also, I want to point out actually, Peter, knight d7, but let's ask chat this because it's an interesting, you pointed it out. I was going to put this up. But let's show this to everybody right now. Let's just make a move here with the white pieces, rook to e1 or maybe e4. Let's say if white tries to break the center. And Peter, the trick here, that was the question, was knight a3 check, jumps in, forking that king and queen, and white has to take, and then there is a killer pin on the b file, winning the queen. So some deadly tactics here.
Yes, exactly. Sorry to playing the spoiler, yeah, but it was just, I couldn't, you know, it was so natural that automatically, yeah, I touched the knight. But I also would like to say two words that why I think like Shakhriyar felt, you know, that b5 is the move in the spirit, yeah, that because we are talking about that, yeah, wow, it's a stunning move, but the point is that actually black has problem with his king. Yeah, you feel like you don't really want to start a6, rook b8, b5 before you bring your king to safety. But where is this safety? If you castle, you might run into a typical h3, h4 idea, after which like g takes h4 runs into g5 and white opens up the h file, and then black's king will be in danger. Also, things like knight takes g4 are very, very, I mean, very dangerous because hg5, knight takes f2, who knows? I mean, the queen is coming back to c2. You have to calculate automatically if you will be able to defend the mate or not. I mean, just too many questions. And also maybe white can even prepare something. Maybe even e4 is a move. And Shakhriyar felt like, you know what? I'm giving too many options for white if I'm trying to evacuate my king. So let me see what kind of chances, how can I generate immediate counterplay? And I think that's how he understood that, wow, hang on, I might have the move b5, because after the very thematic queen takes b5 check, for example, knight d7, now black has this tempo threat with knight a3 check, and white has to somehow parry it, like, for example, king a1. And then already, for example, after moves like short castle, it's obvious that white will never have time to create something on the king side, because black will be super fast attacking the b2 pawn and opening up the b and c files for attack.
No, and just the position playing for this initiative just looks exactly like the kind of stuff that Shah thrives on. So we'll see how this one develops. Big questions for Pragg, how he's going to handle this. Peter, let's get an update on the Magnus Liem board. Lots of moves have been made. Maybe we just quickly take it from the start.
Yes, let's take it from the start. Basically, yeah, that was also my very, very classical reaction after cd knight d4. I thought, like, what happens if black just takes on c4, bishop c4 and goes bishop d7, followed by a simple developing move with knight c6, castles knight c6, knight f3. Of course, white refrains from trading pieces because, after all, black's only problem is this slightly crammed bishop on d7, a6, queen b1. I feel like Magnus is following in the footsteps of Vincent, how Vincent beat Dominguez in the Grand Prix in Berlin, because this was exactly, I mean, it happened from a d4, d5, c4, d takes c5 accepted queen's gambit, but all these moves had been played by Vincent, and it turned out, you know, that this bishop on d7, knight c6 construction was somehow awkward for black. Bishop e2, h6, rook d1, queen b6. White has everything wonderfully ready, but the only problem is if the rook from a1 could jump to c1, everything would be very harmonious. So Magnus immediately makes sense to it. He breaks black's construction with a4. Now, how do you react? You don't really want to take on a4 because then you feel like white is opening up his position. So black pushed b4, knight e4, knight d5, bishop c4, hitting the knight. And I think here Liem played a wonderful move, yeah, that he's not worried about what happens with the d5 knight. He sacrifices this pawn because the light squared bishop will be a very nice piece which should give enough compensation. Yeah, takes bishop e6 on the board, rook d8, knight ed2. White needs to guard the b3 pawn, which is quite a big weakness. Queen c5, and this is the current position. Seemingly, yes, white won the pawn. White has the d4 square, but I do believe that it feels like enough compensation for black.
Yeah, just the activity of the pieces with the two bishops, the queen on c5. I mean, if you just compare the pieces, you can clearly see the rook on d8, white's pieces still a little stuck. One can really feel the compensation here. But, you know, Peter, the one position that has really caught my attention because of the kind of pawn structure that exists there is Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Anish Giri. I mean, take a look at those pawns. What is going on here? Those 4 pawns that black has in the center, c4, c5, d5, e5, you know, it's like he's playing all over the board, has complete control. I love Anish's position.
Yeah, it looks wonderful. I mean, you really don't see these pawns very often. However, we also see now, yeah, that Jan-Krzysztof played bishop h4, yeah, using the fact that the rook cannot really move from d8, just to show that, yeah, if suddenly after bishop attacking rook, black moves the rook to e8, then suddenly white can take on e5 and hit the d5 pawn. So that's why Anish actually had to offer the trade of bishops with bishop f6, queen f2, and white maintains. I mean, definitely if someone, then only black can be better, but white has quite a solid construction, not easy to break.
You know, I think this is such a perennial question with chess. You get all your pieces and pawns beautifully placed, but what's next? You still have to find a breakthrough in the position. And, you know, a lot of our viewers in chat are saying that optically, it looks like a great position for Anish. Yes, but I think there's still work to be done. I mean, I think all of us would pick black in this position. And Peter, that's where I want you to come in and tell us, what are the potential ways in which black can make progress after getting this, well, stunning looking position?
Yeah, well, I think we should also mention that what can go wrong, for example, from black's perspective. Yeah, one of the things, yeah, now king g7 played. Okay, it's a neutral, nice professional move. We are making, I mean, reinforcing the position a bit. I think the problem for black is that, I mean, no typical ways like, for example, c takes d4, e takes d4, e takes d4 would be a terrible strategical mistake because then white gets the d4 square. So if we just automatically think about how we are trading and we are trying to use the d3 square eventually by jumping with the knight to d3, if the knight lands on d3, it's wonderful. But it seems like white will be fast enough to generate counterplay with this d4 knight. So if you understand that you can't really trade everything, then you also understand that white can't trade, yeah, because if white takes on e5, it gives the option of knight e5, and with the pawn on c5 we are covering the d4 square and we get access to the d3 square. And exactly the same rule applies to d takes c5, knight takes c5 as well. And then again, then the pawn e5 controls the d4 square and the knight jumps to d3. So basically now trying to make as many useful moves as possible, maintaining the tension, but white actually has this idea of doubling on the d file and then maybe trying to put some pressure on the pawn. This is exactly what's happening.
He's going for it. He's gone rook d2. Now, while we wait for a breakthrough in this one, the Jordan-Eric game, the breakthroughs already happened. So let's quickly jump to that one. The position has blasted open on the king side. Peter, let's back up a few moves. G5, G4 has happened. It looks, and I love black's last move, H5, but take us through this one.
Yeah, so after b4, actually, Jordan felt like now that my opponent has even committed this weakness, and the e4 square will be so important for my knight to jump in, and the pawn on c3 will be vulnerable. Then he opted for g6, g5, giving white the opportunity, please take this bishop, I don't mind, because f5 pawn is not a weakness. Black will put the knight on e4, will break with g5, g4, and there is no good way of stopping this. a3, even a move like, you know, you have to waste because white is trying to prepare some c3, c4 break. But now already Jordan is coming with rook g8 immediately. Knight d2, trying to sidestep g4, but look at this. Jordan says, no, 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 no. You gave me the chance. I'm not going to miss it. G4, H4, H5, breaking up things. And
this is a stunning move. I mean, H5 is just amazing. He's gone for G5. But Peter, let's point out all the dangers, the attacking possibilities really quickly. If White would have actually captured the second pawn, G takes H5. Then I think the attack just breaks through with a check on H2. You go bishop H2 check, and king H1 is impossible because of knight F2.
Yeah, you have to play the move king F1.
And maybe you go crazy with rook G2. I don't know if it works or not, but it's so tempting.
Exactly, yeah, rook G2. And now the problem is king G2, rook G8 check.
Yeah, it's just over actually. King F1, there's rook G1 mate. King F3, there's queen F4 mate. And otherwise, you just at least lose a queen.
Yeah, and king H1, knight F2 is also checkmate. Yeah, so basically you get checkmated. Yeah, it's a wonderful idea. But of course, White immediately plays the move G5. Yeah, it gives him at least breathing time. But what does it have? Because rook takes G5, now after knight E4, F takes E4 comes with a tempo. Yeah, hitting the queen. Yeah, queen sidesteps to H3. Now, all black needs to do is to somehow double on the G5. Now the rook is hanging. Yeah, he needs to lose a tempo. And okay, the big question is, where do you put this rook? Yeah, he goes bishop F4. Yeah, that was the move. But now bishop F4, queen H2 might be able to trade queens. It's still...
Oh, that's a really nice idea. And I'm just wondering if Jordan missed this escape that White has of trying to trade. But immediately, Eric doesn't go for this. I mean, when you're getting checkmated, you just want to get rid of the queens on the board, but he decides to fall back with the bishop on F1. But Peter, it's kind of easy to miss the move queen H2.
Well, I mean, but maybe even the endgame is just bad, yeah? Because, okay, the position plays itself. Yeah, queen H2, for example, you take on H2, takes, and you start pushing the F pawn. Also looks, but okay, at least White traded the queens, but this pawn on C3 is also ugly. Knight moves to E7, rook C8, even this pawn can be targeted. I mean, it's very, very unpleasant. And look at this. Jordan keeps on giving the opportunity. Please take on F4, play queen H2 if you really want.
All right, well, it looks like for now we can say that Jordan's the one who's in driving seat, and Eric has got a mammoth task in front of him to defend this position. Peter, let's jump back to the Shah Prague game. We were all praised for Shah's move B5. Lots of developments since then. Can you break down the action for us?
Yeah, finally, true to his style, Prague does not take on B5. Yeah, he feels like, I don't want to give the initiative. He's fighting himself to grab the initiative on the king side or in the center with F4, but Shah goes B4, knight E2 takes on F4, knight takes F4, goes for G5. Of course, very committal moves, but the justification is, I think, that now ready with this powerful knight on C4, and the white knight got kicked from C3. This is very important because now White can never really break with E4. Yeah, black has a very nice grip on the E4 square, and now he reinforces the position with A5. Queen A4 check is answered by king F8, and somehow White is lacking ideas how to break the position open. H4, trying to break at all costs, but somehow black seems to be ready for this.
I mean, it's kind of a pawn, right? What happens? I don't know what you take with, but the first feeling is to take it with the rook. So rook H4, GH4. What is the idea of sacrificing this pawn?
Okay, I guess G5, yeah. What else?
All right, let's move the knight. Once again, big questions because knight E4 is also tempting. But maybe let's start with knight G4. I kind of like knight G4 because I'm also hitting E3. Unless I'm losing the knight on the spot, but I don't see how.
Yeah, you are hitting the E3 pawn. But I mean, Shakhriyar played something similar, but more in his style. Yeah, he doesn't want to be pawn up. He wants to be tempo up. But who knows? Maybe actually it was worth taking the pawn. So he opted for knight takes G4, G5, and king G7. He relies on this active knight. Yeah, this knight on G4, as you pointed out, hits the E3 pawn, which is quite vulnerable. And he says, like, you know what? I don't mind this G5 pawn. Maybe I'm even happy with this because it guards my king. Yeah, the G file is nicely closed.
That's quite interesting how these top players have this approach that more than the material, the tempo, the timing, and seizing the initiative matters more. So he's gone for this king g7 position. Again, white's queen just feels so far away from black's king. So even though it's open, it feels relatively safe right now. And I think black has got reasons to be happy with the position. Meanwhile, Peter, on the Magnus board, I think Magnus's extra pawn has started feeling, well, more like an extra pawn now.
Yeah, well, at least the light square bishop disappeared, yeah, from black's camp. That's quite an achievement. Yeah, Magnus played the move queen d1, queen d5, rook c1, bishop g4, queen c2. Very nicely somehow. Yeah, if you have to take on, okay, yeah, but it's a concrete idea. Takes, knight a5, knight d4, bishop f6, trying to hit the d4 knight and then hit the b3 pawn. Magnus now needs to go passive with rook b1, but he has consolidated his position. So it's, I think he does not mind to play one stabilizing move with rook b1. Yeah, knight c6 and rook d1. He's jumping out. Now the big question is, can black play the move knight a5 back, yeah, to try to put the pressure, but then already white will put his rook on d3. Yeah, so after knight a5, probably white can simply play rook d3, and instead of having a bad rook on b1, now he has a rook protecting the pawn plus, yeah, knight a5, rook d3 on the board. It's been played.
So knight a5, this time he defends it from a nicer square on d3 rather than on b1, as you were pointing out. And black still has to kind of keep up the pressure. Otherwise, he's just a pawn down. Peter, does a move like queen f5 or queen f5, just as I was saying queen e4 or queen f5, just to pin this rook. I don't know if it's going anywhere because I still have no way of... queen f5 has another idea that you're pointing out, to go rook c8. So maybe that's why it's better than queen e4.
Yes, exactly. I mean, of course, yeah, white immediately plays h3 because, okay, you need to create luft. Yeah, otherwise, rook c8 followed by queen takes d3, rook c1 check would have been a very, very deadly threat. But now, okay, yes, black has some activity, but the big question is, yeah, what can you achieve with this activity? Because after all, the knight on a5 is wonderful, hitting the pawn, but you don't really, I mean, black has given up the center, yeah? Let's not forget that this bishop might just move back to b2, and then we will have rook on d3, queen on d1, with threats like going rook d5, hitting the queen, hitting the knight. So actually it looks like Magnus beautifully regroups, and look at this, black is also down to 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Liam's going to have a tough task in this one, being a pawn down, being down on the clock as well. Looks like this could very well end up being a Magnus grind. Peter, meanwhile, let's just jump into the Jordan Eric board because interesting stuff has happened there. White is offering a queen trade, but look at this. His last move, rook e3. And I don't understand it because I was just going to say it invites f4. f4 coming in with a tempo. But black chooses knight e7, a different path.
Yeah, black somehow wants to trade the queens. Yeah, I mean, he's really toying with this, that, you know, if you take on c7, you improve my king. Yeah, and kings are important in the endgame. Yeah, it feels like some psychological battle. And Eric says, no, my friend, I know you want to achieve that. I'm not gonna give that. Now also white has activated the rook, targets the h5 pawn. Okay, of course. Yeah, well, white can take on h5 because black's queen and king is still pinned with this queen h2. I mean, at least visually, white had made some progress. I mean, the position was very critical. So by making progress means that he is much more in the game than before, but still probably slightly worse.
All right, so slightly worse. And speaking of slightly worse, I'm just wondering if Anish has given up a bit of his advantage because
forget about Anish. We have to jump back to Praga because what on earth is happening? I mean, some incredible sacrifices were played. So after king g7, Pragg went g6, giving the pawn. We talked about that. Yeah, this pawn you don't need. Knight c3, g takes f7, a piece sacrifice, knight takes g2, rook g1, rook h2 on the board.
Oh my god, this
and
is
bishop
crazy.
f4.
All right, so you're hitting the rook on h2, you're hitting the queen on c7. If knight takes f4, there's rook takes g4, hitting that knight. So the only move would be, well, if you move the king, then you pick up the knight. The only move would be knight g6. By the way, we have this line on the board. It was a forcing line. And after knight g6, you're down a piece, but look at that king and knight. Peter, let's just have rook g1 on the board because although knight e5 is also very tempting.
Yes, exactly. I mean, both is tempting. Pragg is done to a minute. Yeah, he goes knight e5 immediately.
Is Pragg just crushing this?
Could easily be. Let's not forget that if black moves with the rook to h6, okay, you can just continue with rook dg1. But at some point, even a move like queen e8, once the queen c2 threat disappears, queen e8 will be also there as a move.
Queen e8 is such a stunning idea. It's just incredible. Knight e5 on the board. The one thing I've seen about Pragg, he's got this stealth defense when things are difficult. But once he gets the chance and the upper hand in the game, it's very often very difficult for the opponent to come back. We saw that in match 1 as well against Jordan. And Peter, Shah is in big trouble. And I'm really wondering, what was the turning point? Maybe we'll have a deeper look at that once the games are over, because we were all praises for Shah's play.
Yeah, well, Shah, I think, played very nicely, but at some point he lost he lost the grip. Yeah, he was maybe too euphoric. Yeah, that maybe, I mean, after this g6, he still kind of blitzed out his moves, and Pragg find this incredible idea of this piece sacrifice and then bishop f4, and now things are really, yeah, rook g6, king h7.
It just looks like white should be checkmating really soon. Okay, let's try and look at some lines. The queen
yeah, well,
is
I mean, we also have a move like rook g7 check, but actually just very nice, because king g7, rook g2, the same idea. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, because rook takes g2 runs into queen h3 check, and then you collect the rook and solve all your problems, because actually black was also settling checkmates, and if you take the queen, then you take first the rook with the check. After you can take the rook, you can even start mating with rook g1.
Yeah, it looks like there's probably a mate down there if you go into this line. Rook g2, a really nice move. And look at that, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov resigns. Pragg wins the first game of their 4-game match, in a match where clearly, at least on paper, Shah was a big favorite.
Yes, and also with what an incredible style. Yeah, he basically beat Shakhriyar with his own medicine. Yeah, with his own trademark attacking style. Wow, I mean, we have to, if we get the chance in the break, take a look at this g6, that what happened here, because yeah, things just escalated. Wonderful win by Pragg.
Just an amazing performance, and a lot of people in chat going Pragg OP, totally deserved. Well, he's got 3 more games, but what a start to his day. We've got action on the other board, so we'll come back to this and have a look at this g6 position. Peter, where do you want to jump to?
Well, very quickly to Magnus, to understand how much winning chances does he have. Okay, he has clear time advantage, but I also feel like that, yeah, the position is a pawn up, but still some technical difficulties, because this queen and knight combo against this bishop on d4, and knight takes b3 on the board. Not, I mean, of course, yeah, white is clear pawn up, but this knight will be jumping. Yeah, you have to watch out for some knight c1, knight e2 checks as well. Of course, knight c1 will be answered by king h2. You move away, but things, but then knight e2. Yeah, this is exactly what white has to watch out. Yeah, not to blunder something like this. Yeah, knight c1 on the board. So it's a double king h2, and now what happens? Yeah, Magnus also opted for king h2.
Knight a2, do you have some tricks with queen d4, and after queen c3, queen e4, and trying and pick, maybe you won't pick up the knight, yeah, maybe it's a draw. And look at Magnus looking away. I think he missed this idea, knight a2. But Peter, well, I don't see another move except queen d4 here.
What? No. No, this is incredible.
That's a mouse slip. Yeah, that's a complete, he wanted to go queen d4, yeah?
Yes, yeah. I mean, basically, he just acknowledged that, oh my God, yeah, I blew it, it's a draw, and I'm going to give perpetual check. And Magnus just blundered knight e2 as I did, yeah.
Peter, let's just show that quick line that queen d4 is what was intended by Magnus. And here you have to take queen c3, you give a check. You can't go to g8 because of queen d5. And after king h8, you just repeat with queen e8, queen e4. But instead of this, well, a terrible moment there. Just a big mouse slip where instead of queen d4, Magnus made the move queen e4.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is exactly what happens when you miss something, yeah, that you are in a total shock. And then, okay, you just, okay, all right, queen d4 draw, and then you suddenly make a mouse slip, and you lose on the spot. Yeah, wow. I mean, this game gonna hurt Magnus big time, because he was very nicely regrouping. But you remember, I told you that this knight takes b3, this queen knight combo, I did blunder knight a2, of course, but I felt like, that you should never underestimate these pieces with knight c1.
And you spotted it, Peter. You missed it for a second, but then you immediately spotted the idea of knight a2 hitting that bishop and queen. And stuff like queen e4 is exactly what never happens in OTB chess, but it's one of the big perils of online play.
Yes, I mean, of course, now in this hybrid format, maybe it hurts even more, because you have your opponent next to you, and I mean, just opposite to you, and then you make this blunder. Otherwise, if it's clear online and your opponent is 5,000 kilometers away, somehow maybe it's easier to digest that you made the mouse slip like in this scenario.
All right, well, let's jump to the other board. This was rather unfortunate, but this is how it is. It happens in sports. D4 was played here, Peter. Now, this is the Anish game that we've been looking at. And does he still have a big advantage? Because it just feels like white should be fine. What happens after knight takes c4?
Yeah, well, actually, probably now it's white who is slightly better. I mean, of course, black has very good drawing chances because white's pawn structure is damaged. Anish is also down to 20 seconds on the clock. He needs to be careful. I mean, okay, you can also take cd4, you can take knight c4 in both cases. Black will be the one who needs some precision, maybe. I mean, okay, let's take cd4 first. Just to see.
All right, so c takes d4 on the board, and rook d4 has to be played, and you trade a pair of rooks, and then you go rook c2. Is that your idea?
Yes, I would love, but it runs into rook d3, and it seems like you might be holding, just to show this, that takes rook c2, runs into rook d3, hitting the knight and hitting the pawn. And after king f2, you can take on a3, because I still can't take on, okay, of course I can take with the rook, but then rook a2 is just a draw. And knight takes c4 is not possible due to rook takes f3 check. So yeah, this is on the board, rook c2.
It's on the board. Rook c2 played, so we might have rook d3 that you're pointing out, and it might just fizzle out.
Yeah, well, white can also try knight takes c4. I think white has to try this, and rook takes, if rook takes f3, then a4. And actually this knight on c4 very nicely protects the a3 square, and then white starts to push. So yeah, Anish takes with the knight, settling a fork. King f2 will be played, I guess.
So knight e1 is a big threat right now, and you're suggesting the move king to f2. Well, both players are down to a minute. Peter, we'll come back to this. There's also another game on with a very exciting endgame, and I just want to draw your attention to that one. Maybe just break it down to us really quickly, the current position.
Wow, I mean, okay, current position already, white is 2 pawns up, but black has sacrificed all these pawns here, relying on his wonderful pawn structure and this very nice knight. I'm expecting the move knight d6 to be played. But isn't black overdoing it? Yeah, maybe black is over pushing. I don't know, because after all, 2 pawns, and white also has this very clear plan of, maybe eventually going with his king all the way to e5, hitting the knight, and then, yes, king e2, and now king e3, and running to f4.
This has been a big turnaround, no? All those pawn sacrifices make sense when you're going for the opponent's king. At some point, it looked like Eric was about to get checkmated, and now everything's traded off. And white is ahead in the pawns. Well, even if he loses the a5 pawn, the king just marches forward. This has been a big, I don't know, a topsy-turvy game.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, first of all, white is probably fine, but still very, very sharp. Now, the big question, yeah, rook f1, because white wants to go. I mean, white will give the c3 pawn, of course, against rook c2, just activating the king. For example, rook c2, king f4, rook takes c3, king e5. That's exactly where you want your king. Hitting the knight, hitting also the pawn on d5. And once black loses his one of these pawns, then all the 3 pawns will fall all together. So really lot at stake here for Jordan.
And Peter, I'm not even joking, but when that g5, g4 idea appeared on the board, this felt like it was going to be an attacking masterpiece from black's side.
Yeah, it did look like that, but then this toying with this psychological fact, yeah, that, okay, let's take queens or whatsoever. Maybe there is a chance for black by going knight c4 check, king f2, knight d2. Maybe this is still in time to basically give, I mean, secure a draw, because I hit the rook. You have to move the rook somewhere, and then I'm gonna jump back with the knight to c4, and I'm hitting the f2 pawn. But Jordan goes rook c2, king f4, Rook c3, king e5 on the board.
Wow, and there's a double attack on the Duda board, Peter, where this one will continue as well. Let's just jump to the Anish board, because what is our live position there? Okay, he
Wow,
had the
I
move
mean,
knight d4, yeah? King f2 was hitting the rook and the knight, and then knight d4 hitting black's rook.
yeah, just in time. Yeah, so king g3, knight c2, a5, knight b4. This looks like a draw, yeah, because it should be a clear draw.
But even with these two outside passes, black just plants the knight on a6. Is that the point? You go knight b4 and you put your knight on a6 and come forward with your own king and counterplay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, the knight very nicely blocks both pawns. And okay, you can just start trading everything and then also march with your king to the other side, yeah? But I also don't think that black has any winning chances, because if you march with your king, then I'm marching against your pawns, yeah? So it's very much... what? First a3. This was a very nice move, yeah, very nice move. Taking away the b4 square. Now h5, a5, knight d4 happened. A6,
Big
knight
update.
c6.
Eric is losing again. Tad is informing us that there's been another turnaround in the Eric game, and now once again Jordan is winning.
Wow, what a trick. What a trick. Just when it looked like, you know, white got his counterplay, everything is fine. And then this knight d2 e3.
And 11 seconds to Eric Hansen. What was the trick here, Peter, that happened?
Well, the trick was actually that after king e5, knight c4, king d5, e3 first, you can't take f e3 because of knight takes e3. And after king e6, knight d2, and you can't even sacrifice the rook, yeah, because it runs into rook f3 check at the end. Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
wow.
problem, because otherwise you sacrifice the exchange and you make an easy draw. But here you were not able to sacrifice. So Eric is now with rook h1, ef, d5, rook g3, rook h2, fighting for his life, but very hard to imagine saving this.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment in Eric. He knows that he got really out of a lot of trouble out of the opening and then managed to survive that. And then suddenly just everything went wrong. And Peter, now rook h2 played, hitting that f2 pawn. Is black going to go rook h3 here, or do you start with f1? Or maybe
Well,
just
I
rook
don't know.
f2?
There is even a move like knight e4, yeah, that you even don't sacrifice anything. You don't give away the pawn. You go knight e4, and then what is happening? Because I'm studying rook takes h3.
He goes
and-
rook h3, but maybe bishop f1, white has to go anyway.
Yeah, and then, okay, rook g1, I can anyway, maybe under even better circumstances, win the bishop, but probably he calculated that anyway, everything is winning. So he opted for rook h3, rook f2, rook h6 check, and he wants to get the knight back to c4 to d6. King e7 on the board, knight c4. Yeah, it's a blockading knight. You activate your king, and then finally the b7 pawn will win the game.
Unbelievable. This was a roller coaster game, no? Starting from the very beginning and all the ups and downs. The Anish Jan-Krzysztof Duda game has ended in a draw, as we were predicting. So this is the only remaining game, and it looks like Jordan's taking this one home.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, the only... Yeah, but no, I wanted to say that, yeah, the pawn on d5 was very nicely dominating the knight on a5, but that's why knight is a knight, yeah, that it can jump. Now the knight jumps to c4, gets access to the d6 square, blocks the d pawn, and okay, this is just completely over. Yeah, rook c1, knight d6. Maybe even now you can target the pawn, yeah, b5, and then you just bring the king. It's probably time to resign. Yeah, rook e1, but it does not change anything, just king b6, and after trade on e6, the knight will always be able to block the d6 pawn or the d pawn as well. Yeah.
It's kind of tough to imagine white even fighting this position. I mean, d6 is just never possible. He's gone king d7, he loses. I think this is just going to be resignation. And that's it. Eric has had enough of this game. And finally, Jordan manages, after bungling up the advantage that he did have, he managed to strike back with that tactical motive in the end. And Peter, with that, we've wrapped up our 4 games. Let's take a look, and we can see Eric, he's clearly checking what went wrong in that game because he knew he had it under control. And it's always so disappointing. Well, the format is pretty grueling. The players only have a couple of minutes before the start of the next game. and he's got to get out of this. He's got to stop thinking about what he missed, because game 2 in just a couple of minutes. Let's quickly bring up our scoreboard from game 1. Magnus had a big mouse slip there with Queen E4 at the end in a game where it felt like he had everything under control from the beginning, got that extra pawn, played out beautifully to minimize Black's compensation, Liem's compensation in that position. But in the end, he saw the draw, but clearly mouse slipped into a queen blunder. A bit of, as chat was saying, a Bottas gambit mouse slip there. And that ended badly for the world champion. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Anish, Giri, a mammoth fight, ended in a draw. Jordan Van Forest, a topsy-turvy game, ended with Jordan taking that point. And Prague Shah, Peter, that's got to be a game of round 1.
Absolutely. I mean, that was really stunning game first of all, by both players at the very beginning. And in the, I mean, it looked like Shah is playing a wonderful game. However, then the psychological impact, and I think this is very, very nice to witness, that Prague immediately felt like, I have to create counterplay. I mean, Shakhriyar is a very aggressive player. If I give him the chance to consolidate, it's going to be very, very tough. And okay, after h4, gh4, g5, things got very, very messy. And okay, this we can analyze even half, and I don't think that we have the time now for it. Definitely, we should acknowledge that after king g7, g6 was the move that psychologically disbalanced Shakhriyar completely.
Yeah, and these are such important moments, because you play something like this and it throws your opponent off completely. And this is where mistakes happen in chess. And after this, we saw a complete collapse. And once again, Prague getting the upper hand did not give the chance back, did not give the ball back to Shah, takes the lead in their match. We've got a big game 2 coming up. We'll be right back with all the action.
Quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it, because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the 2 kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not. That's because you're not.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to lift off game 2 of day 2 of the Oslo Esports Cup. Lots of catching up to do for a lot of players. Peter, what do you make of round 1?
Well, I mean, okay, we have seen this incredible turnaround in the Magnus's game. Yeah, he blundered this lovely trick with knight jump to c1 and to a2. It looked like, okay, Magnus very angrily, okay, I spoiled my advantage, knight to do. I just force a repetition of, I mean, I'm going to give perpetual check, and then he mouse slips, blunders his queen in one move. Another very big question for me is that after such a loss, how do you react? We have been talking about Eric, yeah, that Eric Hansen, after losing, he's always checking what went wrong and how to, you know, deal with these losses immediately. Well, in Magnus's case, there is nothing to look for because he knows exactly it was just an incredible mouse slip, but it's very difficult to overcome this kind of things. Yeah, and suddenly Liem might get the momentum, and it's going to be very tough now for Magnus to come back.
But there's this other side of it, right? You always just feel that, you know, if you can just switch it in your brain that wasn't you, it was just a mouse slip and it just happened, and you, instead of it being a long grind or, you know, like Eric's position where he had everything under control and then missing it, you can also just tell yourself that it just happened because of something that's not in your control. So hopefully that's what Magnus would do, and we'll have another fighting game. But once again, we see he's not on his chair. He hasn't taken his seat yet. Liem waiting for his opponent to arrive, but actions on the other boards. Peter, a lot of moves in this one.
Yeah, this is now Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, also a very, very angry Shakhriyar Mamedyarov after what happened in game 1. I feel like, you know, he felt like he played a good game and had things under control. Pragg was low on the clock, and that's where magic started to happen. And now with the white pieces, we see that Shakhriyar sacrificed the pawn in a very, very thematic position of the semi-Tarash. Okay, just very, very quickly, we're going to see how we ended up in this highly theoretical position. So this is the semi-Tarash c5, cd5, knight d5, and a very solid opening. Basically, if white wants to break this, he usually has to sacrifice some pawns somewhere. But the way how Shakhriyar opted very quickly, you know, breaking things with d5, e5, e5, I can't really recall this idea ever being played before.
Very nice. So he's basically just blocked off Black's bishop. He wants to try and get control of that d4 square. e5 played. I also really like his approach. I mean, he's playing a point down. He lost that last game, but he's still going for the most active combative way of playing. That's just Shah style. And now Pragg going into a bit of a think how he wants to react. Peter, very often in these kind of positions, you want to give that d pawn back to activate your bishop. But currently going d4, is that something that Black can consider? Because after queen d4, there's bishop f3. But like you're pointing out, that bishop on b3 could potentially become a monster.
Exactly. Like after d4, for example, a move like knight g5 might be just killing. I mean, hitting on f7.
And knight e5 here?
Yeah, knight e5, rook e5, knight takes f7 looks quite deadly.
Yeah, this looks scary.
Yeah, with the bishop on b3. I mean, the move that comes to my mind, and I still don't really understand what Shakhriyar has in mind, and I'm pretty sure Pragg is surprised as well, that after knight c5, definitely white's idea is not to take on d5 and equalize the position.
Maybe just knight d4 and just keep up the pressure?
Yes, but this is kind of a very, very typical position of this semi-Tarash. Yeah, then often Black just plays g6, yeah, takes away the f5 square. Black is also having the e4 square. Yeah, it's not just that white has the d4 square, and pawn is a pawn. White has compensation, but how much? It's a big question. I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see knight c5 on the board pretty soon.
All right, well, we come back to this one. It's going to be a long fight with Shah trying to make the most of his white pieces. Let's jump to the Anish Jan-Krzysztof Duda board, because quite an interesting opening where Anish has gone for, well, very creative play with h4, h5 coming in super quickly. And I'm just wondering what he has in mind if Black simply captures that pawn.
Well, he's going to sacrifice the exchange. Yeah, after bishop takes h5, Rook h5, I don't think we will witness any hesitation. And after gh5, maybe a move like knight e5. That would be a very, very logical follow-up. Threatening to go queen takes h5 and just play for compensation. Yeah, because you have the center. Of course, Anish knows what he's doing. He had definitely checked this with an engine. Let's take a look. How did we get here? So it's a classical Grunfeld with knight f3, bishop g7, bishop g5, knight e4, bishop f4, and now Duda went for this. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a fan of this d takes e4 business here, because if white plays this line, it means that he's probably inviting d takes e4. Please take it. I think that c5 has a much more solid reputation. Yeah, just play the classical Grunfeld spirit. No need to grab this pawn, but okay, why not if you can? a4, c6, black protects the pawn. And Anish opens a new front with h4. Basically, a move like h4, normally in a classical game, if you don't know, you spend like 20 minutes before you play a move like h4. Since Anish played it in a rapid game, instantly it means that this is definitely preparation, h5 on the board, and Duda is not thinking.
Okay, Peter, what just happened in Jordan's board? Is that a mouse slip, or what is king d2 here?
Wow, yes, definitely. I mean, how on earth did this happen?
He wants to go queen d2 and just went king d2. That's the only logical explanation?
Yes, definitely, but it's a little bit becoming too much, yeah, of mouse slips. I mean, we have seen.
Oh my God!
Luckily for him, yeah, he can move the king quickly to b1. Then actually, it's not a disaster at all. Then it's everything is fine now. But okay, this was not
the plan. This was not some great king maneuver from in Ding style from king side to queen side. Peter, can we just see how that happened one time?
Yes, exactly. First of all, let's see that how much impact it makes that Magnus has used this pause and old classical pause and with a6. Immediately, Eric also picks it up. We see the c4 setup. Yeah, very, very classical one. White gets the Maroczy bind. Yeah, super solid stuff. Knight bd7, rook c1, bishop e7, and now the stunning move, king d2. I mean,
the stunning move. I love how you call it the stunning move.
Yeah, it's a stunning. I mean, because now that he reaches b1, we can be placing that, wow, this was brilliant, but it was not intended for sure. Yeah, what you also meant that probably the move queen d2 was meant to be played, but suddenly we see king d2, castles, king c2. You know what I noticed while analyzing similar type of positions, that actually new engines really think that in this hedgehog position with the Maroczy bind, if you get long castle and then you start advancing your pawns to g4, white is almost winning according to computer, you know, from the white side. So,
yeah, I'm really scared right now. I'm looking at the eval bar and it seems to say that white is doing well in this position. And this just seems to say that, wait, is king d2, king c2, king b1 a potential idea that might actually become a reality by accident?
Yeah, well, or maybe it was some kind of incredible preparation, but I don't think so. I mean, it can't be. I mean, it's just unimaginable. Yeah. Besides, I'm not sure if after king d2, black did not have a chance to try to punish this king maneuver. But you know what? Since white has played rook c1 before, it might actually not be a mouse slip, because with rook c1 you make sure that black is not able to break with d5, is not able to break with b5 because the rook is wonderful. And after castles, king c2, this might be just novelty of the year with king d2. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, Peter, we have to run this on chat. I wanna ask the mods to run this poll on chat. Is king d2 a mouse slip, or is it the novelty of the year?
Yes, it will be very interesting, and we will only know it afterwards when people interview Jordan. And besides, it will depend how the game goes. Yeah, if the game goes well, then I think he can just, of course, this was preparation. And if things go, then you can blame it on the mouse slip. Yeah. It's also a scenario queen f1, but I feel like, you know, also now seeing the move queen f1 on the board, to
Peter,
me,
our chat is saying definitely prep king d2 brilliancy.
Correct. I'm supportive of this. Idea. And also, you know, the move Queen F1 is such a stylish little move, protecting the C4 pawn without committing any weakness. Yeah, you don't want to push B3 because then the queen side will be much more vulnerable, which is now also the king side for White's king. So you want to keep your structure intact, Queen F1, and if you're gonna get the chance going G5 and then F, yeah, because actually, let's just show, if Black makes a neutral move like Rook A B8, then White has a very serious threat of going G5, Knight FD7, and then F4 as well, kicking away the knight. The pawn is protected by the bishop, and the knight has no good active square to jump. He might have to jump back to C6, and then it already looks like a wonderful Scheveningen Sicilian from White's side.
This is just amazing stuff. I mean, chess is incredible. I can't get my head around King D2, King C2, King B1 with all the pieces on the board, and White is fine. While all this was happening, Peter, Anish has gone and sacrificed that exchange on H5, as you were mentioning. So I think we've got to jump to that. Quite an interesting middle game position. And how do you assess this destruction of Black's king side pawn structure, but at the cost of an exchange?
Yes, and the big question was, yeah, that I was highlighting the move knight e5, yeah, without knowing the finesses of the position, it looked very natural, but seeing the e4, e5 on the board, it makes a lot of sense, just shutting out Black's bishop on g7, and basically you simply signal that, you know, I just don't mind being exchange done, I destroyed your pawn's structure. Where is this Black king going? Yeah, this is a big question. I like Black's move Queen d5 because we immediately have to try to create some counterplay with Queen e4, but I'm expecting maybe a move like Knight d2, a tiny little move Knight d2, taking the e4 square under control. Things can really get very sharp. For example, Knight d2, Black would maybe love to break somehow with c5, but I'm not sure if he's able to do that.
This is going to be a fun game. And I'm seeing in our chat, we're being joined by Johann Sebastian Christiansen. I don't know if this is the real Grandmaster Johann Sebastian, but if you are, big greetings. And he's actually saying that it's an idea of Leela in these lines. I'm not sure if you're being trolled or not, Peter.
You know, sorry, which one from? Jordan the King D2 or?
Yeah, the Jordan King D2
yes,
stuff.
Then this is our Johann Sebastian. Yeah, greetings to him. Very nice to have him with us in the chat. And wow, I mean, he's seconding Jordan, so he must know. Yeah, I mean, who could know better than him?
Wow. This is just incredible stuff. All right, so action on this one as well. Peter, let's jump to the other boards and see and catch up with all that's happening.
Yes, well, but now actually, you know, I still have to digest this info. Yeah, that this wasn't a mouse leaf. It was really a prepared move.
I'm still not being able to believe it 100%. I just can't get my head around it.
Yeah, maybe we are just so traumatized of what happened before with Magnus. But yeah, let's just bring it back.
Possible is we've got a mouse slip bias going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, we really, you know, why I'm loving this King D2 is that once White commits Rook C1, one might get the impression that actually White will not be able to castle long anymore. Yeah, but in fact, Rook C1 prepares this King D2, King C2, King B1 idea. Bravo to Team Jordan finding this.
Johan, that's a shout out for all of you there. And also 12 minutes by Jordan. So it also goes on to show, if you look at the clock situation, that he's not fazed by it at all. So the more we analyze the situation, the more we feel this was absolutely what he intended.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. And now look at this. Yeah, Eric is trying counterplay with B5 and I'm loving it. It's a rapid game. It's a show event. Yeah, you feel you play in this incredible venue. Yeah, I heard an interview with Eric from yesterday, and he said like this is the best venue he ever played. So he definitely really enjoys this atmosphere, this wonderful venue, and he wants to play in the spirit. You know what? You came up with this King D2, King C2, King B1 brilliancy. Let me counter it, and I'm gonna play according to the classical principles of chess. Yeah, I'm gonna break with B5, sacrifice one pawn, break with D5. And now the big question that how do you follow it up?
And we're getting more and more confirmation by Johann Sebastian. He's saying he's not trolling us, that it was actually the idea to get this on the board. This one's going to be one fun game.
Yes, but I'm wondering for whom did they prepare? Did they think they are playing against Magnus? Because Eric Hansen was always playing e4, e5 in the previous event. Also yesterday, I mean, how on earth could they have anticipated this? But I believe it's connected with Magnus playing yesterday this a6 pausen.
Oh, that's a big question, Johan. Give us some insights there. If this was a prep, maybe perhaps against another opponent and used on a different day. We often see that happen in top level chess. Peter, while we get more info into what's going on here, let's get a quick update on the Magnus board, because I think that's potentially going to end really soon, actually. It's a very even position. And I think Liem is just saying, yes, I'm white, but I'm already ahead in the match. So I'm happy to draw, while Magnus is saying, I'm happy to draw as well with the black pieces. I'm going to go at you with my next white.
Yes, however, now there is also a little psychological moment that, yes, basically the whole opening, we can just very quickly see that Magnus played a very solid line. So he did not mind being solid after this incredible thing that happened in the previous game. So he was just trying to very nicely equalize everything. But now finally, he got a position where very, very tiny bit. Yeah, I mean, this is a completely equal position. Very tiny bit after a lot of trades, he got a position where, yes, it's of course equal, but white has the pawn on e4, black has the pawn on e5. Yeah, king d2 is nice. Yeah, white is putting the knight on e3. There will be no chances for Magnus to... Okay, bishop f7, knight e3, knight d6. It will be on the board. And the big question is, can somehow Magnus start advancing with his pawns? But it's very hard to... Yeah, it should be a draw.
Yeah, I don't think this one we can hope for a lot of excitement or fireworks, but the one that's heating up is the Shah Prague game. But before we go to that, because this whole situation is just so interesting, Peter, Johann, Sebastian in our chat is also mentioning, as you said, it's true that Eric goes for e4, e5, but because Eric was trailing in the match, the team thought that he might try this and had it in mind, which actually also goes on to show that they're having this conversation between games, saying that, you know, what you're going to play next. And it looks like Eric does play, Johann is mentioning, the Sicilian can variation quite often. So it was something that they were expecting and completely what they wanted on the board.
Yeah, could easily be. And I mean, I'm very, very grateful for Johann Sebastian sharing all this info, but I think we have to leave him alone, because not that the game ends.
Peter, you've got to keep asking him questions.
Yeah, and then you know the game ends and you're what? You revealed all this information. You are my friend, but you are fired. You know, we don't want to take this responsibility. We know that they are very nice guys. Definitely it should not happen, but there is a there is a certain scenario. So I think we should be very thankful to Johann Sebastian, but we should not overdo it. Yeah,
Johann, if left to me, I would have asked you all the questions, but Peter's afraid that might get you fired. So we're gonna probably come back to you soon. But for now, Peter, do you want to jump to the Prague game one time and see, because we saw that incredible d5 sacrifice, and then if we can just have that on the board and take a look at this, the thematic counter sacrifice, giving up the pawn, opening up the bishop on b7 appears on the board with d4.
Well, you know, when we talked about other games, I still kept an eye on this. And when Prague played the move queen c7, I thought like, wow, I mean, super, super high class. I mean, this move, like, you're not playing the obvious knight c5. He was trying to understand the spirit of the position, that actually putting pressure on the e5 pawn is probably more important. Now white is unable to move his knight to d4. The pawn on d5 is anyway not important, because white is trying to get active compensation, not trying to equalize. And after queen e3, h6, very nice move, still keeping the pressure on the e5 pawn. h3, rook e7, getting ready to double the rooks on the e file and hit the e5 pawn. Shakhriyar goes bishop a4 and black plays d5, d4. I mean, I would feel like absolutely super world class what Prague is doing here. Very, very nice. I mean, this is, everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. Kramnik would be extremely proud. I mean, this is every single move made sense. very well played, and actually now white is the one who, you know, started all these fireworks with d5, e5, but he has to think about how to equalize now.
All right, so we'll come back and take a look if well, he's able to find a way to equalize this position. And Peter, let's jump back to the Anish Duda board. I think that's definitely a very exciting position. Take a look at Anish's king stuck in the center. It's not going anywhere from there. I can't ever imagine a scenario where he'll manage to go long castle. That king is going to be on e1 for life. He has given up an exchange. Optically, Peter, to me, it looks like white's king is stuck in the center. It's hard to see the compensation. Can you just break this down to us? Where is white's compensation in this position?
The light squares, this light square bishop, which have not yet been even activated, is the soul of white's position. Yeah, if you remove this bishop from f1 and trade it for the rook on h8, I would say, like, you know, black can only be better. But thanks to this bishop on f1, there is a lot of potential. Now with b4, b5, Anish continues fighting for the light squares. He wants to, you know, he wants to hinder black's knight from entering the game. And for example, yeah, after cb5, ab5, the move queen b5 is kind of natural because, okay, the knight on a6 is hanging, so queen b5. And then white might just, you know, trade the queens with queen takes c4. You are forced to take, I take, and all of a sudden, you have to move the knight, and then I'm going to hit with my rook on a7. And I think that clearly the only question, how much better is white? Because actually in this position, okay, you can go knight c7, rook a7. It gets very, very ugly. Yeah, you still miss the castle. White has ideas to go bishop a5. It's a wonderful compensation. So I believe that black should avoid this scenario at all costs and find some very, very nice way. But this is the spirit of white. Yeah, that it's seemingly the undeveloped bishop might become a monster in this position.
All right, well, let's try and look at some lines here because it feels like there's a very concrete situation going on. White has just made the move b5, hitting that knight on a6. And well, I think naturally do you want to go c takes b5? Can we take a look at that? What happens if black actually trades on b5, a takes b5? And now I'm not sure if queen b5 is that great because then suddenly queen c4 comes in. So maybe knight to c7 and trying to get that knight to b5?
Yes, I think you have to play the move knight c7. I already illustrated why queen b5 is dubious. And now the big question is, yeah, you win some time and you stabilize the forces. Yeah, like queen c4 takes. Now you can take knight takes b5. Yeah, super important that the knight
that
protects.
After rook, and also after rook b1, you have the move a6.
Exactly. Suddenly this a pawn. But wow, Duda even includes c3, actually a very, very nice move, because after bishop takes c3, for example, in the same line, maybe when he wants queen b3. Hang on. After bishop takes c3, does he have the move queen b3? But queen b3, I have queen c4. No, it's no reason to panic.
Let's just show that, Peter. So bishop c3, queen b3 looks really scary because you're hinting at queen takes c3, but queen c4. And once again, the b5 pawn is alive. The two bishops that you were mentioning become a complete monster. Not only that, the a7 pawn will fall. So instead of queen b3, after bishop takes c3, the move that you have in mind is now knight c7. So knight b5 comes with a tempo.
Exactly. I mean, very, very nice little touch there with c3. And strangely enough, because white was the one who sacrificed the exchange, yeah, and now we are thinking about how to trade black's very active queen, and by trading we would somehow activate the bishop. But yeah, this is a very big tempo. I mean, now all of a sudden I feel like black is completely out of any danger. That's my impression. Super sharp, but out of danger. Yeah, it's.
Anish has got twice the amount of time on his clock, but you look at him and you can sense that he's a little unhappy with the way things have progressed. And it felt like he got exactly the preparation that he wanted in with rook h5. But c3, a nice surprise there by Duda. Peter, we'll see how this one progresses. Let's go back to the big game that we had with king d2, Jordan's board, and see what happened there. Oh, wow. A lot happened here.
Yeah, a lot happened here, but okay, more or less logical things happened. The last couple of moves, yeah, because after e5, I feel like black somehow lost the initiative. Yeah, because if you had to capture back with ED5, then it's clearly white is the one who can only be better in this position. The bishop on b7 is just too passive. Yes, black has the f4 square. Thanks to this f4 square with the knights, black is kind of in the game, but white is calling the shots. Yeah, knight c2, fighting for the f4 square, queen h4 takes, rook c1, rook f8 played. Yeah, meanwhile, Magnus's game ended in a draw. I think this is exactly what Magnus needed. Now he will have the white pieces, and he should focus very, very much. But for the moment, in this position, okay, I still see this terrible bishop on b7. But okay, black also has some grip on the f4 square. Pawn on h2 is weak. I don't know how important that is, yeah, because white also has ideas like invading with the rook to c7. Let's also not forget that maybe somewhere white might also just start pushing his a pawn. Since all black's forces are on the king side, you know, it's very, very tempting to do some action on the other side of the board.
This is definitely looking very dangerous for Eric. No, this move rook c7 that you're hinting at with f7 under fire as well in some lines. Taking a tempo. Queen e1 is just a check. You can always go king a2, so nothing to worry over there. Also, maybe just queen c1 and offer a queen exchange.
Yes, but I mean, it's just nice to illustrate exactly that we can always hide on a2 and we'll always be very happy with this. Yeah, rook c7 on the board.
Rook c7 played. And also, where does the bishop go? I mean, what's the right square? You don't want to go to c8 because it just allows this c6 jump by the knight at some point. But maybe bishop c8 has to be played.
Yeah, one really has the feeling
Oh,
that
Peter,
yes.
yeah, maybe bishop c8 is possible. Yeah,
Yeah, that you should try to act. Yeah, bishop c8 on the board. Yeah, it's. I mean, the move bishop a8 is like capitulation. Yeah, I mean, after bishop a8, you simply as a human player, you never get a chance that. I mean, never get the feeling that I might have a chance. You know, but with bishop c8, if somehow I'm getting out, I might create some counterplay. Now the move queen c3, hitting the bishop further. So does the bishop goes all the way to h3?
It's the only square, no? It's the only square. You can't go bishop e6 because that just looks too loose for black's king.
Yeah.
And bishop h3 looks like the only move here.
Yeah, but then also we understand why the move queen c3 was played. Yeah, because after bishop h3, then the pawn on h2 is not hanging anymore. Queen from c3 very nicely guards the e1 square. And maybe it's just time to start pushing the a pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, one step at a time, and then suddenly there's nothing stopping it.
Yeah, it looking like a wonderful
opening idea.
Yeah, and I mean this king d2, and even anticipating it. I mean, I think like Eric will feel like Team Jordan managed to look into his brain. Yeah, that's how. I mean, that's the impression you are getting.
And it reminds me, you know, there's this incredible series on Chess24 around the team Magnus and his preparation around the World Championship. And I don't know, Peter, if you've had a look at that, but it's this tremendous video series. And guys, if you haven't, definitely check it out. It's so many great insights. And in that, they often mention that Jordan was the one player in that team who had the most creative ideas. He was the guy who was ready to try out anything on the board. And I think you need a mind like that to even give a move like king d2 an opportunity.
Yeah, definitely, of course. But it also comes that the more you work with engines, the more you realize that everything is possible. Yeah, chess has changed so much. Yeah, I know from my side, of course, with the classical vision, it's just so difficult. I'm also looking the engine, I see these moves, but it's of course, sometimes you feel like, you know, of course, it makes a lot of sense, but sometimes even in modern chess, moves which seemingly make no sense make a lot of sense. Yeah, it became completely crazy, and you have to be open-minded.
Just amazing stuff. And Peter, Pragg took the lead in his first game against Shah, and then we saw this interesting idea from Shah as well in the opening. But what we have currently, I think this one is going to end in a draw. Pragg has managed to neutralize any of White's activity and counterplay, which perhaps, I mean, in all chances, it just means that he goes into game 3 maintaining his lead.
Yeah, it seems like. I mean, there was even a moment when I felt like Pragg could maybe even try for something more with black, but he was under some clock pressure, and he probably felt like, okay, it's just perfectly fine to neutralize everything. Well, tiny bit dangerous, but at the same time now he's also hitting both pawns. Yeah. Why I'm saying dangerous, that for example, if white gets the chance to go f4, f5, and then e6, this pass pawn looks dangerous, but it doesn't feel like it can make any difference.
Wondering what are the players, they've got their headphones on, and maybe Tad can tell us what's going on. Why are they, because I just saw Prag put on his headphones. Is it just to block out the noise from the surroundings so they can focus completely? What's going on with that?
Yeah, I think that we already had this in the finals last year, that there is an option, yeah, that you can listen to music with a headphone, or you can just play without it. Yeah, it's up to the players to decide.
Yeah, and Tad is informing us, Peter, exactly as you mentioned, that they can also listen to music. That's quite interesting. I wonder if any of the players are actually listening to music during the game, but because there's a little bit of noise around in the studio, it's basically to block out all sound.
Yes.
And 4 players out of the 8 are currently listening to music. I want deets on the playlist right now, Tad. Get us the playlist. What are the songs that the players are listening to?
Well, this is a big question, that are you allowed to choose your music? Yeah, then I might be listening. But if someone else chooses for me the music that I should listen during a chess game, then I might just pass and say that I don't care what kind of noise it is. I will get used to, but don't shock me with some new music style.
Peter, if you had to listen to a song during a game, okay, you just had to, what would be your playlist? Give me 2 songs.
Yeah, well, I mean, it also depends in which mood I am, yeah, because it's
and what position
connected
as well, right? Not just the mood, but the position as well.
Yes, exactly. I mean, honestly, immediately I can't answer it. I have to think, yeah, like what kind of 2 songs I would choose. I mean, I do know that during preparation at home, I like to listen to music, you know, especially when you are doing a lot of, you know, computer work, and then you also wait for computer to think deeper, or you want to test some ideas. I mean, you feel like you need some inspiration, because otherwise just sitting 6-7 hours with an engine, it's just too much.
During preparation, listening to music is one thing, right? But during a game, it's a whole different ball game. And I want to ask chat, maybe our mods can run this question on chat. What is your pump up song? What song would you listen to while you're playing a game of chess? Chat, tell us, give us some recommendations, and maybe we'll try that for ourselves as well. Peter, Rook A3 played. Let's come back to the position. What is it? I mean, I'm still looking at it, and I just feel that I would rather be black here.
Okay, then make a move, please, Tanya. Very nice. Very nice. You made a big mistake, you know?
That's
not
what I wanted. But all right, Peter, now that you have challenged me to it, I shall find a move for black. So you've gone Rook A3.
Yes, I retreated. I gave up any ambitions on attack. I'm retreating, you see?
Okay, so it's clear that I can't take the pawn on B5. And before we show why the pawn on B5 is not hanging, well, he's gone for Queen G6. Peter, I was just about to say Queen G6, you know?
Yes, well, I understood, because you already explained why you can't take on B5. Yeah, but maybe you wanted to ask the chat, yeah, why black would not be able to take.
Yeah, let's just have the queen on B6 for a moment. Let's just put that queen back, and chat, tell us, because we've clearly seen there are a lot of strong players in chat. Why could black not capture the pawn on B5? How would you win the game after knight takes B5? Of course, Duda knew that was not the way to go, and offers a queen trade with Queen G6.
Yeah, Queen G6, disbalancing the queen. Yeah, because this queen on this is actually quite a nice piece. But let's count also the pawns. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sometimes it makes a lot of sense, because of course we know that black has 4 pawns. But I just want to highlight one thing, that basically since these pawns are double, they don't really count. Yeah, if now black has 1 more, we could even place 1 more pawn on H4 for black. I don't think that it would really change the assessment of the position. We could basically mean that black almost only has, I mean, black has only 3 pawns versus 5. So in this regard, white did not even sacrifice any material, but also has the better pawn structure and now nice coordination. So I do feel like white has again cemented his advantage. I mean, this is now a stable advantage for white.
All right, Peter, so we've got some answers by Sebastian and Amritanshu, and after knight b5, they point out rook b3, and I'm going to be completely honest, I had a different idea in mind after knight takes b5, but maybe rook b3 is also very strong.
Yes, well, to be honest, I also only saw rook b3. I understand now you say that you trade everything and then rook a8 take the rook, yeah? But
yeah, my idea was to go queen b5, bishop b5, rook b5, rook a8, and pick up that rook on h8.
yes, it's wonderful. It works beautifully. But for some strange reason, actually, my mind was also exactly the same. That okay, rook a3 with the idea knight b5, rook b3. Yeah.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Well, your chat also, well done to Sebastian and Amritanshu. You're thinking like Peter Leko here. So rook b3, lots of great song suggestions as well. Imagine Dragon would also be on my playlist, especially that Thunder. But let's get back to the chess, Peter. So queen g6, still no decision by Anish.
Yeah. Well, after queen g6, he understands that he has a chance. The match is also very, very close. We have seen that in the first game, there were some chances for Anish at the beginning. In the middle game, then actually he had to be precise to hold the draw. And he knows that Jan-Krzysztof is very, very strong with little time on the clock. Yeah, so he wants to control the game, not to give black any real counter chances. Now the big question, yeah, how do you play? Because black wants to get the knight to d5. Yeah, bishop a5 played. Which means, yeah, so knight b5 still runs into this pin issue. So knight b5 just rook b3, and you can even maybe trade, but basically rook b3 is the key move. So black will definitely not take on b5. He might go knight d5.
All right,
And
let's
okay.
take a, yeah, Peter, we'll come back to this and see what white decides. We've had a few moves on some of the other boards, and I think I want to go back to the Jordan board because we've had queen trades on that one. And as you were mentioning, the pawns are going on their way forward. A4, B5, A5. A5, I think, is what we're expecting next. He starts with knight C3.
Yeah, he wants to take away the possibility for black to jump knight D5, yeah, which could have created some annoying ideas. Yeah, G4, F4, okay, you just don't mind because you know, yes, okay, knight E4 is the idea. Wow, knight E4, okay. At least it's a great way of putting up resistance.
Well, you can't take knight takes e4 because bishop e4 comes in with a check and then you end up losing the a4 pawn. So once again, black renews the threat of hitting that defender on c3 and attacking the a4 pawn. Also the rook on c5. Peter, so what is the way for white to actually keep everything on the board?
No, maybe actually you will have to take and go for king b2, and after though you are pawn up. Yeah, it's definitely some achievement for black. Yeah, this is on the board. I believe that Jordan blundered the move knight e4, but luckily for him, this doesn't seem to make a big difference. Yeah,
So
rook e5.
Can we just say that Jordan has an upper hand in this endgame? He has an extra pawn, and it's just about him showing good technique now?
Yes, I think that it should be technically winning. But okay, you know that there is not so much material left. There are some chances, you know, for black to, I mean, there are chances to hope to survive. But clearly, I mean, if with white you don't win this position, you will be very, very upset with yourself.
All right, we'll see if Jordan can have some flawless technique on this one. Meanwhile, Peter, let's get an update on the Prague board. Is this just going to end in a perpetual?
Yeah,
it's already ended. It's already ended.
It's ended, and I think all eyes on the Anish game against Duda because both players done on the clock. Super, and bishop c7 just in time. Very, very nice calculation.
I mean, this looks like Duda is in a lot of trouble, right? You can't take rook b5 because of that idea with rook a8, losing the rook on h8. So he has to give back material now.
Yeah, he opted for short castle. Yeah, he sacrifices the exchange back, but he wants to, I mean, okay, if he eliminates the d5 pawn, then everything is under control. Maybe Anish is even not taking the rook. Maybe he's gonna push d6. Yeah, d6 on the board. Because this bishop on c7 is so strong. Yeah, white might also push b6 and then double protect this bishop on c7, which is in the enemy's camp. Yeah, ed. I'm expecting ed. And Duda down to 30 seconds. Anish 1 minute 20. I mean, it's also not so much time, but I mean, okay, you are the one who has things up. And Anish takes with the bishop on. No.
I mean, that's really strange, right? E takes d6 just felt like the normal choice you want to make, but he probably didn't like rook e8 check.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, rook e8, king d1, it did nothing because we are protecting with b6. Yeah, we have this d6, b6 pawns. Why on earth did he do this?
I think there's a possibility that he missed this move rook f to c8, and now suddenly there is the threat of rook c1, which was a checkmate. So Anish has to spend time going king d1, and now black can actually go rook b7.
Yeah, I mean, basically he blundered this checkmate, but this is such an unexpected checkmate. We have to show this, that bishop takes b8, rook c1 check, and it's checkmate. Wow. But the point, and bishop f8, forcing
That's
the
super
trade.
nice, Peter. That's
Yeah.
super nice, because the rook on a3.
Yeah, actually now white is the one who needs to, react to this change of situation, and probably with knight e4 and then take with the knight on d6 and then get gc f4 in, you should be able to make a draw, but white is not better anymore. Wow, what a turnaround. Yeah.
And it's quite possible that Anish missed this idea of bishop f8, because another unexpected move there, taking advantage of white's rook on a3. And after rook a7, is he going to just trade this monstrous bishop on d6? Or do you go rook to b6?
Yeah, well, you have suddenly a lot of interesting options. And I mean, even after bishop takes d6, ed6, yeah, we are getting very similar position that we talked about with the white pawn on d6, but without the bishop on c7. What? Black plays rook b6? Okay, I would have just taken on d6 and take it from there.
Yeah, you want to get rid of that very, very strong piece on d6, but he's gone for rook b6 and bishop c7, continuing the attack on that rook. And now the b pawn. If you move the rook to e6, you've got b6, b7 coming in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what a terrible blunder by Duda just at the, but this is when you have 10 seconds on the clock, yeah? Impossible to, always play the best moves.
He's still
Bishop
keeping up the
c5.
pressure because the f2 pawn is hanging as well. So after bishop takes b6, bishop b6, you're hitting that rook on a7. But I have a feeling, Peter, that even this position, let's say the rook goes to d7, bishop takes f2, bishop c4, and suddenly white looks like he's doing well.
Yes, white is doing suddenly very well. I mean, okay, Anish is also low on the clock, but now already his position stabilized.
20 seconds to both players. Bishop takes b6. He's going to keep that rook on the 7th rank because you want to find pressure against the f7 pawn. Rook d7 is a square he chooses. And once again, that bishop from f1, once it lands on c4, f7 is a massive weakness. This is the line we were looking at, and it's on the board.
Yeah, it seems like black probably has to play knight e6, but no, but knight e6, then bishop e6, fe, knight e4, and then knight f6 check looks pretty much deadly, to be honest. Yeah, but there is nothing else. Yeah, knight e6. So the line bishop e6, fe, knight e4.
And if you go bishop h4, suddenly the b5 pawn has a free hand and can go b6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically you have, yeah, this is on the board.
Knight
Bishop
e4,
e3. I mean,
e3.
Humanly, it looks like it's just almost winning for white. Yeah, that's the impression. But according to computer, it's not so easy. Yeah, bishop f4. Okay, knight f6 check, king f8 is only move.
And I think Peter, black had to ensure that white's b pawn doesn't move forward. Bishop e5 is what he's counting on. He gives a check, king to f8. Well, white always has a repetition with knight h7, knight f6. But
yeah, but now also
he
has, he can move the rook, and there is a knight d7 fork. So maybe when a move rook d4 is possible. That's what I thought. But
it's on the board.
Yeah, on the board, but the computer does not agree with this move.
And maybe, I mean, it's hard to say because I was almost about to say rook b8 hitting b5 pawn, but there's knight d7 forking the rook as well.
Yeah. I mean, okay, now also hitting
rook c2, maybe rook c2. I don't have time.
Yeah, then also I can go king d3, for example. It's no, maybe you have to sacrifice. Yeah, he goes g5. Yeah, g5 approved by the computer. Yeah, so Duda is back in the game.
He's back in the game, and I was completely missing that the bishop on f4 is hanging, b6, and now does he go rook c2, rook b2?
Yeah, he does this, yeah.
So rook c2, bringing that rook behind the b pawn. And how, I mean, you still can't take it because knight d7 forks the king and the rook on b6. So black doesn't have a threat to capture the pawn, but what is white's next move? Can he go king c3 here, Peter?
Yeah, okay, I just gonna go rook b1. Yeah, I don't care. besides, okay, black is threatening to go king f7, and then already both pawns will start to fall. Yeah, it's
But this is dangerous, right? Because there's rook b4 here. Oh, bishop e5 check.
And
Completely
bishop
missing
d2
that.
check as well. Yeah, there are
Yeah,
so many tricks here. Very difficult to play with few seconds. Yeah, king c3 still played.
We might be seeing something like this.
Yeah, I mean, okay, rook b1 or rook somewhere on the b file is very, very natural.
After rook b1, can white go rook d8 check, rook d7? E5
Yeah, no,
pawn is
I'm not
always
worried
hanging,
of this.
yeah?
I mean,
Yeah.
whenever I get my king out of to f7, then bishop takes d5 will always cover also the b8 square. Yeah, so the rook on b1 and the bishop on the diagonal both cover the b8 square. In fact, now Anish has to, you know, he's very low on the clock. Yeah, king c2 played, rook b5 will follow. This, I feel like Anish was very unlucky. Rook d4 was such a tempting move. Yeah, it was also the move that caught my attention immediately. Like, okay, with little time you go rook d4. It was a mistake. And Tadias mentioned that rook a7 would have been very, very strong. So yes, Anish had a chance. Now he's the one who has to. Yeah, okay, he should liquidate.
This is a bailout now, right?
Yeah.
Anish is accepting that the advantage is gone and he just wants this over now.
Yes, exactly. And I think Jan-Krzysztof is now very, very happy that he survived this, because it was very, very unpleasant. And he was also very low on the clock.
All right, well, this one looks like it's going to finish in a draw. Peter, do you want to get a quick update on the Jordan board? That's still on.
Yes, let's go in there, because this is the scenario that I had in front of my eyes, that what will happen if black gives the bishop and tries to eliminate, but he did not manage to eliminate all the pawns. The pawn on g4 remained, and with the king cut on the 8th rank, yeah, he designs no way to, I mean, rook h4 runs into knight g6 fork. Otherwise, you are unable to target the g4 pawn, and white just follows with king e4,
king f5, and it's just game over. Wow,
Yeah.
that's a big, big win by Jordan. He's taken his lead to 2 points, which means he needs just a draw in the third game. But I think, Peter, the big story is just around this crazy opening idea with king d2, king c2, and getting the position, the way he played the middle game and converting it into a full point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this king d2, especially if you win the game, yeah, because if you play king d2 and you lose the game, then nobody will pay attention to this game, yeah. But now that you played this idea and you won it, that's the real advertisement.
And
Rook d6. Okay, still cutting white's king. Of
But
course,
you can
it's
always
a,
go rook h3, rook d3.
yeah, of course, it's a dead draw, yeah. But nice little touch there, yeah. That okay, you want to show that you decide when the game will end.
And he's going for a very professional approach of just getting the white king behind the pawn. So he's giving up the g4 pawn so that the king can go to d3 and then finally come to the e file. And that is just a very easy technical draw.
Yes, of course. I mean, this is a position, you know, that your opponent is not even trying yet. That's it.
And with that, that's 2 draws in this matchup. It's been such a thrilling round, Peter, with just some crazy stuff happening across the boards. Let's do a quick score recap of where we are. Eric Hansen, Jordan van for us. Definitely for me, Peter, this was the game of round 2. I mean, this entire idea that we thought was perhaps a mouse slip, king d2, we got some confirmation from Johann Sebastian that in fact this was very intentional. This is the line that they had prepared, and Jordan showed the brilliant king transfer from the center. Usually we just go castling and get it to safety, move by move, king d2, king c2, king b1. I'm still reeling from it. And with that, he takes a 2-point lead. Shah, Prague continues to stay on top. I mean, he's been just phenomenal, right? He drew the second game, keeping everything under control with the black pieces. Shah tried to complicate stuff, but once again, Prague showing that he's got control over his nerves. He's not going to give Shah any chances, and he starts the third game with the white pieces and a points lead. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Anish, Giri. Duda survived a scare there with Anish. Well, he played, I think, a brilliant game, and it looked very convincing from that rook h5 sacrifice. But Duda managed to defend it all the way, and Magnus still trades Liem with 1 point. And very often, Peter, in such situations, in these match situations against Magnus, a player is leading and then decides with the white pieces to draw. sometimes and not take chances. And well, not sometimes, but very often that comes to haunt them. Because it really comes down to what happens in the next game. Magnus gets the white pieces. Will Liem come to regret the fact that he didn't try his own chance with the white pieces?
Well, it wasn't really obvious to me if he didn't try or he didn't get any chance, yeah, because Magnus came to that game somehow with a very clear vision of, just I'm gonna eliminate everything. I will not give any chance to my opponent, and okay, though it's kind of fine. Of course, we have also seen Magnus using this strategy quite a lot of times, yeah, that when he went on to win with the black pieces in the first game, then with white he was much more solid than usual. Now Liam of course also felt like, okay, what Magnus wants to be super solid, let him be super solid. The game fizzled out. Everything comes down to this game 3 because Magnus has the white pieces. He has to try something really sharp. I mean, or at least he has to somehow disbalance Liam. I don't think that he will play something so quiet than he did in the first game.
Very interesting. And Peter, before anything, can we just quickly take a look at that Jordan opening surprise that we had one more time, and just say, because I think it was the brilliant moment of the day. Just let's back up and see this move. I mean, who on earth ever thought it wouldn't even be in like the top 20 moves in my mind that to play King D2 here, Peter?
Yeah, well, the point is, I think we have to even go back one more move, because why I find it, incredible that I know that sometimes from in such positions, the computer thinks that if you can play Queen D2 and you can castle along, everything is fine. Okay, here of course not, because 95 is coming, but in some kind of, it comes from Queen Indian and things like this. I do recall general setup. Long castle is an idea, but you cannot long castle. And then this idea of going Rook C1, seemingly, you are playing very strategical, so everyone expects the next move to be short castle. And after Bishop E7, it turns out that with Rook C1, you are actually preparing this king maneuver with King D2.
Amazing.
So the artificial castles, this is just unbelievable stuff. Wonderful.
And the fact that, we might argue that instead of Rook C1, you make the natural Queen D2 and go long castle, but actually the Rook belongs to C1. It's where you want to place that Rook and you want to get the King to B1. So a very fascinating idea. It will be interesting to see how this picks up in the chess world, because there have, of course, been so many games in this position before. But King D2, as Peter predicted, perhaps the novelty of the year. And we've got a big game 3 coming up. But before that, let me tell you, chat, something very exciting that's happening tomorrow. We've got a Sunday study that's on with Grandmaster artist Nick Stans, and this is for our premium members. It is going to be a fabulous time for chess to learn a lot of stuff from this Sunday study, and you'll get access to it if you're a premium member. This is for our premium members. Not just this, you get access to so many benefits on Chess24. You get to play against the world's best players in Banter Blitz. You get access to some of the most brilliant courses designed by strong grandmasters, including the world champion himself. So do consider going premium. There is, I think, an amazing offer on currently for the Esports Cup with a 40% off with the code use Esports Cup, and you get all these member benefits. So do consider supporting Chess24 and the tour and everything they do. Along with that, get access to all these cool things. We'll be back with game 3 action. Stay tuned.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it, because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using aim chess. Aim chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Lee Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just... Come on. Literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go. Alright? Jesus Christ.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest...
Welcome back, everyone. Peter, we've got a very exciting big round 3 coming up. Let's quickly take a look at our scoreboard and who is trading who and who needs to win this game and give it their all. And the one person who stands out is Magnus Carlsen, Peter. He gets his final white in a match that's been a bit unlucky for him so far. Well, you only make your luck on yourself on the chessboard, true, but Queen e4, that mouse slip is going to haunt him for a while. How important is this next round for Magnus?
Yeah, extremely important. Yeah, I think this will be also the game that we'll be mostly focusing on. It just like, you know, suddenly he's in an almost must-win situation because, okay, with black, it's going to be very, very difficult to win on demand against Liem. Also with white, it's very difficult, but if you know that, okay, you have to try with white. And I feel like, you know, psychologically, it's so difficult because actually, if you look at the two games, Magnus drew with the black pieces without any problems. And with white, he was the one who was kind of pressing. He was pawn up. He nicely put pressure. Then he blundered, and it was a draw. And then he blundered away with the mouse slip the whole game, and that's why he's trailing. Yeah, it's so difficult to digest this. Yeah, one could argue that he can get comfort that he didn't get outplayed, and it was a very unfortunate loss. Believe me, if you look at the scoreboards and you see that actually now I'm in a must-win situation because of this completely unnecessary, stupid mouse slip mistake, that's what hurts probably even more, because you just know that actually the opponent's lead is not deserved according to the games. You were the one who so far showed better chess, and you are still trailing the match. Not easy to cope with this.
And that's exactly the point, right? With the white pieces, you just got the feeling that he was outplaying Liem in game 1. And game 2 with the black pieces, he had no trouble at all, and managed to draw without any problems. And now suddenly it's his final white. Like you said, he's got to throw everything that he's got, because Liem, a very difficult opponent to crack when Liem plays with the white pieces. So I think this is a big one. Chat, tell us what you think in the poll that we've got currently running. We've got the players here with us. Another big game 3 for Shah, who's currently trailing Pragg down by a point. Pragg just needs to keep his cool. This is just such a big event for him. He beat Jordan in the first game. He's leading his match against Shah. He's had a phenomenal couple of months in the chess world, pretty much winning tournaments after tournaments. So, Peter, what do you think, Shah, in the next game? What are you expecting?
Well, I mean, Shah's situation is not as dramatic as Magnus's, because, yeah, he's trailing the match, but he now plays with the black pieces. He still has the white pieces in game 4, so there is no extra pressure in this regard. Of course, definitely knowing Shakhriyar, he would really love to get a dynamic position. Also, we see exactly the same variation happening again. I mean, basically, Pragg, yeah, and it's queen b3, queen b6, the old classical main line. I feel like, okay, there was just no real reason for any of the players to deviate. Yeah, that's the point. Both were kind of satisfied with the outcome of the opening.
It was definitely a very exciting game with that b5 idea, and we also felt that Shah was doing so well in it until that g6 blow on the board. So definitely it's on Pragg now, how and where he deviates, because one would feel uncomfortable getting back into that position. Meanwhile, Peter, 77%, I mean, 77% of our audience feels that Magnus will make a comeback in game 3. Definitely a big round coming up. And with Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Anish, Giri, the players have had 2 draws. This is a narrative that continued with Anish in day 1 as well. And he finally struck in game 3 against Eric Hansen. Peter, but the way I'm looking at this position, this time, game 3, it's not going to happen.
Well, I mean, this is a very, very forced line in the Grünfeld, a very, very fashionable line at this moment. I do recall seeing Matthias Brubaum, who actually played a wonderful European championship. He won the individual championship in style with brilliant play. He won a very, very crucial game here with the white pieces against Ivic. I think it was against Ivic, yeah, the very talented, great Serbian hope. And this game actually put Matthias in a very good situation. But later in that tournament, already Black actually draw one game. I think I don't know exactly who it was, but somebody, I think it was Markus Rager, one of these incredible theoreticians in the chess world, the Austrian grandmaster, who normally knows everything. You know, if you want to learn openings, then he is definitely one of the biggest experts, especially in the Grünfeld. And he has already shown the way how to play this with Black, but it's very sharp, and I don't know exactly how that game went. And yeah, there was a Shankland game, yeah, exactly, with a5, and I think after a5, bishop h8, that's how things are now getting played. You know, that they put the bishop on h8, it gets trapped with f6, but somehow some very forced lines, probably first, of course, rook fc1, but somewhere white goes bishop h8 and sacrifices this bishop on h8. But Anish goes queen c4. So I think this is the first deviation. This is the first deviation. Okay, but we also promised we're going to be focusing on Magnus, and Magnus's game started with a bit of a delay. as usual, but Magnus is not trying to use World Championship match preparation. It was clear that the times are calling for serious measures. And we are seeing the Catalan on the board, and after bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5, Magnus is thinking it's quite a rare line, this a5. It's certainly something that Liem tries to get Magnus out of his prep. Bishop g2, of course. Okay, it's if black takes on c4, actually we might get some very traditional transposition to traditional Catalan lines, but black opts for short castle first.
Oh, this is actually a very interesting line, right? There's like, isn't this where black goes a5, c5?
Well, it also depends on white, that what white is doing. Yeah, because for example, after castles, maybe now black takes on c4. Yeah, and if you make a move like you want to protect with queen c2, the pawn on c4, then probably black plays c5, as you mentioned. Yeah, it's very complete
Yeah, this
stuff.
queen c2, c5 stuff. It's just a very fascinating line, but this is different. He went for a3, pushing the bishop away. The bishop falls back, and now queen c2.
Yeah, now queen c2. I mean, there is more clarity in the position. Knight bd7. Well, to be honest, I have been playing quite some Catalan, also from white side, also from black side, of course. But this one, when I was playing the Catalan with white, this line simply did not exist. Yeah, so I don't know exactly all the latest developments here. C6.
And take a look at this on Prag's board. Pragg is being very pragmatic this time, just going for a queen trade, not allowing any complications and saying, I'm not playing a middle game in this one. Well, it's only a queen trade, and of course, still a lot of pieces on the board. But this is, I think, his approach more based on the match situation.
Well, honestly, when I saw queen takes b6 on the board, I was shocked. I mean, simply that if you would have asked me, would Pragg ever take queen b6 in this position, I would have said, no way. I mean, it's just not his style to release the tension. Yeah, he always likes to keep the tension. But as you say, maybe it's connected with the match situation. He just wants to, and also playing against Shah, he knows that he doesn't want to give him counterplay. Maybe if he could get a tiny little edge, of course, it would suit him perfectly.
Yeah, just a tiny little edge in the end game, and playing for 2 results seems to be a strategy here with the white pieces. Peter, let's continue on our opening. But before we go here, Shah is having a think whether to recapture with the knight or the pawn. Intuitively, to all of us, it might come that we want to take a takes b6. Yes, you double it up, but you also bring a side pawn towards the center. You open up the a file. What do you think? What is the capture that you feel is best for black here?
Well, it's a tough question. Yeah, usually, I mean, with the white queen on b3 and with queens on the board, black automatically plays knight b6 in order to try to force white to make a decision. Yeah, do you close with c5 or do you take cd5? Now that already the queens got traded, I don't know exactly how to judge, but a b6 looks the most natural. Yeah, it feels a bit more natural. Knight takes b6, c5, it's so hard to judge. Yeah, I just find it very hard to, for example, knight d7, white.
Maybe b4, you already start pushing your pawns.
Exactly. I mean, okay, this is definitely not a dream scenario for black. I feel like a b6 should maybe maintain a little bit more tension in the position. But yeah, and also, how does white plan to react after a b6? Yeah, that's the big question, because if you play b3, then you weaken the dark squares. And if you take on d5, then definitely I'm going to take ed5. And okay, I don't know exactly. White is trying to push for e4.
I'm just surprised that Shah is taking all this time to think at this moment, but we'll come back and see, Peter, what he recaptures with. Another very creative outcome on the opening, Eric Hansen versus Jordan van Foreest. Not a position that, you know, we get to see very often. And once again, Jordan going for that G file push. Let's just see if we can have that on the screen, and maybe let's take it from the top.
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, first of all, I can't really recall Jordan playing the Berlin defense. But at the same time, we already spoke about this, that yeah, nowadays you have to be open-minded. It doesn't matter if Berlin endgame, I'm an active, aggressive player. No, it doesn't work like this. You know exactly that, yes, how much headache the Berlin is causing to you, then you have to, you have to be able to use it.
Also, Peter, I mean, you're up 2 points on the scoreboard, right? You need a draw and you wrap up the match. Berlin, it just feels like such a solid choice.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, the way how Jordan plays it definitely does not consider draw as something of a big achievement. He just wants to play a game. Of course, yeah, he doesn't mind drawing this game for sure, but basically looking at his moves, it seems like he just wants to play a game.
And Eric is in such a tough position, right? Because he can't really go for Berlin main lines. He has to do some anti-Berlin stuff, try to keep pieces on the board. But then we get this position where in the middle game, suddenly Black is the one, once again, pushing on the king side. We remember this scenario from game 1. H3 is a hook. You go G5, G4. While look at Black's king on the queen side. So safe.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, Black's king is very safe, and now suddenly knight g3 followed by queen h4 almost looks like,
oh my god,
inevitable mate. But in fact, queen h4 is not stuttering anything. You just move the rook, and then you will have just to show this. Yeah, queen h4 is in fact nothing, because okay, I just go rook f3,
and then suddenly maybe the knight on g3 is in big trouble here.
Exactly. So yeah, one should definitely not get carried away. Maybe a move is like h5. I would really, I guess that's the idea of Jordan. It's very typical Jordan, trying to open up.
Exactly, very typical Jordan, Peter, as you're mentioning, flashbacks from game 1, g4, and then go h5.
Exactly, yeah. h5, very, very thematic. And we have been talking about that the knight can get trapped, but now the difference is after rook f3, Black simply plays h4, very nicely protects the knight on g3, already starting bishop g4, but even taking the pawn is not important. You might be able to play rook dg8 and then collect with the rook, still starting with h3 ideas. So I'm actually expecting the move h5. On the other hand, we should also not exaggerate, not that people think that white is in trouble. No, white has a very solid structure. The pawn structure is incredibly nice. The two knights are actually very useful pieces in this structure. So something like knight f1, trading this knight and getting some clarity of the position, getting the dark squares. Yeah, basically in long terms, white's knight can be more valuable in this position than Black's bishop on e6 long terms.
Well, it's quite a dynamic position, and we're going to see a lot of action on this one. Eric has to win on demand to continue the match. Otherwise, it's match over. Peter, let's go over to the Magnus board, where, of course, we are expecting Magnus to go all out in this one with the white pieces. And what's the update?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. So we had a3, bishop e7, queen c2, knight b7 on the board, bishop f4, c6, castles a4, knight c3. I mean, one also has to mention that, yeah, there are like two ways of playing the Catalan against this so-called orthodox close Catalan, that with some positional matters or by brutal force that you sacrifice the pawn and go for very double edge positions. And of course, given the match situation, Magnus actually has a very easy choice to make, because he knows exactly that he has to go for the uncompromising fighting choice. And I usually, because I had those type of positions from the Queen's Indian, and even there, these Queen's Indian Catalan transpositions, it was always very, very dangerous for Black, and you had to know your stuff very well.
Yeah, because white here just sacrifices the pawn, takes control of the center, and just keeps playing like nothing's happened. The aim is not to win the pawn back, but to just keep going. Maybe h3, maybe h4, try and build an attack on the king side. A timely e5 sometime comes in with the knight jumping to e4. So this is definitely the kind of position you want when you know you have to win.
Exactly. Basically, these are the type of positions. Yeah, whenever Magnus plays the Catalan, you know that he means business. Yeah, I mean, no more fooling around. Very determined, very focused, trying to play his best chess. Because I always feel like, when right from the start you are using main stuff prepare, at least your mindset is like this, that okay, I'm gonna play mainstream, I'm ready to go for the double edge positions. I simply gonna rely on my most principal chess. that's kind of this mental state when you can really show your best. Yeah, when you are in like, okay, today I will experiment with something, you know, then deep inside you are, I think, somehow a little bit softer. Yeah, than when you know exactly that I worked hundreds of hours in order to build such repertoire, and I believe in this kind of stuff, and I'm ready to go. Then you know exactly that you have to give 200%. It's just 100, it's not enough.
Yeah, and speaking about giving 100%, I think it's Praveen who was pointing out in chat that Magnus looks like he's a bit under the weather. And Peter, I'm looking at him on the screen. He is quite hoodied up, and it's quite possible that he might not be feeling very well because he's not in his usual, well, t-shirt attire.
Yes, well, I think also that today there was a solidarity match between Norway and Ukraine, and actually Magnus has already played 4 games today. Yeah, that's definitely a distraction. Yeah, definitely a distraction, because otherwise you are only focusing on one opponent. Yeah, and like this, you get completely different emotions and so on. It's not easy to switch. So maybe it also kind of disbalance. I do remember that when I played Magnus in the Legends tournament, only afterwards, luckily I didn't hear it before because it could have affected my play against him. I didn't know that he was on the way back from I don't know, from some country from the Mediterranean. I didn't know this, but it explained to me why he was a little bit shaky. And I had like 3 games, the first 3 games where I outplayed him and so on. I think it was also connected with this, that his mindset wasn't exactly like, you know, that he was giving everything for this game right from the start.
Yeah, imagine having to have played that match with Ivanchuk and then coming into this one with the Rapid. Definitely, it's been a long day for Magnus. We'll see what he does in this game, Peter. Meanwhile, you were on point with your assessment of Jordan's plan going forward. He did choose your approach to go h5, trying to open up the position. As you said, it would be very thematic of Jordan to play this. Let's just take a quick look at what's happening at the position.
Yeah, h5. Let's go back to h5. Yeah, because of course black wants to break things up. Rook f3, targeting the knight on g3, a very, very natural move. Yeah, now you force black to play h4. So at the moment, both files are closed, yeah, the h and the g file. Queen f2, making sure that bishop takes g4 runs into rook takes f7. And after queen g5, knights, somehow I feel like night's the time to get rid of this knight. Yeah, a move like knight f1 would be very, very natural. Can I do this?
All right, so you're threatening to capture the knight on g3 and win that pawn. And I'm just wondering if black just takes and tries to pick up the g4 pawn. So what happens after knight takes f1?
Well, knight takes f1, I just take rook f1.
And can we go queen g4?
Yeah, queen g4, but this is what I'm saying, that, yeah, it looks like, you know, my king is in danger, but I don't feel that my king is really in danger. First of all, pawn on c5 is hanging, but I even don't want to touch this pawn. I would really like
I want to get h3 in if you touch that pawn, no?
Yeah,
or are you not worried?
But I don't want to touch that pawn. Yeah. Yes. I mean, move like king h2 would be natural to me. And another one to try to transfer my knight also to e2 to f4, because after all, I have all my heavy pieces ready for action. I don't believe that something really nasty can happen to me. But,
Eric decides to go for rook e1. So he delays the trade of the knight with the plan of knight f1 and goes for rook to e1.
Yeah, rook to e1. What? Wow. Okay, but
oh, Peter, maybe after knight f1, was that the move queen e5? Is that why he moved the rook to e1?
Ah, yes. This explains, because otherwise, yeah, rook e1, like, okay,
Yeah,
of course, it's a normal move. But yeah, knight f1, queen e5, yeah, the spin could be very, very unpleasant. Yeah,
and this is really nice, because after knight g3, you take h takes g3, hitting that queen. And then you end up winning material, or there's a crazy attack on the king side.
Well, you can even take on c3 immediately. Yeah, you are winning a piece.
Yeah, you could also do it directly.
Yes. And if it just doesn't work. Yeah, so knight f1 doesn't work. So that's why white has to waste the move with rook e1. Now queen takes g4 and then steal some. And white goes for queen c5. Okay.
Your move, Peter, on the board, queen g4. He's gone for queen c5. Now he's threatening to go knight b5. And a7 is hanging as well. So got threats. And one gets the feeling, is that time to make the move h3 here? Can we take a look at h3?
Yes, well, it's such a razor
We've
sharp
got to check out
position.
h3, no? I mean, it's just so tempting. And
Yeah,
it's on the board. It's on the board. Jordan has gone for crazy stuff once again with h3.
Yeah, it's on the board, and wow, I mean, we have to calculate. So if white plays the move knight b5,
I want to calculate h2 and h1 under promote to the knight, which seems to be the theme in the world these days.
yeah, but if you play h1 knight, can I just return with my king? Yeah.
That's pure trolling, right? King f2, king g1.
Under promoting, I'm coming king h1, and I say thank you very much, knight on h1. You are supporting me. Yeah.
And that's the end of my line.
Yeah, could easily be. I mean, okay, it's a very tricky position. Yeah, and h3 knight b5 on the board. We might be seeing it.
This is getting hot. So queen c7, there's a mate in one threatened. And what is happening here? Nobody knows. As you're pointing out, after h2, king f2, is there really no good move for black? Okay, Peter, one more try. After h2, king f2, can I just defend the c7 mate for a moment?
Yeah, you can play c6, yeah?
Yes, yeah. c6. And then now I'm threatening h1, but this time I shall not under promote.
Yes, I mean, that's why under promotions are so special, because one has to do it at the right moment, yeah? But actually, if you want to do this, then you can maybe even start with c6 and keeping all options open, yeah? If you want to go h2 or maybe h take g or somewhere, some knight takes e4 trick is also working. Maybe it's the most flexible.
All right, but after c6, do you have an option like queen to e5, hitting that knight on g3 and threatening mate again?
Okay, but I can include h2 now.
Yeah. Now h2, it's even better. And after king f2?
Now we can under promote, yeah, we check, yeah, and then take the knight, yeah.
Now everything works. Why is it that when you do something, it always works, and when I do something, it's just never working?
No, okay, I don't know exactly if it's true. I mean, how many times you were calling the right moves out? I wouldn't be saying like this, but yes, I mean, sometimes you get lucky, and now it was my turn to get lucky, yeah, because when you under promoted with h1 check, I first like, okay, out of fun, I'm gonna play king g1, and it turned out that it's a good move, maybe. Who knows? But I also feel like the engine bar is trolling us, because I have the feeling that it froze, but since the position is so critical and so sharp, I don't dare to touch anything, not that we lose the broadcast. We already encountered such stuff.
Your move on the board, c6 played. So he doesn't hurry with h2 and he goes to c6. So defending that mate on c7, keeping the pressure on g2. h2 is always in the air. And SJ is asking, is under promotion the new smothered mate?
Yeah, well, it's, but you know, it was very funny. It was this, was it Hyatasson game, yeah, that he could have under promoted with this f takes c8 bishop, yes, or something. Yeah, it was beautiful, but
beautiful stuff.
Yeah, it was really beautiful stuff.
But here, Peter, question: after king b8, doesn't white have a? I mean, a repetition is unfortunately just not good enough. But maybe after king b8, knight takes c6, and that's a draw.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm feeling, and that's my hope. That maybe that's why, you know, the evaluation bar says that everything is under control. We are not frozen.
We might be seeing it, because if not knight takes c6, it's kind of hard to come up with a move for white. There's only queen e5 check.
Yes, well, actually there is this check. Let's not forget that actually for Eric, draw is a loss, yeah, because with the draw, Jordan is leading 2-0, so he needs to win. Can we create then, okay, queen e5 check, king takes a7, queen takes g3. What is our problem?
h2.
Well, then king h1.
Then
we are blocking. Then black might regret not having included h2, yeah?
So maybe you have to start with rook g8 here, but then you just trade, no?
Yeah, actually I'm maybe okay, maybe just queen h5. But then I have check. No, I mean, this is a check. Okay, hang on. Why is then white not giving queen e5 check? I'm completely confused. I'm really completely confused now.
Well, Eric is having a think. I'm taking a look at the players right now. Jordan seems quite relaxed. Eric knows that knight c6, even if it is objectively well, a move that you want to play and bail out, it just doesn't work because the
I
match
know,
is
but hang on, Tanya. Actually, White can also. That's why probably Eric is thinking that he can even take and then play Queen E5
and King B7,
and then take this G3 knight. Yeah, and
Okay,
and
that
then he
makes a lot
also
of
won a
sense.
pawn. Yeah, this is on the board now.
And this makes a lot of sense because it's the same line, but you have an extra pawn. So Queen E5, and then you're going to pick up the knight.
Yeah, and maybe you're gonna pick it up with the rook. Yeah, rook takes G3, and then after Queen H4, Knight F3. I mean, isn't White just winning now?
And now I'm thinking that if Albar is not trolling us, it's actually stuck.
Yes. I mean, definitely it felt like it, but this is then a very big turnaround. Yeah, that's not including H2 check might have been a real shocker. Yeah.
Possible. I mean, the thing would have been so different had he played H2.
Yes. Yeah. It could have been completely different.
All right, Peter, we've really had a look at this position. Of course, very exciting and very big moment for Eric. He needs to win on demand to keep the match going. But let's take a look at some of the other action. Let's jump back to the Magnus game. And it's such a rich position. This is so complex. The ideas that we were discussing, White has sacrificed the pawn. He's gotten E5 in, placed his knight on E4, going for the kingside attack, doesn't care about the material. And take a look at Black's pieces. The queen is stuck on A6, the rook is stuck on A8. It feels like White's gotten everything that he wants out of the opening.
Yeah, exactly. There is also this very big twist that by putting this pawn on A4 very, very quickly, actually, Black doesn't have this typical counterplay with B5, B4. And Magnus is also coming very quickly now with H5. He sacrificed the pawn. He's trying to break Black's construction. Yeah, Queen E2. So basically, he wants to provoke G6, after which he wants to use the dark squares.
You can also try to use the H file. I mean, Black's pieces are so far away that exactly, Peter. I was just wondering that a move like G4 and you blast open the H file, it just looks like Black is going to be super late to the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks almost devastating. Yeah, because how do you react to this? H4, Queen G4 feels like it's basically almost game over. Yeah, White even has the idea of going rook E3 because knight E3 is never a move because of knight F6 check. Yeah, Black plays the move H5, H4. Yeah, it's the only move in the position.
So
but bishop takes H4.
Yeah, just trying to keep the H file still as close as possible. Black and B4. I like this approach, Peter, trying to make everything out of the time that he's gotten, because C3, watch out, C3 in the air, trying to trade the queens.
Exactly. Yeah, this B5, B4 is the typical way of breaking things up. Little bit strange with the pawn on A4, but of course, yeah, the problem is that White is simply not reacting anymore. There is just very clear target on Black's king with something like knight F6 check, knight takes F6, bishop takes F6, threatening queen H3, queen H8 checkmate. So Black will be forced to go bishop G7, and also there he's in a complete mating net. I mean,
B takes A3. I won't even be surprised if Magnus just ignores the A3 pawn. I don't know if that's too much, but even a move like Queen H3 comes to mind.
Exactly. I mean, just going for, because if it's mate, it's mate. Yeah, let's just show this. Let's just illustrate it. Also, you can start with knight F6. I think it's basically the same idea. So Black takes AB. We go, for example, Queen H3.
Bishop G7.
Bishop G7. And now basically what I wanted to show, that's something like G5 idea. Yeah, because I'm threatening bishop G7, king G7, queen H6 check, and rook E3, rook H3. Let's just push, for example, this pawn. Bishop G7 takes, check, king G8, rook E3. But I have here, I'm just one tempo short. Look at this, rook H3, CD1 check, queen.
And queen H5.
And queen H5 blocks, yeah. But even this is not the end, because
and then you go G6. Oh, you're gonna go bishop E4. You're still trying to win this position. I thought G6 and you draw.
Yeah, no, we want to win. Yeah, we want to win. I mean, still it's kind of very scary because of this bishop H7, bishop G6. Magnus goes knight F6. Yeah, takes.
This is your position. This is what we've been discussing, right? And he doesn't even care about the A3 pawn, what's happening on the king side, on the queen side. He's saying, you can take the house there. I'm coming for your king. Bishop F6. A takes B2, Peter. Let's have a look at this line a little slowly now.
Yeah, you know, I mean, maybe I can also start with rook E3. Maybe that's kind of a very nice move, just stopping any kind of C3. If C3, I will just take it.
All right, A3.
Yeah, a3, then already queen h3. Now I'm using this method, yeah, and I think
Also,
I'm
you have
winning.
queen f4. Queen f4 threatening rook h3.
Yeah, that's the other idea. Yeah, this and this. Yeah, it should be mate. Magnus actually goes for queen h3, so he goes for my original stuff. Bishop g7.
We were just having a look at this incredible line. It is on the board, Peter. You called this one out. Bishop g7 played, and here you wanted to get the rook into the attack.
Yes, well, actually, I felt like maybe starting with rook e3 was slightly more precise, but probably Magnus already calculated something till the very end.
I mean, this is just such
He goes bishop e4. Okay, yeah. So Magnus
King
just wants to go
G2.
king g2 and checkmate like this.
If Magnus manages to win this game, this is going to be one for the books. Why you don't put all your pieces on the queen side and how to kill on the king side. I mean, this is an attacking masterpiece.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it felt very risky from Lekong's side to go for something so dynamic. Yeah, because Magnus is now doing very well in Catalan when he gets the initiative. That we have witnessed, I think, in Vaikanze. Yeah, he won many games. Also against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he won a very important game there. Yeah, bishop e4 and just king g2. Let's just make some moves here. For example, black plays a3.
I mean, he sacrificed 3 pawns on the queen side. Black is 1 move away from queening.
Yeah, and you get checkmated exactly when you queen. Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, the power of the bishop on f6. Yeah, wow, bishop e4. Very nice touch because it even stops the c pawn running. Yeah.
I mean, is it that whatever black plays, white's next moves are just confirmed? Yeah, you're going king g2, rook
Okay,
h1.
black
So
has to play c5 probably. Yeah.
king g2,
King g2, bishop b7.
f3.
Yeah.
Maybe f3, c3.
Yeah, I mean, at least I wanted to, to somehow open up the diagonal that I get access to this king. Probably just does not matter. You can even play rook h1. Yeah. Bishop takes e4, check, king g3. It's such a mate.
Wow.
No, because then I will have bishop f6. Be careful. Yeah, I
Go to
cannot
king
do this.
g1. What about king g1?
No, then you take the rook.
Oh, the rook is hanging. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
No.
and f3 you take bishop. I mean, okay, so let's just show that this was the point that hurted me. But no, actually this queen d6 is still nothing because we go f4 and we are still checkmating. Yeah.
This is a crazy line. You've just given up every single piece on the board.
Yeah, but it's such a mating net for black's king. However, Liem has opted for queen b5, so he's trying some queen b3 destruction.
Okay, so that's something. How does white go king g2, queen b goes for g5?
No, Magnus now, goes for this g5 construction that I mentioned as at the very start. Yeah, that you always have this box. Yeah, bishop h6. I mean, bishop g7, queen h6, and then rook to the h file, and it's checkmate.
So if queen b3 right now?
Yes, exactly. So after queen b3, you might.
So you can't go rook e3 because the rook on d1 hangs.
Yes, slightly.
What does he have in mind after queen b3?
Slightly confusing.
Because,
I mean, I don't want to move my queen. Yeah, that's the trick. But maybe I should. Yeah, but
then you're still not threatening rook e3. That's the good news for black.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a little bit confusing one, but Liam is down to 2 minutes and he's not blitzing out the move. Queen
Does
B3.
he just not
Why?
care after queen b3? Is he saying that I'll just go bishop f3 and king g2 next?
Yeah, maybe, but it's a little bit strange. But maybe that's
Can we take a look at that? Queen b3 on the board.
on the board, and I think Magnus will now make his move.
So if bishop f3 here saying, well, I literally don't care and I'm just going to go king g2 next.
Bishop f3, yeah, just like this.
It's
Yeah.
definitely a little strange to go and come back, but I'm just still thinking, how is black fighting this? Because the idea is simple, right? You want to go king g2, rook h1.
No, Magnus actually just goes queen h4. Still here, he wants the same. Yeah, king g1, king g2, rook h1. He just doesn't care. I mean, black is in such a, bishop b7, so king g2 will be met by c5. Black is fighting. Black is
Black
definitely
is fighting. Let's show that defensive idea that you're mentioning. And how much of a defense is this? So, Peter, what happens if you... Can we just start with looking at what happens if you trade and go f3?
Yeah, so takes f3. Well, rook h1 is still a mating threat. Yeah, it's such a box, yeah? Just unbelievable what a box it is.
It's insane, this attack that he's built on the king side, which can just allow him to give up all pieces, just needs a queen and a rook.
Yeah, it's on the board. Yeah, king g2 c5. By the way, we got so much carried away by this fascinating game by Magnus that Eric has won against Jordan van Forest. So actually there is some thrill in that game also for game 4. But okay,
so that
now
one goes into game 4. That's going to be an exciting one. Once again, Eric has to win on demand to take the match into a playoff. That was a fun one, and we'll see what happens. And we've got other action on as well. But Peter, let's stick to this because this might be finishing any moment.
of course, yeah, Magnus goes for d5. It's usually the typical way in the Catalan, yeah, that whenever black breaks with c5 when you sacrifice the pawn, then you go d5. But since here it's a completely different dynamic, it's all about checkmate on h8. Or of course, you don't even have to sacrifice the queen on h8. Queen h7 check will be the same after rook h1. I always, because it was more stylish to go queen h8. But we should mention queen h7 is also checkmate.
I think, Peter, if that position came, most of us would go queen h8 because it's beautiful.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but okay,
You would,
usually...
right? I want to ask chat because I feel like these kind of things are a total reflection of your personality. If you had rook h1 chat, would you go queen h7 or would you give up the queen in style with queen h8? What's your mating strategy there? Tell us.
Well, I think that the opponent resigns, yeah? He doesn't give us the chance to choose, yeah?
That is a very valid point. All right, so d5 on the board, blocking that up. And what is happening here? Bishop d5, you just go rook d5.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess so, yeah, because he just wants to eliminate this bishop, yeah? And after e d5, rook h1, and okay, the checkmate is coming no matter how you prefer it, yeah. So Magnus actually seems to be bouncing back in style with a crushing victory. And
Wow,
Liem down to 40 seconds already, only 40 seconds.
Yeah, and clock is not the problem. It looks like the kind of position where even if you have 1 hour, you're not surviving this one.
Yes, yes, even if 1 week or 1 month, yeah.
I'm really wondering if we will see whether Liem will give him the opportunity to show us whether he chooses queen h7 or queen h8.
No, we're not gonna see that moment, yeah.
We might rook h1 coming in next, Peter.
Yes, but after rook h1, maybe it's not time to call it a day.
Let me take a look at the players, what's going on in their mind. Rook h1 on the board. This is the moment of truth. Is Liem going to throw in the tower? He's down to 20 seconds. I don't see a move actually defending the mate.
Yeah, and he resigned, yeah, correctly.
And he resigned. Yeah. So guys, we'll never know queen h7 or queen h8. I see a lot of mixed emotion in chat. Some say queen h8, some say queen h7. But Peter, everything aside, a brilliantly played game by Magnus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, you should never give him this kind of chances, yeah, because, okay, he's just so incredibly dangerous whenever he gets some initiative, and strategical play with initiative together. I think this is where Magnus is, you know, the absolutely best in the board.
Let's absolutely agree with that. And I think when you have a Magnus who's trying to make a comeback, he's just so much more motivated. I wanted to bring you back to this game now. Prague against Shah. And looking at this position, one gets the feeling with White's rook on c7, all these active pieces, is Prague better here?
Well, actually, I have the feeling that he is maybe very close to winning, and if he wins this game, then it's the match. And rook takes c4, dc bishop c4. It's game. I mean, game and match over. How are you gonna protect f7?
This is just unreal stuff. I mean, this is amazing play by Prague. He's all of 16 years old, and he's just crushing the field. I mean, and that's it.
It's match
over. And he's just so calm and composed. just gets up from his seat, and that's it. This is his second big win, Peter, in just 3 games. He did the same narrative yesterday against Jordan and today against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. It just takes the Indian Grandmaster 3 games to wrap this one up as well. And he goes on to match 3 with 6 points on the scoreboard. Prag OP in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, incredible performance. Just crushing Shakhriyar, but it also shows that how big impact the first game had on this in this match. Yeah, on this match. Simply that game was so wild. It could have been either way. Finally, Prag with a brilliant victory got the advantage. Then with Black very confidently made a draw without any problems. And now,
incredible.
Basically, we missed out the action. Maybe we can quickly see how things.
Let's do a quick run through. And while we were having our pre-show, I think everyone picked Shah as a favorite for this match. It felt like it's going to be an experience versus youth, and it's going to be a tough fight, but Shah will prevail. But
Yeah.
what?
And you remember, it somehow brings me back to this situation that we talked about, that now that the queens are traded off, Black should not capture with the knight, because this plan of c5, b4 looks very simple and very effective from white side. Just don't understand how Shakhriyar chose this. Yeah, white has a very easy play.
And this is what you were saying, right? AB6, just such a natural reaction. Knight b6, and then suddenly Prag was rolling on the queen side. Peter, let's just run through it really quickly because we still have some live action on.
No, everything is finished because Anish game ended in a draw.
Oh, wow. All right, then we have all the time in the world to take a look at this.
Yes, I mean, okay, BC, it feels like, you know, white should be better because white has the B file, black has a weakness on C6, and the only good news for black is that his knight on E5 is kind of mobile and is starting to jump to C4, but one feels like the pluses are clearly in white's position.
Peter, we've got Prag in the studio. We want to hear what he has to say. Let's go over to Oslo.
I was having a bad position at some point, but then when I got this G6, I think the position was already dangerous for him. And then in a rapid game, it's very hard to defend after that.
So you're winning today in only 3 games. You did the same yesterday, deciding your match in only 3 games. How good are you feeling about the way you're playing?
Yeah, definitely I didn't expect to win like this today. And yeah, I'm just happy about it. And it just gives me confidence. I think the last game was, last game I outplayed him. So it definitely feels good.
Yeah, are you simply enjoying yourself being in Oslo, being in an esports arena?
Yeah, it's a new experience for me to play like this. You know, being in person and playing in a computer, it's a different experience, and yeah, so far I'm enjoying it.
I'm so glad to hear that. And you're now going to be definitely in the lead in the tournament after 2 games. Are you now starting to think about ambitions, maybe winning the whole thing?
Yeah, it's too far, like 5 more matches, so yeah, I'm just going to take 1 match at a time.
And I don't have it in my mind who you are playing tomorrow. Do you know who you're playing tomorrow?
I think it's Liem.
Liem Le. David nods his head. Liem Le tomorrow. What's your experience playing with Liem?
I always had a bad score with him. I think I've never beaten him in this meltwater at all.
Okay.
I mean, the CCT. I think so. I think I have a bad score with him. So definitely I would like to equalize it at least.
All right. And I know you have your coach here, right? Ramesh is here with you. How are you working now after the games? You finished early today as well. Are you relaxing and enjoying Oslo, or are you working?
Mostly we are not working in the night, but just checking my today's game, and then probably we'll do preparation mostly tomorrow.
Okay. Well, Prag, we wish you best of luck tomorrow as well. Congratulations on a great day.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for joining us. And out with Sverige, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is giving his reaction to losing to Prag.
It's a tough game today. How would you describe it?
Okay, for first game I missed winning chance. I mean, it was absolutely winning position for me, and I just missed and I lost, and for this reason, I mean, everything is finished in first game.
How would you summarize Praggnanandhaa's play?
I mean, again, I mean, first game he played bad, but I absolutely winning position. I mean, okay, it's a very tricky player. He removed some tricky moves, but it was a very good match, interesting match. He deserved it. I mean, he played better.
Thank you, Shakhriyar.
Thanks.
Mamedyarov, he did win his match yesterday, so he has 3 points.
Those are some big words of praise by Shakhriyar. He mentioned something very important, that first game was a big turning point. He had his chances in that one, but Pragg bouncing back with that move G6, which I think really threw him off. And in my chat, I read an interesting line by Gerald saying that experience should fear the energy of youth. And that's what we saw in this game. And Peter, I have to say, I mean, we saw Pragg, right? He said he was really happy to win, but the maturity with which he keeps his composure and, it's just incredible. I mean, he's all of 16. He's beating all these top guys and just it feels like such control over emotions.
Yeah, and I think this is also absolutely fine. And this is the way. This is the way. I mean, if you get too euphoric, it's not the way. Yeah, you have to stay calm. He keeps his energy for the games. Yeah, he is basically in person. He's not wasting any energy. Yeah, he's just showing his class at the board, and he lets the moves do the talking. And I like this very much. I mean, so far he has played incredible chess. Yeah, Shakhriyar pointed out, of course, as we were talking, that the big turning point clearly was the first game, which looked like, Mamedyarov was playing a great game. And then he just let it slip for a moment. And then, yeah, Pragg immediately used his chance. With this G6, he started some great tricks and then managed to finish the game in beautiful tactical style. And after this, Shakhriyar was just simply not himself. I mean, with white pieces, he was unable to pose any problems. And with black, what we are witnessing here, and also like Pragg mentioned, that he was very, very happy that he simply outplayed Shakhriyar in the last game.
No, an absolutely phenomenal performance today, Peter. And we were doing a play-by-play of what happened. He managed to win this game. Take us through and break this down for us.
Yeah, so he activated the rook to b7. Yeah, we can see the difference in black's pieces. Yeah, the rook on e8 is completely out of the game. The rook on e8 is also not doing much because the e file is very, very nicely closed by white's pawn structure. Black plays bishop e7, white plays rook c1. It's all about stopping this knight c4 jump. I mean, to keep it under control. Bishop f8, for example, after the move knight c4 now, white could have taken knight takes c6 and hitting the bishop on e7. That's why Shakhriyar goes bishop f8. Now bishop f1, white was in time to nicely control the c4 square. And white has the two bishops. White has this very, very active rook. One really feels like black will feel the pressure and he will go all in. Yeah, he goes knight e4, rook c2, stopping any kind of knight d2 ideas. Because again, if black gets the chance to go knight d2, maybe trade the knight on d4 with a check on f3, or put a knight on c4, then things might get complicated. Pragg very nicely stops this. g6, king g2, knight f6 back, because already black was feeling that, yeah, there is just no dynamic. Bishop a6 comes, and once the bishop comes to a6, you know exactly that this bishop is heading to b7, and then the c6 pawn will fall. Rook b8, rook c7, rook b1. Shakhriyar tries some desperate counterplay. Now knight takes c6, knight c4, and the final beautiful touch, rook takes c4, dc4, bishop c4, wins the game and the match. No defense on f7.
No defense on f7, and the position just absolutely collapses. I think it all came down to that game one and Pragg going for that g6 idea. Well, with this win, Pragg wraps up his match in just 3 games. Tomorrow he plays Liem. But of course, there's still a lot of fight going on in our other matchups. Let's take a look at our scoreboard going into the final game 4 of day 2. And Magnus managed to come back as well. I think he was also a big favorite by our audience who was watching us in the poll. Lots believe that this would be the game that he'd make that win and even the score out. And Peter, this just comes down to that point, right? That now Liem thinking that he just might have wasted that second game with white. Magnus still shaky after what happened in game 1 and kind of not making the most of game 2, saying, you know what, I'm in the lead, taking it easy. Not just that, the way Magnus won game 3, I mean, that attack is one for history books. So much to learn from and just so instructive and convincing and thrilling at the same time. Liem has got a lot to recover from that loss, and they go into game 4 with even score. Eric Hansen keeps his lifeline alive here. A win on demand situation in game 3, a topsy-turvy game, and Peter, we've got a couple minutes, so maybe we'll have time to look at that, what happened there at the end. Eric managed to win that third game. They go into game 4. Let's just bring that scoreboard up for another moment. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Anish, Giri has been even Steven throughout. 3 draws. The final game, will the players take a lot of risk because there's no comeback from it? Or will they just decide to go into a playoff? Peter, if I ask you to make a prediction at this point, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda versus Anish, Giri, will we see a playoff in this match?
Well, there are very good chances that we will see playoff there, but not because there is lack of fighting spirit. I feel like both of them are fighting incredibly well. Simply, they somehow got the match, yeah, that whatever one tries, the other one is able to neutralize. Anish did have big chances in the second game with the white pieces. The big question is now that theoretical debate, how it will go in this Grünfeld defense, who will deviate. I mean, there are all kinds of mind games going on there. And we have already seen from, thanks to Johann Sebastian, Christiansen, we got the chance to hear that actually the seconds are really working between the games with the players. They are using these 10-15 minutes breaks to perfection. So really interesting to see how the players will deal with this situation.
Yeah, big game for Jordan and Eric, both of them who had a tough day 1. Peter, can we just quickly take a look at that moment where knight takes a7 and knight c6 happened, and then everything just turned around?
Yes, so knight g3, okay, we have discussed this position, queen g5. Yeah, we got super excited by black's prospects. But yeah, after queen takes e5, white also has this knight b5 idea. h3, knight b5, we were discussing this h2 line, but also this is very tricky because after king f2, actually the knight on g3 is hanging. So now black already does not have time for c6. So black might actually go for this h1 knight king g1 position that we funnily discussed because it was such a special position. That's why Jordan actually...
c6.
Sorry?
And then go c6. After you go king g1, you go c6 because the knight on g3 is defended.
Yes, exactly. But somehow it feels so counterintuitive because, okay, you don't have any stats at the moment, but probably this was the way. Definitely this was the way, I think, because after what happened in the game c6, suddenly I believe Jordan has simply missed that his knight on g3 is hanging, yeah? Because there was a very big turnaround after check, and rook takes g3. Not only white wins material, but actually stops any kind of attack, and black is even forced to retreat. And after this, there was just no way back. White is just 2 pawns up and has the better structure, has the better minor piece. So Eric converted the position flawlessly and got chances to play game 4. And okay, with black will be very, very difficult, but I mean, I think he gets a lot of energy from this win.
Absolutely. And that's exactly the kind of stuff that we want from our players, energy, and a big game 4 coming up. We're going to go into a short break. And another reminder for a big Sunday coming up for our viewers, as there is a Sunday study where we will have the best-selling authors from Chessable come together in the Chessable classrooms to give out some great lessons. And if you're a premium member, you get free access to these lessons. So definitely go check out the Sunday study. And you can go premium currently with a 40% off. Not only support the tour, but also improve your chess. We are going to be right back with game 4 action. See you in a bit.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you. And I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in for a big game 4. And as Peter, you were just saying right now, potentially 2 playoffs. And as chess fans, that's what we want. We want some dirty, murky blitz, some crazy Armageddon. I'm really hoping we get to see that action. Before we jump to the game, let's quickly take a look at where the players stand and what needs to be done in the next round. Anish, Giri, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda is still an even match. Eric Hansen, Jordan Van Forest. Eric has to win to force a playoff. Magnus, Liem, Magnus struck back in the previous game, and with that, even the score. Praggnanandhaa has already wrapped up his match. Peter, are you expecting a playoff?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, in Leko Liem's match against Magnus, I feel like it's very much in the air. Yeah, because okay, Magnus now bounces back. I don't think that he wants to take enormous risks with the black pieces. He will just play solid. Liem also probably will just, if he gets a chance, without any risk to play for a win, it's another story. And we already have liftoff. And Anish, Giri against Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, which I also consider like which has a very big potential of going to playoff, comes with a big theoretical clash in the Grünfeld. Bishop E1, C5, Rook C1, a rock solid system. I mean, this used to be Kramnik's pet system, and when I started playing D4 more regularly, I was also picking it up because I know exactly it makes sense to follow Big Vlad. Yeah, he knows what to do. And I was playing the Grünfeld back then in the 90s, and I stopped basically around 2001 and 2, exactly for the reason that I was playing the Grünfeld too many times against Kramnik. And I got fed up. Always, I mean, where were the dynamics? I never had a dynamic. I was always fighting for my life.
All right, so a big theoretical discussion here. I think this one, Peter, the more we see the way this game is going, I think it's going to be a playoff. And also, just the Eric Jordan game. We can start with this one, with the Liem Magnus update.
Yes, because there is a very big question here. I mean, I told you I don't think like Magnus will take this well. We only have 2 moves when I already understood that that's it. No, I was actually completely wrong. After D4, E6, C4, Magnus goes for C5, immediately taking the game into Benoni structures, willing to take a lot of risks. Also with a slight twist that the knight was not yet developed to F6. So there used to be some old, when Paco Vallejo was still not really known as a superstar. Yeah, he was just starting out, but he was already a very talented player. I think he was the one who played those games with knight on E7, Benoni and castle, and won many games. That's one of the things that I noticed, that okay, Paco is extremely dangerous, winning a lot of games with this knight E7 type of Benoni.
So this one's going to be a big fight, Magnus versus Liem. And Peter, I want to bring our attention to the Jordan-Eric game and just the opening that we've had there. We've had the Alpin. And do you know who's the player who's taken out the course for the Alpin on Chessable?
I know, of course, yes. I know, Johann Sebastian has done a lot of work, and it was the high pressure in the Alpin or something like this. I think that was the theme.
A super comprehensive course, and I think this was one of the lines that Jordan used during the Tata Steel with tremendous success as well. And Johann Sebastian, who joined us in the chat earlier, he is currently there with Jordan in Oslo for the tournament. So clearly this is something that's very familiar territory for Jordan. He doesn't want to take any chances. He needs just a draw to wrap up this match.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I mean, I feel like, especially this line is a very fighting line. Yeah, it's I think from Eric's side also a very clever choice, because okay, draw is just not interesting, it's not good enough for him. He has to give White the chance to play for initiative, but if with Black he has a very solid structure, then he actually has chances to bounce back. Yeah, if he managed to keep White's initiative under control. And we do see Jordan playing very aggressively. Clearly, this is some kind of a preparation. We can maybe even take a look from the beginning. So clear Alpin, E5, knight D5, knight F3, E6. The good old classical system with CD, B6, takes, queen C7, bishop B5. I mean, this is a move that did not existed 20 years ago. Yeah, that people thought like, okay, queen c7 attacks the pawn, white should react, yeah, like defending it with bishop d2 or something. But modern chess is all about timing, not wasting any extra move for something that is not necessary. Castles, bishop e7, we got a very sharp position.
So black really can't waste time picking up that pawn on c3 because bishop d2 comes in and there is all kinds of initiative and black would have lack of development. So bishop e7 on the board. So even though Jordan needs just a draw to wrap up the match, we know that this one's going to be full of fire because Eric has to go all out. A draw or a loss is the same thing for the Canadian Grandmaster.
Yeah, I think we should also highlight one important thing, that the reason why bishop b5 is so important, that after the thematic bishop a6, yeah, because the light square bishop trade would be very nice for black, then white is able to play a4. Yeah, that's the typical idea of cementing the bishop on b5. Yeah, bishop takes b5, a b5 could actually potentially be very, very dangerous for black in long terms because the knight on b8 is kind of dead, that piece. I think this is also one of the justification behind bishop b5. But let me jump to the Magnus's game, because Magnus played the traditional knight f6 with the included a6, a4 moves. And now I really feel like this is super risky with black, because what is the common knowledge about this type of Benoni? Yeah, if we play, for example, the classical Benoni move order, like this is the usual classical Benoni stuff, then it's kind of common knowledge that here after bishop g7, when white goes for the bishop d3 castles h3 setup, then usually b5 is the one that guarantees black kind of some forced draws in long lines. But of course you have to know your theory. However, it's considered that if you are playing a6 and white plays a4, then this is already very, very dangerous. Of course, black is trying to play for a win, but objectively it's very good for white. And we are actually by transposition getting exactly the same position, only that the short castles are not yet included. But Magnus is heavily risking here.
And he quickly plays the move knight to h5. And is knight e5 what he wants to do next after this move knight h5?
Yes, exactly. But normally the very first question is after knight h5, what happens after g4? And if we already talked about Paco Vallejo, yes, then we have to mention this very, very interesting game from Grenke Classic when the very, very young 14 years old Vincent Kaimer played this. It did happen between them. I think it was Vincent versus Vallejo, featured something like this, this opening. And now also I feel like, okay, after g4, knight f6, bishop f4, black even does not have the move knight e8, which usually would happen after short castles included. So I'm a little bit puzzled what Magnus has in mind.
But in such positions, because black hasn't castled yet, does that give him the additional opportunity to try and go h5 or something there?
Well, I mean, first, there is some pressure on the d6 pawn.
Right. All right, we'll come back to this Benoni and see how it progresses. We've had a lot of moves on the Anish Jan-Krzysztof board. Is this still a long theoretical discussion?
Yeah, I think so, because look at this. Anish is blitzing out all his moves. It's a very, very traditional way of, okay, let's go back. So rook c1 castles, knight f6, queen a5, queen d2. And black just simply goes for this line, takes, e6. A very, very solid old classical line, bishop b5. So white provokes all these moves, but now the black knight can't get to c6. Yeah, that's kind of the point of provoking these pawns to advance. Black keeps on using the momentum. He has to come forward. Anish goes a4, blocks it, and plays bishop c4. And we see that after bishop c4, rook c4, still black has this stuck knight on b8. And it might look like, okay, black is more or less fine, but if you give some time king e2 and then rook a1 or rook b1 for white, one can feel that black might be under some pressure.
So you can suddenly just start losing that a5 pawn if you aren't careful in this position and take things lightly. Exactly.
And this bishop on g7 is putting some pressure on d4 pawn, but since the knight can't reach c6, yeah, without the knight on c6, there is not enough pressure on the d4 pawn.
All right. And Peter, meanwhile, the Leko Liem Magnus matchup has gone the way you mentioned. G4 was played on the board and H5 as well. So after bishop F4, knight, let's just back up a little bit. G4, knight fell back to F6. Bishop F4, the move that you were pointing out, hitting the D6 pawn, Queen E7. First, Magnus defends that D6 pawn. And after shot castle, I think this is the point of provoking white to go G4 and lose those tempos. Black hasn't castled yet, which gives him this additional opportunity to strike with H5, and Magnus does that.
Yeah, he went H5, and now it's white to decide what to do. I mean, why I was saying that white can decide what to do, because maybe there is, I mean, the most natural move would be G5, of course, yeah, in the position, just close it. But, I mean, there is also some idea to maybe go E4, E5, using the fact that there is a pin on the E file, yeah? So D takes E5, knight takes E5, knight takes E5, bishop takes E5, with the idea of follow it up with rook E1. Could be, I mean, it's of course very risky, but could be an alternative. But I mean, good luck trying to figure it out over the board, yeah? That's where does it lead to?
Where does it lead to? And good luck doing it in this rapid format with 11 minutes, but definitely a position that you can just sense and feel is about to blow up in the center, especially with Magnus committing H5. It's a clear plan for white to try and break along the E file. Peter, we've got one more game on, so let's just have a look at that one. Jordan against Eric. Let's get an update on this one.
Yeah, well, now slowly black is getting the typical kind of structure, yeah, which can happen from semi-tarash, I mean, from all kinds of these classical openings. If there will be a trade, for example, if white takes ED6 or black takes on E5, then we get this position where black is extremely comfortable. So I believe that, I mean, Eric has all reasons to be super happy with his opening with the black side. The big question is, however, that will he get enough chances to win this, yeah, because yeah, bishop d6 after trade of the dark square bishop, there will be no attack at all on black's king, and finally actually white's pawns will be a bit vulnerable. These are hanging pawns after all, yeah, and no attack inside. Black will try to trade as much as possible, get the rook to d8 and to c8, targeting those pawns. It's a chance for Eric. I mean, it's a playable position.
Very interesting. So what you're saying is, Peter, that despite the material balance being there and position optically looking like, all right, too many pieces are traded, Jordan has got everything under control and heading for a draw, it's far from over yet. There is this slight nagging edge that black might have because of white's pawn structure.
Yes, I also feel like somehow this previous loss and the match situation is taking a toll on Jordan, because this is definitely not his style from the white side. I mean, okay, I would have expected some more energetic play from him. Maybe it was some very nice judgment by Eric or nice preparation from his side, how to neutralize white's pressure. But certainly the opening battle has been won by black. The only question is, will he generate enough chances to win this, or try to play for a win? But definitely it's not a draw. It's not a draw.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting that the game continues in this one. Can white actually just keep pursuing that bishop with bishop b5, try and trade it off, and just have the heavy pieces on? Is that something that might help to keep things under control for white, to not let black's bishop survive?
Yeah, but after bishop b5, now of course black will play rook c8, and after trade on c6, black immediately gets his rook to c6. The queen eyes the pawn on d4, so white is not able to push c3, c4 because of the hanging pawn, and then black will very nicely go rook f8, and if he really sets up this classical blockade of queen d5, rook c4, then it might be very, very unpleasant for white to hold this.
All right, very interesting stuff here. Just a slight nagging edge for Eric in the position. He's gone bishop c6. The bishop on a6, do you want to trade it? Do you want to control the c8 square so that black's rook doesn't step onto that open c file? Are questions that Jordan is pondering over currently. Peter, let's jump to the Anish game. As you were pointing out, he started building up that pressure against the a5 pawn.
Yeah, but it does feel like he just misses one tempo. Yeah, first of all, now some very quick knight b6, knight c4 is possible. However, maybe it's a very tempting idea, but it might not be so effective because let's just see rook a2, knight c4 can maybe simply be answered by rook ha1. Yeah, knight b6 actually on the board, it's played, rook a2 as well. And here suddenly the pawn on a5 might become really vulnerable. Of course, as usual in the Grünfeld, there are all kinds of tactical lines like after knight d2, king d2, rook d8, black is pressuring the d4 pawn, and it's a big question, how do you protect this pawn? Yeah, because king d3 runs into the typical bishop takes d4, e5 ideas, eliminating everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if actually black by move pair move play simply liquidates here into draw.
And what do you think if this match was to go into was to end in a draw and we had a playoff out of Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Anish, Giri, who would have better chances in the blitz portion?
Well, I think it's a very even match. I would say that if both players get down to 5 seconds each and it's a super crazy position, then I would put my money on Jan-Krzysztof Duda because he is just incredibly good in these crazy positions with few seconds on the clock. But a blitz game does not start with 5 seconds on the clock. Yeah, it starts with a normal starting position with some time on the clock, and knowing that Anish is always getting his type of positions, he doesn't really give his opponent the chance to choose where the game is going. Yeah. And in this regard, there might not be this incredible time scramble. And if Anish is controlling the situation, then there are very good chances that he becomes the favorite. Yeah. So I would give it completely as an equal match. Nobody's a favorite there.
Yeah, with our guests on the pre-show, it was Sagar, I think, said that for him, Anish is a favorite in this match, and Fress and Laurent thought it was going to be Duda, but all of us agreed that this was going to be a very big close fight, just given the strengths and the style of both these players. And I think that's exactly what we're being treated to in all possibility. As you were mentioning, it's all been played on the board now, knight c4, rook a1, that this might fizzle out. One of the ideas that you mentioned, trade that knight on d2, start hitting white's weakness on d4 and create your own counterplay. We'll see how this one progresses. Peter, there have been, by the way, knight d2 also on the board, as you were calling out. A decision has been taken by Liem on the Magnus board. After h5, he decides to go g5, the natural reaction, and knight h7, king to h2.
Yes, but look at this. Yeah, we are talking about the natural g5, but looking at the clock situation, Liem spent way too much time by finally convincing himself that g5 is the way to go. Yeah, he's now down to 6 minutes. Magnus is having clear advantage on the clock. The position is razor sharp. Of course, if white consolidates, then he has good prospects. But the big question is, will he be able to consolidate? Because at the moment, it seems like some things are a little bit loose in white's position. Yeah, there are all kinds of ideas with castles, f6, jumping with the knight to e5 at some moment. Yeah, castles played. I'm expecting some f6 break, and who knows what will happen on the f5.
Well, at least the e5 break is far away, and black has a clear idea of going f6 next. Also, maybe at some point trying to get the other knight to e5 is something that white has to watch out for. Peter, to me, it looks like black should be happy and pleased with the opening outcome.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, rook g1 is a move basically already anticipating those f6 moves, trying to get ready for the g6.
But what about knight e5 now? Because you don't have f4 at any point.
Exactly. I mean, knight e5 is very, very scary. That how do you keep things together?
Because... And let's just show the point that what changes after the move rook g1, and let's say bishop e5, queen e5. If the rook is on f1, at least you have the move f4, keeping the game alive.
Yeah, well, actually, if you get f4, I think white is clearly better. And now white is just basically busted. It's just lost. Yeah, so this
you just end up losing the g5 pawn now.
Yeah, g5 pawn. I mean, everything falls apart. The dark squares are collapsing. However, Magnus, strangely enough, quite quickly opted for f6, which was clearly his plan. It was clearly his intention. And it's very interesting because the bishop on f4 is a loose piece. Yeah, so f take g5 is a big threat. You can't capture back with the knight. Very nasty.
I'm wondering, Peter, the way we saw him play even the previous game, just with a single vision, a tunnel vision of going for the kingside attack, not calculating lines so much. And the way he's playing right now, not slowing down, it also could be a sign of tiredness. I mean, with the match that he just played, the friendly match for Ukraine, and then coming into this game, it just feels like he doesn't want to spend that much time calculating, and he's relying more on his intuition right now more than anything else. And it's going to be very interesting to get his thoughts on this after the game.
Well, but I feel that he's also very excited at the moment, because he feels that he has a very nice position. Also, he has a big time advantage. Liem is down to less than 5 minutes in an ultra sharp position, where basically even in the classical game, I would be really worried for white. That I'm not sure that over the board without computer's assistance, you can really coordinate pieces here. But with few minutes on the clock, I mean, like with 4.5 minutes, this one looks, knight h4 played. Very interesting, trying to counterattack the weakness on g6.
And breaking news, Peter, we are guaranteed one playoff as Anish, Giri, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, their 4th game in a row ends in a draw, which means we are going to have 2 blitz games between these 2 players. If it ends in 1-1, then we go into an Armageddon. I'm excited.
Yeah, that's already the first good news. I actually had in mind that this Liem versus Magnus match probably will get into playoffs. Now, after seeing the opening, I don't believe that we're going to see a playoff. I just can't imagine this game ending in a draw.
Yeah.
One of the sides will win this game for sure.
Yeah, it's the kind of position that just feels like it's headed for a decisive result. Let's just come back and look at it with some lines. Knight h4, it's threatening knight g6. A big question to black. How are you fighting this? Peter, what are the moves that come to your mind for Magnus here?
Well, the very first one, just ignoring this threat, like for example with fg5, I would be very curious to understand where does this lead. I understand it's razor sharp because now after knight takes g6, queen f6, the move that scares me is queen takes h5. White sacrifices the piece, and of course black already has to capture, and now the move e4, e5 opens up the diagonal, and probably we're gonna get checkmated on h7.
Oh my god. And this is just a crazy position, with these ideas of knight e7 next.
Exactly. So basically knight takes e5, knight e7 check, queen takes e7, bishop h7, and already we are in this typical checkmate pattern. So that's the point, that basically black would happily sacrifice the exchange with fg5, but it's more about white would counter sacrifice. So in this regard, then maybe black will have to play the move queen e8, protecting
but then bishop d6. Are you not afraid of bishop d6?
Well, okay, bishop d6, then f takes g5. Then I'm opening things up, and I'm so happy if I eliminate this dark square bishop.
Okay, let's take on f8, and then you just recapture knight.
Okay, f8. I recapture with something. I don't know with what. I even can include some check on e5 maybe, but okay, I just need to recapture this.
Doesn't look that good, no, for white?
Yeah, for white it's super scary. Yeah, maybe even bishop takes f8. I mean, it's just knight f3, some bishop d6 check, and white's king might get checkmated here. Knight jumps to e5.
So knight h4, Peter, on the board. 4.5 minutes to Liem, 9 minutes to Magnus. Big question to him. Queen e8 is a move that you're suggesting. He also might be thinking about f takes g6 after, g takes f6 after queen e8, and black is forced to take back with the rook.
Yes, exactly. But it comes with a tempo. Yeah, it hits the bishop. And again, if you have to move the bishop now back to g3, then we are getting time to jump with the knight.
We've got a question for our chat, Peter. Why not the move queen d2? And let's see if chat finds this little trick on the board to defend the bishop. What happens, chat, and every player on our broadcast? Well, queen d2. How would black respond to it? Let's just have queen d2 on the board really quickly. And why white can't defend? There are probably a lot of reasons, but one is very clear, no?
Yeah, I don't want to give clues, yeah?
No clues, Peter, no clues. Let's see if anyone in chat, we've got an eye out on our Twitch Chess24 and on our YouTube chat. Black to play here, guys, really quickly. All right, while our chat has a think, the current position on the board, and we've got our first answer already. Rook takes f4. It's absolutely right. On our YouTube chat, I don't know how to pronounce this name, but there are a lot of letters in D3R, VJ. Click on absolutely rook f4, queen f4, and then you pin the bishop with bishop e5. Well done on that. All right, so let's come back and see what was the decision made by Liem finally.
No, Magnus opted for knight e5. You know, and it's very, very funny that why I did not mention this move, yeah, because when the move knight e5 was on the board, I thought like this is the most natural move in the position. Basically, yeah, you defend g6, but Liem took bishop takes e5, and this is somewhat of a surprise because we talked about the dark square being so important, but the position is becoming very, very sharp. So after queen e5 check, for example, a move like king h1, and this knight takes g6 is a big threat. Suddenly those rules that we mentioned before about dark squares are not exactly true anymore.
And there's no time to get to the h3 pawn, yeah? Because
yeah, and fg5 again runs into this counter attack. And this is not, okay, at least here we can trade the queens, but I'm not sure how good it is. Wow, I mean, super sharp. Yeah, bishop takes e5. And look at the evaluation bar. The evaluation bar thinks like that white is actually having an interesting position. It's super sharp, but it's interesting. And Magnus is slowly catching Liem on the clock.
It's a very important critical moment, right? Because the game can just go either way right now. So Magnus down to 6.5 minutes. Peter, let's get an update on the Jordan Eric board while Magnus has a think. Because here Eric has to win on demand. What are his chances of forcing a playoff?
Well, I mean, black has a wonderful position, a strategic advantage. The big question, will he be able to win it, because white's king is close to the weakness? Yeah, so whenever black will try to attack the c3 pawn, then king d2 is a nice defense. But I find it very hard to talk about this endgame when we have this crazy insane action with white's king already on g3 in the Magnus's game.
Okay,
yeah.
we gotta back up a couple of moves and see how we got here from bishop e5.
Yeah, f takes e5, and now basically this tactical skirmish happened. Knight g6, check, king g3, queen f7, queen h5, extremely wild stuff. And Magnus opted for rook f4, which apparently, according to the engine bar, is a mistake.
Well, don't take knight f4. Or maybe you can take knight f4, actually.
Yeah, well, I mean, my guess would also be don't touch this rook. But let's just show that the idea was that king h4.
It looks absolutely ridiculous, but maybe it's possible.
Yeah, well, I find it even hard to commentate on this. Yeah, it's just very, very tricky.
Let's take a look at what are the options except knight f4. But the first thought was that knight f4 is impossible because you lose the queen, and then you realize that's king h4.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the very first, the most natural move would be, I think, rook af1, yeah, because you just want to bring all the pieces into the game, challenge this rook on f4, and Magnus definitely has the intention not to move with this rook. But how to coordinate forces? How to coordinate forces? Not easy. I mean, okay, bishop e2 played. Wow, I mean, this shows really good nerves. He just wants to protect the queen. Yeah, now he's threatening to take knight f4, and then he can just come back with the king to h2.
But then now after knight f4, there's also queen takes f4. So bishop e2 looks a little strange to me.
Looks a little strange, but okay, protects the queen. And
I mean, your move rook f1 was just so natural, no? You get the last piece into the game, you're hitting that rook on f4.
Yeah, but maybe it did simply nothing. Yeah, it was a very nice move to mention. Yeah, it's the logical move. But knight f8 was a threat. Sorry. Yeah, so rook f1 actually would have run into knight f8.
But there's always this idea of knight f4 and king knight f4, e4, and king h4.
No, now already knight g6 checkmate is coming then.
Oh,
yeah?
Let's just show that, Peter. Let's just show that.
So here, this is a really big difference that it's checkmate coming. Or you have to give the queen. So yeah, we are actually seeing some spectacular positional exchange sacrifice. This is true chess. So after bishop e2, knight f8 forces the knight takes f4 move. Knight f4, e takes f4 check. And now the bishop is alive. Black gets access to the e5 square, so don't get fooled that white is an exchange up. Black has, knight g6, look f1
Bishop
on the board.
e5. You can always put that nice bishop on that post on e5.
Yeah, you have this lovely e5 square, but the problem is that, only one piece can land there. Yeah, you can't really put both pieces there. Yeah, black plays the move b5. Tries to open things up because, he needs to activate the rook. White will always have this bishop g4 idea as well, trading the light square bishops. He needs to,
he
bishop
does it now.
g4.
He does it immediately. And after bishop takes g4, what are you going to recapture with? With the queen, and then try to maybe even get h4, h5 in?
Yeah, definitely after bishop g4, queen takes g4. I'm also stepping some queen f5, queen e6 ideas. Yeah, it's on the board. Yeah, b4. Magnus creates counterplay, kicks the knight away. Tough decision, because if you go knight e2, then black might collect the b2 pawn and will be able to rely on these very powerful pawns. Or even knight e2, maybe rook e8 is also possible. So knight d1 is of course the move. Yeah, you protect the b2 pawn. And now the question, how do you protect the e4 pawn?
Do you go queen f5?
Yeah, you probably have to go queen f5. And then what do we...
I'm very happy if you capture on f5, because then after ef5, these two pawns are very deadly.
Yes, of course. Yeah, this queen f5, ef5, then also black loses this lovely little grip on the g6 square. So after queen f5, I'm expecting, but okay, black actually can't avoid the queen trade, right? Because the knight is hanging on g6, so queen f5 kind of forces the queen trade. So how would Magnus then try to benefit from this?
Also, don't see on the board, just didn't see another way for white to defend that e4 pawn, and it just makes so much sense. And we can see the amazing setup the players are playing in. That step, that's where all the 8 players facing each other on their computer screens. Spectacular venue for the Oslo Esports Cup.
Yeah, and bishop d4 blitzed out by Magnus immediately. I mean, first of all, incredible tension, because whoever wins this game wins the match. So it's not about the game, it's about the match. And the position is so sharp. We see the evolution bar is also not entirely sure. I mean, white is an exchange and pawn up, but thanks to this incredible light, minor pieces and the pawn structure, black has wonderful compensation. I would think that unless some h4, h5 is working perfectly for white, actually I would be scared from white side. Yeah, the pawn is not coming. c3, bc, bc is an idea, then trying to go c2. Not so easy to stop this c pawn.
Tough position. And Peter, because we've got only a couple of minutes and, the players are coming down on the clock, I really want to get an update on the other board where Eric is, of course, trying to survive the match. He needs to win. Just a quick question on that. Does he have a shot?
Yeah, well, I mean, nothing really changed there. Yeah, he's torturing his opponent. There might be some bishop e8, bishop g6 regrouping, with the bishop on that diagonal. But again, with Magnus's game so sharp, we simply have no luxury to look at that end game.
So we stick to this one, but there is hope for Eric Hansen fans there. He's managed to try and create some play with the black pieces, and that would be a big, big win for Eric, taking the match into tie breaks, into playoffs. h4, h5 was the idea that we were looking at. Magnus trying to stop it with queen h7, pinning that pawn as well. King h3, so using the king to defend the h4 pawn. But at least for the time being, white doesn't have the momentum to play h5.
Exactly, yeah. Black is kind of setting up a blockade. And the rook on g4 is, on one hand, very nice that it protects the h4 pawn, but it also stops any access to the g4 square. Yeah, if the rook would not be there, then white could play queen g4 and then threaten maybe with h5. But like this, it's not really easy to understand how white should be. One attempt, rook f2, protecting the b2 pawn, trying to set up some fortress. Rook f8.
Check.
Yeah, queen e6 check, and then
there's no other square, by the way.
Yeah, king h8, and then also somewhere some f3 knight f4.
Oh, he
wow.
wants to. He's also trying to perhaps eye the move rook h8, but hard to imagine with queen d7 check. King g7 just looks a bit scary.
Yeah, king g7 looked a bit counterintuitive. I automatically put in my mind the king on h8. And I see the evolution bar suddenly jumped after king g7. Is there some, I don't know why, to be honest. Yeah, rook c2 is played. But yeah, somehow this king on g7, now rook c2 is kind of a nice move, yeah, because trying to use the momentum for some entry on the c file.
Exactly, and that's the drawback of having the king on the 7th rank to g7. I think black has to play c3 here.
Yeah, probably black has to play c3. That is also
or is he thinking about some f3 stuff?
Yeah, but fc, rook takes c4, and then already rook c7 is a very, very big threat.
And that's very scary. I don't think you can allow the c file to open up, but even after c3, you just go b takes c3. What is black playing next?
Yeah, probably b takes c3.
Let's go knight c3, or is it too greedy? Yeah, knight c3, you don't have rook c8.
Yeah, don't have, but okay, somehow it's also a bit scary from white side now.
But it's one move, Peter. I just want that knight jumping into b5 or e2 or anywhere on the board and go rook c7.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This king g7 feels like Magnus also blitzed it out too quickly. Yeah, that's what I don't like, because if you play king g7 after some thoughts, yeah, you compare the moves king h8 and king g7, then it's fine, yeah, because you have a reason why you choose this. But if you play instantly, it might give the and Magnus goes b3. Yeah,
it just had to be played. You couldn't allow the c file to open up, but now he's trying to come from the b file and still rook b3 in the air.
Yeah, and now he goes king. Yeah, Magnus goes king h8, showing that he was so unhappy with his king g7 choice.
Like literally showing, Peter. I don't know if you caught him on camera. One could just see that he realizes that things have gone very, very wrong. King g7, just a waste of a move, a waste of a tempo, because the king belongs on h8.
And in this position, a tempo is decisive. For example, another idea is rook takes b3, fc, rook b7, sacrificing the rook and getting the knight on g6 and getting access to black's king. It's also a very, very scary situation. But so, maybe even just playing knight f2 is good enough.
I mean, I see the eval bar. It seems to say that white is completely winning here and black is busted. Is there a direct way forward?
No, well, maybe actually just to move like knight f2, there is no need for any rook b7 brilliancy, which is interesting and tempting. But if knight f2 does the job, because knight f4 check is by no means any threat, then we just take and black's king is in trouble. Magnus very, very unhappy. Very unhappy, yeah, because he got great. Yeah, knight f2 is on the board.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to that strange king g7, and he realized it immediately.
Yeah, and I mean, if he loses this game, then this whole incredible comeback in the previous game means absolutely nothing.
He's got Liem down to a minute, and that might count for something. Knight f2 played. Is there a way that black can try to build up counterplay here? It's just hard to come up. What is white's next move?
Well, basically, I mean, you can even start pushing c4, c5 or whatever. I mean, rook b6, rook b7 still. I mean, for example, this rook b7 is a very, very charming idea from practical point of view. Yeah, rook b7, queen take g6. And you basically feel like you are material up and you are about to checkmate your opponent.
Magnus goes bishop f4. Is he trying to get in bishop to e3 or maybe the knight to e5? So still creating some threats here. One of them potentially bring that knight to the e5 square, hit that rook on g4, or hit the knight on f2 with bishop e3.
Yeah, it's now all about nerves. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, I think that definitely Liem knows that he's winning, and but he's just very, very short on time.
35 seconds for Liem. c4 stopping bishop e3. After knight e5, white has the sneaky queen d6 because the rook on f8 is hanging.
Yeah, somehow knight e5. Also, it runs into g6. Maybe, no, g6. Sorry, g6, knight g4, gh, knight f2, checkmate. Actually, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So bishop takes g5. Yeah, played by Magnus. Now rook takes g5 runs into queen h4, checkmate. But of course, it had been anticipated by Liem. He goes queen takes d6 immediately, hitting the rook.
So you don't have time. So bishop takes h4. What is
Runs
the move?
into queen g6.
And you don't care about anything because queen h7 trades the queens next.
Yeah, this is the problem. The knight can't take on h4 because the rook is hanging. So this queen on d6 is doing an incredible job now. Yeah, Magnus very, very angry because okay, he feels that one more trick and it might be enough, but where is this trick? Knowing that his opponent is solo on the clock. Yeah, rook g8 played and rook b8 blitzed out as well immediately. That's it. I mean, it seems like, yeah, Magnus can't pull any miracles here.
And you can just see it. He knows that it's all over. Rook b8 on the board.
Yeah, and he resigned. Yeah, that's it.
And that's it. And that was Magnus probably just saying GG.
Wow.
Amazing stuff by Liem. I mean, winning that first game in a dramatic manner. And then the second game draw, then Magnus strikes back. And this fourth game, this was a wild fight.
Yeah, Magnus took immense risk. Yeah, he wanted to win this game at all costs. Yeah, he was somehow maybe very angry with this, what happened in the first game, and he just did not want to get a playoff. But
Well
it
done by
backfired.
Liem. I mean, it's just never easy to beat the world champion in a match format. And Liem has done it after a tough day one. So, well, GG to Liem. And we've got one more game on. And Eric Hansen looks very disappointed with the position.
Yes, he is very disappointed because he knows that he had a chance. Yeah, he's shaking his head, and now it's all over. I mean, it's all over because he needs to win this game. He's definitely not going to win it. Maybe did he miss this rook e3, or there is not even a repetition of moves because yeah, that's it. Draw is good enough for Jordan. Otherwise, he's actually probably almost winning.
And Eric shaking his head there. I think he knows that he got, well, the dream scenario in a must-win situation, and that's it. This one ends in a draw, and you can see Eric just smiling because at the end of it, once the game's finished, all the players, they're back to being friends. There's a good environment here, but one could see the disappointment in him right before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we missed out on the action. Maybe we can just very quickly take a look because it seemed like, okay, but yeah, maybe this was wrong. Maybe this was wrong that he hurried too quickly to break with b5, b4. Maybe he should have just first, get this bishop to a8. But maybe he felt like if he moves the bishop, then white might move the bishop as well, and he will never have the chance to go b5, b4. I'm somehow guessing that this is the point, because otherwise it's a little bit strange. But maybe he missed something. So takes c4, bishop e8, looking very good because bishop g6 check, and the d4 pawn is about to fall. But somehow now if white keeps everything together, then actually black has compromised his structure as well. Bishop g6, king e2, bishop f5, g4, forcing fg, h5, c5, rook a6, king f2, and now white will get rook to e3, very nicely protecting the b3 bishop. That's kind of the key. And then the pawn on e6 is vulnerable, and actually from this moment on, this is when black went for this sequence of moves. And then, okay, basically he had to agree to a draw because otherwise he just loses.
Yeah, the d4 and the c5 pawn are just too strong and unstoppable if black tries to push too much. And look at our screen, Peter, the two players. It's been a tough match. They continue to analyze and to discuss everything that happened. Well, Eric Hansen, Jordan Van Forest, that went in Jordan's favor. He takes the match in 4 games. We've got one playoff. It's Jan-Krzysztof Duda taking on Anish, Giri in 2 blitz games. It's going to be, and let's just have a confirmation on this. It's what's the time control? It's 5 minutes with a 3-second increment, right?
I think so. Yeah, it's always like with 5 minutes and 3 seconds. I like it, because after all, when you play a rapid game. Yes,
Peter, we've got Liem with us in our studio, so we'll just come back.
And the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. And what has been the highlight for you today? What are you most happy about?
So this last game, I think I played pretty decently. Okay, kudos to Magnus, who really tried to complicate the game and play as he he was in a must-win situation. I think that was not really necessary of him. But okay, he got a very interesting position, and I managed to calculate some nice tactics in this game. One thing that I really felt that it was really unfortunate is the mouse slip in the first game. So it's really not the way I wanted to win, and if that was a draw, then we could have a tiebreak now.
Yeah, that's true. But still, you played some fantastic chess today to gain all 3 points in this match. So what is it like also to be in the arena, to play for the first time, I guess, for you as well, in one of these esports arenas? Are you liking it?
Yeah, very much. I think this is the way chess should be going forward in the future, and I'm very happy that the Play Magnus group and all of you here are making it possible.
Fantastic. And tomorrow, Liem, you're going to play young Praggnanandhaa, and he's been on fire so far. He won his match in 3 games yesterday. He won his match in 3 games today. What are your expectations for that match?
So yeah, I saw his games. He has been extremely impressive, and definitely I have to try my best. I think he's showing a very high level of chess right now. So hopefully I can. Hopefully tomorrow he won't play as well as the last 2 days, and we will try to have a good fight.
Fantastic. And what do you do now after you finish? So you probably go back to your hotel. Is it all about now preparing and playing some chess, or do you enjoy Oslo? Do something else?
Yeah, I'll take a quick break, have dinner, and call my wife and my parents and celebrate a little bit.
Yeah.
But okay, the fight continues tomorrow, so I have to prepare for that.
Absolutely. Well, you definitely deserve a celebration today, Liem. Congratulations on winning the match against Magnus.
Thank you. And I just would like to say that, I'm sorry for Magnus for, okay, he gifted me a really big win in the first game, and perhaps didn't have to be like that, but okay, you know, my slip happened in online chess, and
it's a part of the game, right?
Yeah, like yesterday I also had a mouse slip in the game that I lost to Mamedyarov.
Ah.
So okay, it's part of the game, and really you cannot do much about it.
Absolutely, and a well-deserved victory for you today, Liem, winning 2 games. So congratulations.
Thank you.
On that. And out in the lounge with Sverre, the players who have finished now game 4 is coming in. It's a loss for Eric Hansen, losing the match to Jordan van Voorhees.
Eric Hansen, you were very close for a while there to completing what would have been a massive comeback.
Yeah, but that's 2 days where I didn't get the job done. I was pretty lucky in this match. Jordan blundered in game 3, so it gave me some chances, and then psychologically in this most recent game I had a nice position because he's just trying to get a draw to win the match, and so I'm trying to play for a win, and I got a good position, and I'm just not playing good moves. My brain, like, I didn't deserve to win. I had a great position. I still couldn't find decent moves, and I got in time trouble and blundered everything, which has happened a few times so far.
But you are creating good positions. I mean, now you had the worst position you can have. You need to win with black, and still you have a playable position. So is it some positives to bring for tomorrow?
There's some positives. The last 2 games were a lot better than the first 2 games today, which were awful. But it does feel pretty bad to come home with 0 points still. So I'll try to take some of the positives and relax now. But very disappointing that I couldn't push more from this position that I just had.
Best luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All games in round 4 have now finished, and 3 matches.
I found that really interesting, Peter. You know how these top players, they're not happy to win like that with a mouse slip. And Liem, the way he spoke about it, of course, in online chess, mouse slip is just a part of the sport, and there's not much to be done. Everyone's been on the receiving end for it. But it's clear that for these guys, that's not how they want to win the game.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also very, I mean, it creates a very unpleasant atmosphere for the players, yeah, because you feel like Magnus is very angry. You play your game, you are trying your best, but you don't want to make your opponent angry. Yeah, so knowing that Liem is also a very big, very fine gentleman, I think he was also not comfortable with this situation at all. And I think that he's very, very happy and pleased that this game 4, which was an all-out battle from both sides, he managed to win that. Yeah, because the situation was really scary. He was way behind on the clock. The position was just very complicated. Then this knight h4, bishop takes e5, and all the following dynamics, he played extremely well. I mean, kudos to him. And I think thanks to this, he will feel that he really deserved this win, because that was a fantastic game.
A really fantastic fight, the last game between Magnus and Liem. Anything could have happened. A combative battle in the end. Liem playing precisely, keeping his nerves together down to seconds, and managed to wrap up the match against the world champion in the rapid portion, which means he gets 3 points for his hard work today. We've still got chess action coming up as Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Anish, Giri head into playoffs. The two will play 2 blitz games, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. If it ends on a 1-1 tie, then we go into an Armageddon where white will get an extra minute with 5 minutes on the clock. Black gets 4 minutes, a minute down, but white must win on demand. A draw means black wins the match. But of course, before the very often dirty Armageddon flagging that we've seen, we've got 2 epic blitz games coming up. And Peter, you were mentioning that you like this time format.
Yes, I think that it's very, very fair. For example, I don't understand why in the World Blitz and Rapid Championship, for example, after the Rapid section, yeah, because in the Blitz section, it's logical. Yeah, you played 3+2, so you automatically play 3+2 in the if it's a tiebreak. But if it's a Rapid World Championship, why after playing 15 minutes plus 10 seconds games, you immediately start with 3+2? I just find it a bit odd, because there is just no reason to do that. 5+3 I think suits much better, and let the players get into blitz mode, yeah, because it's after all deciding it's a rapid format first, and I think this is really nice. I think also the players are appreciating it, and we see always quite good quality blitz games, not this hectical stuff that you have to play a tempo immediately.
Well, it's a big game, and of course the players have little time to adjust to the change in the time format. I'm sure they had their talk with their seconds, with the players that they've come with, their coaches. What is the approach? We do have an update that Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who gets to decide the color because he had a higher tour seed before the tournament starts, so he gets to choose the color. He's picked to start the blitz with the white pieces. Peter, what do you think of that? And Jan-Krzysztof Duda starting with white, what kind of strategy are you expecting opening wise?
Yeah, it's a very interesting match with lot of Grünfelds. I mean, Duda playing Grünfeld with the black pieces against Anish Giri shows actually a lot of confidence. It shows that he really worked a lot on Grünfeld, because Anish is a great expert from white and from black. I mean, from both sides. At the same time, Anish was also trying to play the Grünfeld in game 1 when Jan-Krzysztof opted for this d4, knight f3, knight c3 setup, going for some anti-Grünfeld scenario. So the big question for me that will they continue debating the Grünfeld, or is it a little bit too risky in a decisive blitz playoff to continue this theoretical battle, and they might move to some more like Nimzo Indian kind of classical openings?
Well, we will find out their opening approach and their blitz strategy in 8 minutes. Chat, you don't want to miss this one. A big clash between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Anish Giri. This was the one match that our panelists in the pre-show also felt it has got the most potential to end up in the playoff in tie breaks. We're going to go into a short break, but before that, I'm going to ask the mods to run a poll on our chats, on all our channels, asking our audience who are they rooting for and who they think will win in the playoff. It's 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. Jan-Krzysztof Duda starts with the white pieces. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Welcome back, everyone. Big moment here at the Oslo Esports Cup as we are going into our first playoff of the event. We've got Anish, Giri taking on Jan-Krzysztof, Duda. Just a couple more moments. We've got our poll running on our YouTube chat, I think. So definitely tell us, who do you think will win this match now that it's gone into the blitz portion? Peter, a very, very big fight. Even though we've had 4 draws, it wasn't lacking excitement.
Absolutely, and it's some big theoretical clash. I mean, I would have not, remember that Duda is such a big expert in the Grunfeld, yeah? And challenging Anish in a Grunfeld debate in a match scenario. I mean, it's one thing to surprise him in the one game, but to willingly get into this big clash, it shows that Duda really believes that he has done a lot of work on the Grunfeld recently. It's also very interesting keeping in mind that, the candidates is coming, so maybe actually already Duda is practicing as much Grunfeld as possible, who knows. And Anish, on the other hand, because also I think this is very important to mention, since Anish is not in the candidates, there is basically no reason why he should be hiding any of his big secrets. Yeah, this is the moment where he can earn a lot of money, get a lot of prestige, show that, yes, I missed out on the candidates, but actually here I am, yeah, and I'm winning big events. So I feel like he's super motivated, and that's what it makes it all the more interesting.
This is amazing. And take a look at the setup. The players are all set to go. It's 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. Anish and Jan-Krzysztof Duda ready to start any moment in this spectacular venue that we've got. If it ends in a tie, we will head to an Armageddon. It all comes down to what the players decide, what is going to be their opening approach. I saw that Jan-Krzysztof Duda had his headphones on, and I'm just wondering, is he really listening to music? Maybe our producer can give us some insights on that before this epic clash of going into Blitz. And we do have a confirmation that Jan-Krzysztof Duda here is pumping up with music, and we've got liftoff.
Yeah, they continue this anti-Grünfeld debate. Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof is trying to not to let Anish play the Grünfeld, but look at this. Anish just very, very quickly bounces out his moves, this knight c6, knight e4, clearly knowing his stuff, yeah, pushing e5. I think this idea is known from the Reti, but from the Reti you are tempi up from the side who is playing this position. Very, very interesting, yeah, and again c3.
Peter, I'm still getting my head around the fact that in a Blitz game, at such a crucial moment, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is listening to music while playing.
Yeah, this is actually kind of shocking news. Yeah, it's really, I don't know. He might be used to. Yeah, he might be used to. He already played last year, but Anish keeps on impressing me by blitzing out all his moves. This is not mainstream theory. You know, it shows like he's very, very into this kind of positions.
All right, the development continues from Duda's side, knight d2, so that after knight takes f3, you can recapture with the knight. Peter, is black looking at any kind of a kingside expansion with moves like f5?
Yes, I think so, that f5 is the thematic move. Yeah, f5 is on the board. Yeah, it's...
Anish bringing on the pressure there.
Yeah, f5. Okay, we see that according to the computer, there is just no pressure at all. Yeah, white goes for d takes e5, but humanly speaking, definitely it looks like black is trying something. A good question, is a move like knight takes g5, queen g5, f4 a good idea, or is it a bad idea? Yeah, that's very difficult to answer. That
Good
just
or
show
bad,
this.
it's super committal after this trade to go f4, and maybe just the queen falls back, and that e3 pawn, maybe queen e7.
Yes, e3 pawn, bishop on h2 is kind of bad piece. Yeah, of course, white doesn't go for it. White goes for rook a d1, bringing the... But this case, if black will have the chance of pushing something, I feel that... Okay, king h8.
Wow, that's nerves of steels. I mean, you've got this knight jumping around, but luckily after the move knight e4, you've got the intermezzo knight takes f3 coming in with a check, and then you move the queen.
Exactly. That's kind of very important. Yeah, bishop b5, a typical idea, trying to put pressure on the e5 pawn. Very, very important.
You've got to make queen e7 at some point, no? Just sidestep from the d file, defend the e5 pawn.
Yeah, but now already you have to calculate a lot of things. Yeah, that how does this all work out? Yeah, Anish taking his time. Yeah, now it's not so simple. Yeah, queen e7 looks like the most natural move, but a lot to calculate here. I mean, already all this, yeah, but very complex. Yeah, very complex. But Anish taking his time after bishop b5. Will he find, he goes knight a7. He just wants to avoid any kind of bishop takes c6 ideas. Wow. Bishop c4. You know why I'm a little bit silent, that I just don't even have the feeling like how to evaluate. It's such a double-edged position. Yeah, because if somehow black moves e4, then the bishop opens up, but if black's knight reaches e5, then it's not a problem. If it does not reach, then it's a big point. Is black trying to go f5, f4, but then things are opening up on the e file? It shouldn't be good for black.
Maybe bishop e6 is something that black can try at some point. You've got to be careful of that e5 weakness all the time, but he goes immediately for e4. And I'm just wondering, is Anish going to go knight d4? He goes knight d4, so there's no more bishop e6.
Yeah, but this one is somehow strategically not right. Yeah, I told you if black plays e4, then only when the knight jumps to e5. I don't like this action with the knight on a7.
But can you just tell us a little more? What are the drawbacks of having that knight on a7 and going for e4? Is it just simply because that knight is completely out of the game?
Yeah, it just feels like, you know, white might be able to strike somehow. Yeah, maybe even a move like f4. Of course, it's very committal, but it's very direct position. So maybe already you can think about some direct options, but maybe just keeping the pressure. I mean, how do you get queen b3? Very logical, stopping the development of this bishop. Knight c6 is not something, I mean, you did not want to destroy your pawn structure before. Probably you don't want it now. b6 played. Look at this knight on a7.
And
very
how is
scary.
it ever coming back? I mean, c6 square is controlled, b5 is controlled. At some point, does he want to go bishop b7, knight c8, get that knight to d6?
Yeah, probably that's the idea, but it somehow feels way too slow. I would think, like, you know, the only thing would be a little bit scary is some f5, f4, but with all the pieces still on, you know, undeveloped on the queen side, this f4 shouldn't be dangerous. Rook d2.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda just aiming to double up the rooks on the d file.
Yes.
And also now after a move like, well, he's gone for bishop d7 because bishop b7, that e6 square is lost. You lose control, and knight e6 you have to watch out for. So bishop d7 controlling that square, still trying. Anish's main aim is to get that knight from a7 into the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if suddenly the knight somehow could jump to d6, it would be great news, but it's not so easy. After knight c8, there will be also some bishop d5 ideas besides. Now something on the d file, yeah, like, I don't know, knight c8, for example, move like knight f3, is that a good idea or is it a bad idea? I don't know. Rook a8 played. So at least this rook is in the game. We see the evaluation bar apparently giving huge advantage to white, but not, I mean, humanly speaking, it's not clear why white is so much better. I don't think that humanly white is really so much better. I mean, okay, he has the d file, that's good news, but I mean, how to do the maximum out of this d file?
But Peter, the clock situation, Anish at least has the advantage on the clock.
Yes, and white opts for knight e2. I mean, this was the move that was also kind of smiling on me. Yeah, that knight e2, you open up the rooks, you take control of this f5, f4 counterplay, especially now that black has both his rooks ready to start counterplay. A very, very nice tempting move to stabilize. And where is this bishop moving?
You can go to c6 and still try to get knight c8, knight d6 in next.
Yeah, but after bishop c6, there is a question that what happens if I maybe start with bishop d5, because after the trade of the bishops, I get anti-squares. Yeah, d5 and d7 squares will be very vulnerable. I don't think you can really allow me to take the light square bishop, which means that probably you have to go bishop c8, but bishop c8 is also not such a happy choice.
I mean, then once again, the question of what happens to that knight on a7 after a move like bishop d5. On the board, as you mentioned, not bishop c6, but bishop c8. Not a happy choice, but black wants to go knight c6 next. Can white anyway go bishop d5?
Yeah, well, maybe after bishop d5, a move like bishop a6 comes to mind. Yeah, trying to activate the bishop and still hope that maybe one day the knight will reach d6. So very tough.
It's all a fight between the two players against the activity of the a7 knight. Anish, Giri.
Wow, hang on. Bishop f7, rook e7. So we might be seeing some very forced lines with rook d8. Yeah, takes king g7. Rook g8 check.
King h6.
King h6 and wow, but hang on. There are so many. Even bishop takes g6 and then some queen g8 check knight. I mean, oof.
Bishop g6 is very scary. With bishop g6, probably h takes g6 and the king is somewhat safe. Oh, hard to say where, but let's just quickly take a look while the players have a think. Undoubtedly, Duda is calculating the sacrifice. And after knight f4, you're hitting g6, queen g7, saving that checkmate.
Yeah, so he goes rook g8 check, king h6. Maybe just knight f4 now. Maybe just knight f4 because now the bishop is not hanging anymore and settling
You want to go
bishop
bishop
takes.
g6?
Yeah, maybe just knight f4. And if g5, then queen d1 wins the game because then suddenly queen h5 checkmate. Yeah.
That's incredible. Queen d1, this queen retreat, and this geometry of getting the queen to the attack from b3, d1, h5 is stunning. And no matter which piece you take, whether it's the knight on f4, the bishop on f7, queen lands on h5.
Yeah, and it's on the board. Yeah, Duda run to 30 seconds, but it might not matter at all because next move is bishop take g6. g5 runs into this queen d1 stunning idea with checkmate follow.
And once again, black's pieces just stuck on the queen side. That knight on a7 just didn't have a game at all.
Yeah, look at this and how quickly things turned so dangerous. Yeah.
Bishop f7, what a breathtaking idea. Just getting all the pieces into the attack. Knight f4, bishop g6 is the big threat on the board.
Yeah, now Anish's problem that, okay, he was very comfortable with a nice time advantage, but now suddenly time really does not matter at all. If it's lost, maybe he has to go queen f6, but queen f6 basically already allows all this.
But bishop g6 and you just take everything. Is that the idea? Queen f6, bishop g6, and he's gone for, has he made a move?
No, not yet. Yeah, he's spending all his time because he knows that this is extremely important. I mean, with all those pieces, it feels like, you know, the queen and two pawns should be very, very powerful, but maybe white has something even stronger. Wow. I mean, I don't know. Queen f6 seems to be strictly the only move to me. Trying to guard. But still, no moves has been played. It's only me now playing it on the analyzing board, protecting g6, hitting the bishop on f7. So that's why white does not have the luxury of just making a move. Yeah, queen f6 on the board had to be played. So we might see all this taking, and then with the queen entering on g8 with a check.
And the king has to go to f6, right? Because king h8, then king goes to f6 to try to keep all the pieces defended.
Yeah, and okay, the danger is, of course, if suddenly the h-pawn starts running with all these pieces and even the knight can't move because the bishop on c8 is hanging. Bishop e6, wow, queen g5, king f7, but h5.
Keep going, keep rolling that pawn down the board.
Yes, queen g6, check h6. I mean, the line I'm discussing is rook e8, yeah, because after h6, I would at least have rook g8, that would be a defense, but rook e8 runs into queen g6 check, and then you push. King f8 played.
Queen and the pawn combo is just too strong, and once again, that knight on a7 coming to haunt Anish Giri.
Yes, yeah, and now he's losing all the pawns.
You can go g4, g5 as well.
Yes, now it's the time to, yeah, g4 on the board.
This is incredible play by Duda. I mean, he just looks so relaxed. He's got a playlist going on, and he's just, one gets the feeling that this has been a one-sided game, a bit of an outplay by him.
Yeah, he's controlling. I mean, he got his position. Yeah, somehow this knight a7 really backfired. I mean, it was not the move. And now he's just settling g5, g6. Yeah. Rook f7, kicking this beautiful queen away from f6. Yeah, queen h8 check. Yeah, king d7 had to be played. After king e7, queen b8 was trapping the knight. Also, it was very funny. So queen d4 check.
And we can take a look at Anish's board. I mean, he's just not, you can see that it's a bit shaky for him. He doesn't know where to move the king.
Yeah, all his pieces are shaky. Yeah, that's the problem. And king c8 runs into queen d5 double attack. He might just lose material. Yeah, because king d7, queen d5 check, king e7, queen b7, for example, traps the knight. That's also a big problem.
Peter, this has been a very high-class blitz game by Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Absolutely. He's down to 19 seconds, queen b7, and that's it.
That's it. That knight on a7, which didn't have a life, finally finds itself trapped, and it's game over.
Well, but no, hang on. Now, Anish is, if he manages to, if he would be able to eliminate both pawns, then actually he has some kind of a fortress.
But how do you eliminate both pawns? Because after queen
Yes.
e8, it's just impossible. Rook f6 runs into queen d7.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a game over on the spot. Otherwise, there would have been some chance. And bishop g6 runs into h7, also quite stylish.
Pretty. Rook f6, queen d7, bishop f5, queen g7 check, and you go 8. He gets even more greedy. Queen c7, rook h6. There's queen f4 picking up the bishop.
Yes, exactly. So king f3, king f1. Yeah, not allowing black to escape with the king.
And queen f4 is a checkmate threat.
Yeah, king e1. And now Anish is done on the clock and he resigns. Yeah.
Unbelievable game. Jan-Krzysztof Duda takes the lead in their blitz playoff, Peter. Not just the result, but I have to say that was a brilliantly played game by Duda, taking advantage of that one weakness, one mistake that Anish made of putting his knight on a7, never allowed it back into the game, captured it at the end. And with those pawns, it was absolutely incredible to see that, which means Anish Giri has to win the second blitz game on demand. And then we get an Armageddon. Peter, your summary of what we just witnessed.
Well, I would like to highlight again the time control, yeah, because in order to play such a high level blitz game, I think it really needs to be 5+3. Yeah, if it would have been 3+2, then you just can't play on this level. And I'm very, very happy. And you could see that, for example, Anish was way too fast. Yeah, I think he was in his mind not exactly adjusting to this 5+3 scenario. If this game would have been played with 3+2, his play might have been enough. Yeah, but with 5+3, actually, Duda very nicely used his time. He spent time when it was needed. He outplayed Anish. He felt those nuances when he doubled the rooks. Then he spent time to find his bishop f7 idea. Then he executed it wonderfully. It was really true art, the way Duda won this game.
Just amazing stuff. And I want to run a poll on chat. I know there are lots of Anish fans who are hoping that he is able to make a comeback. Let's see how much they believe in Anish's ability. He will have the white pieces in the next game. He has to throw the kitchen sink at Jan-Krzysztof Duda and try and do everything he can to win the next game, to force it into an Armageddon. Let's run a poll to see, will Anish make a comeback? Yes or no? Peter, we've got a couple of minutes, so maybe let's just go through the action we saw, because like you were mentioning, such turning points, and finally bishop f7 and that forcing line, it just seemed like everything collapsed after that.
Yeah, somehow I think this is the first important critical moment. Yeah, we have been talking about this, that the move knight a7 somehow really was a bad direction, especially for a blitz game, because after that Anish never really stabilized his position. We don't know exactly why he refrained from the move queen e7 or the take, for example, on f3 first. Yeah, the takes queen e7 was also more of a solid choice. Of course, it's always bothering that your opponent can destroy your pawn structure, but you also get dynamics with bishop a6. Yeah, it's not like you only get weaknesses. I somehow feel that Anish played way too fast. He should have spent a little more time here. It was just so complex. I knew nothing about the position. And after bishop c4, knight f3, queen b6, a4. This still might be kind of okay for black, but there's a problem. You can't develop the bishop to e6 because then knight takes e5 works and wins a crucial pawn. That was the reason why Anish pushed d4. But I think this is already a real strategical mistake, because after e4, knight d4, bishop e5 takes queen b3. From this moment on, it was clear that black is kind of stuck with real bad pieces, and white has very easy play. Rook d2, bishop d7, rook fd1, rook a8, knight e2. Wonderful, nice retreat. But knowing what happened, actually, this was the key move for the coming attack. Yeah, because it hit the bishop, and now after bishop c8.
Not only did it hit the bishop, Peter, the knight landed up on the very key square f4.
Yes. Exactly. And using this, masterfully, that bishop f7, rook e7, and you can go for this and takes, rook g8 check, king h6, knight f4. There is no defense against bishop takes g6. And still black's knight is very, very far from action. Wonderful play.
That was incredible. I just had a little laugh because I saw on our chat, we by mistake ran a poll which said, can Duda come back in the match? Yes or no? And there was, apparently we got one vote on that, which was yes. But we do have the right poll running. So everyone, please tell us what your thoughts on that one is. 60% believe that Anish will make a comeback in this coming game. Well, he doesn't have an option. He's got to do everything he can. And Peter, he starts with the white pieces. What is your opening prediction? 1e4 is what I'm going to go with.
Well, I also feel like, especially now that he lost this first game, it's not the right moment to get into theoretical discussion in the Grunfeld. It's clear that Duda is quite well prepared. Maybe even an anti-Grunfeld, yeah, with knight f3, c4. That's usually when you know that your opponent plays the Grunfeld, it's kind of a tempting option because it leads to completely different dynamics. And for example, after the move knight f3, you stop your opponent to play any e5 systems, yeah, because I do recall there was this incredible final between Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and we have seen some c4 e5 games. So if you know that Jan-Krzysztof is actually playing e5 and he's combining with Grunfeld now his repertoire, then maybe you can think about anti-Grunfeld with knight f3. But who knows, maybe after knight f3, Duda has his wonderful preparation. And another thought is that, yeah, you just say like, I don't care. I don't want any finesses. I just going to go e4. I'm going to go for the most sharp lines. Let me show what Duda has in store for me.
Anish has often said, right, e4 best by test. So it's going to be interesting to see if he wants to stick by his theory. Many people I see in chat claiming that single vote. Well, we'll never find out who was that one person who voted for can Duda make a comeback. But for now, we've got 60% of the chat saying it's Anish who they believe will do it in this game. And Peter, do we have, no, we don't have liftoff. We do see the players have taken their seats. Anish on the white side, again, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. And if this game, Anish pulls it off, if he wins with the white pieces, then that means we will be treated to an Armageddon. Peter, I know that Armageddon is always is a hot topic for debate. It's fair, it's not fair, the madness that we witness on it, often the dirty flagging, which is a big part of it. And we'll find out. But before that, Anish Giri starts with one knight f3.
Knight f3 and the anti-Grunfeld. I told you that it's very, very logical. Just this balancing, and now black plays e6. So basically what it means that if you play d4, you actually got your opponent into some territory that you were willing to play with white going for d4. But we are seeing some anti-Catalan. We are seeing some anti-Catalan with a lot of finesses. I mean, this is an opening that you can study basically almost all your life, and you keep on discovering new nuances. a6, queen c2, c5. Yeah, this is a very fashionable line. I think it used to be Vishian, and I think Vichy was playing it back like 10 years ago. Knight c3.
So is white wanting to develop the dark bishop, the bishop on c1? Okay, with d4. That's the point.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends how black is reacting. Yeah, but of course, yeah, queen c7, it's main move. Yeah, white goes d4. And all kinds of, but you know, this is a very, very big test for black, and in general also for white, because lot of nuances are happening here. So many finesses. Yeah, b6, bishop f4 now on the board. Different move orders. Yeah, it's not like you can play by hand. Yeah, you really have to remember everything. Bishop d6. So how
bishop
does it
d6.
go?
So do you trade because black is just simply threatening to snap up the bishop? So bishop d6, queen d6, knight e4, hitting the queen, and after knight e4, queen e4, the rook on a8 comes under attack.
Yes, this is very important. And I think there was a game Yuyanji surprised Bluebaum in Grand Swiss last year. I saw that game live. I was following, and I was like shocked because suddenly you turn on the engine, yeah, online while you are watching, and I mean, in a seemingly natural position, the computer was showing like +1 for white. And that's why I keep it in my memory, like, okay, almost nothing happened. And all of a sudden it's +1. It shows how tricky these positions are.
So rook a7, black wants to go bishop b7, taking advantage of white's exposed queen on e4. dc5, knight c5, Hitting
Yeah,
the queen
DC5.
anyway.
Yeah, I do believe that this, and maybe now white plays the move queen e3, and then some castles, and b4 is coming, rook fd1, and somehow black was unable to coordinate his pieces in that game. It was a classical game, and white went on to win quite convincingly. Queen e5, that's a shocking move, because Anish needs to win. Anish needs to win on demand, and he trades queens. Why? I don't get this.
But are there still some finesses with these threats on the c6 square, or do you think bishop b7 just neutralizes everything?
Well, probably there are some finesses, and I really know that, Anish is the best player in the world in this type of positions. He has beaten me twice in this structure. I know how strong he is, but still, I kind of find it very hard to believe that now when you are in a must-win situation, then you trade like this.
A bit of a head shake there by Anish, and I wonder why that was. Did he mix up, bungle up some sort of a move order? Bishop b7, rook b7, going for long castle, trying to keep some dynamics in the position. One thing's for sure, that it's going to go down to the wire. He's going to play this position out till the end.
Yeah, wow. I mean, knight d7, this is, hang on, now knight c6 is possible. Knight c6 is possible. Very, very important, because
Knight c6,
rook c7, rook d6, you can't play knight b8 because of rook d8 checkmate. And otherwise I sidestep. No, Anish goes knight d3, missing this knight c6 opportunity. I think that he's just affected by what happened in the pre. I mean, this is not the Anish not this, incredible precise Anish that we normally know, and now black is out of any danger. Just out of any danger. I mean, it's very, very minimalistic, but it's just nothing at all.
Duda continues to listen to his playlist. And as you're saying, all problems solved. The rooks are doubled up on the c file. The knight on d7 stops any activity of the knight on d3. Anish playing f3. Does he want to advance in the center with e4 next?
Well, okay, he just wants to keep the tension, yeah, because he cannot really do anything. He will try to make, as many useful little moves as possible before committing anything. Yeah, Duda is now pushing a5, b5. He thinks like, why not? Maybe he also plans to activate the knight. Yeah, activate the knight to b6 because it might threaten to jump knight c4. And if you stop with b3, then then the knight jumps to d5, and other entry points are coming. So that's it.
Might end up pushing this one. Once the knight arrives on c4 or d5, then you're already looking at some ideas where black is perhaps in driving seat. Compare the pieces, the pawns, it's so much symmetry. Knight f4 stops the move knight d5, but this does allow black to go knight c4.
Yeah, okay, now black is just clearly better. He has the better rooks, he has the better knight. This knight on f4 is completely out of the game. Black has very easy play, maybe just keep on advancing the pawns on the queen side. I don't know. Anish completely lost it. Yeah, a4. But it all started with queen trade. Queen e5. Okay, you are in a must-win situation. He just hurried. I don't feel like he adjusted himself to this 5+3 time control. He just played too fast. Yeah.
Right, looking tough. It almost looks like the kind of position where if black wants to be in a must-win situation or is trying to push, then this is a dream scenario for black.
Yeah, g5. Now I don't know. Some b4 a3 is coming, and black might just win the game. Black is so active. White's pieces are somehow completely crammed. Yeah, b4 on the board, and then after a3, the king and the rooks will be in big trouble.
And meanwhile, white has advanced all these pawns on the queen side, but they're not headed anywhere. There's no weakness that white can get to. And suddenly Anish has to be careful about his position. But Peter, after b4, you're aiming for a3 or b3?
Well, I think I'm aiming for a3 because you can't play b3 because of knight b2 fork. Yeah, h4 on the board. Okay, now after a3, you have to take on a3, but it's
so tempting.
Yeah, super scary, but okay.
But probably after a3, b takes a3, and if you take it with the pawn, he wants to go rook b3.
Yes, but then knight d2 check, then it's checkmate, yeah? This is beautiful tactics.
Let's show that.
Yeah, rook b3 runs into knight d2 check, rook d2, rook c1 checkmate. So yeah, Anish goes rook e1. I mean, imagine that it's not only the problem that that white is in a lot of trouble. He needs to win this game, yeah, not just survive, because otherwise we could speculate that if black misses his chance, then white might survive, but survive is not enough.
It's you need a miracle to win this one. I mean, here the only thing in which scenario we get an Armageddon is if Jan-Krzysztof Duda out and out blunders.
Yeah, or he gets carried away by too many tempting options. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Yeah, you have such a nice position and everything looks good. You spend too much time and so on, but I don't see it happening. White is just too passive. I mean, just too passive. There, nothing moves. Rook c5. Actually, I think this is absolutely right. No need to try to go for some forced lines. White doesn't have a move. Just keep him in his misery. Yeah, just don't help him get out. Yeah, and poor Anish. I mean, really, he should be very, very frustrated that he did not manage to pose any problem
with the white pieces, right? I mean, you look at this position, it feels like black got everything going. That knight on c4, a5, b5, a4, b4, a3. The pawn has landed on a3. Cramped up white's king is boxed up. Meanwhile, white's progress with the pawns on the king side just hasn't yielded any results at all. No weaknesses created.
Yeah, this knight on f4 is a very, very strange piece, right? I mean, it really does nothing. I mean, just compare it with the other knight. Duda goes g6, yeah, just fixes the structure.
But where is he going to break through? Once again, that question comes in. He played the move rook c5, g6, not creating any major threat currently, but at some point, he'll have to do something, can't just keep waiting. So what's the strategy next?
Well, but he doesn't need to win, yeah? So he's just happy sitting in a nice position, and he says like, okay, it's up to Anish to show that how he can really get out with his pieces. The big question now also, can black give a check and get with the rook somehow in? But I mean, rook b2 always, rook takes a3 is the trick, and rook takes e2, there is a intermezzo check with rook a7. Yeah, that's the, let's just show this, yeah?
Let's show this, rook b2, rook a3, knight a3, the rook on b2 hangs, and after this, there's the intermezzo check. He goes for another idea of trying to get rid of white's active rook on d3 with the move rook d8.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, because actually if this rook on d3 disappears, then white's construction with the pawn on f3 will become very, very vulnerable.
Very vulnerable, and not to mention knight e3, knight c2 mating ideas on the board.
Yeah, so actually it would be tempting to go for rook c3, trying to eliminate this knight, but then the knight probably just moves and black will threaten to enter with the rook.
But then a3 hangs. If you move the knight, rook takes a3, no?
Yes, I don't have a good square. So rook b4, yeah, protecting the knight and threatening rook d2. Yeah, very well played.
And this was your idea, Peter. You wanted to bring the rook to the second rank, but there was this threat of rook a3. So Jan-Krzysztof Duda brings the other rook to the second rank.
Yeah, and okay, now knight c1. Yeah, Anish is trying to get some safety with his knight. But hang on, now okay, knight d2 is met by knight d3. It's a funny position.
Do you have knight f3 in that position? It's a bit crazy, yeah?
Yeah, because there is finally a fork on c6.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a fork on c6. Things are but for example, also knight d2, knight d3, rook bd4 is an option. Yeah, putting pressure on the knight, but then I was afraid that knight jumps to e5. Yeah, I don't.
And then suddenly there's a3 hanging, knight c6 in the air.
But then knight takes f3. Yeah, that was the tactic that I was calculating. Yeah, exactly. Knight f3 I was counting on. We might be seeing this. Knight d3 on the board, rook bd4, knight e5, knight takes f3, because back rank issue is a problem.
Peter, let's just quickly show that. So if
no, he opts for rook b5.
Okay, he goes for rook b5. So no rook d4, stops knight e5 as well, which is a good idea. Just killing all counterplay. And after rook takes a3, he wants to go knight f3.
Yeah, exactly. But also, hang on, Rook
b8 maybe.
Rook
Peter,
b8, but okay, you have at least a check, so it's not a checkmate, but very scary stuff.
Rook b8 threatening a mate on b1. Rook a3 has been picked up. So rook b8, unfortunately, for Duda doesn't finish the game because after rook a7, the a pawn moves forward, creating a lift for the king, but he goes for it anyway.
Yeah, so rook a7, king e8, I'm guessing, yeah, king e8.
And you go a4.
Well, a4 runs into rook b3 and then rook a3. One should only push the pawn to a3.
Important point.
Yeah, well, I think that Anish should be at least happy because now the situation is that things have clarified. Both players are low on the clock, and if nothing happens to him, there are now suddenly some scenarios which can be also fine for, end with happiness. Rook b3.
Rook b3. After knight f3, there were all these lines with rook f1 hitting the f7 pawn as well. So he goes for rook b3, hitting that knight on d3. What's a good square here? Knight e5.
Yeah, but knight e5 runs into knight takes f3, for example, and then who knows if you are, knight b4 is kind of tempting. You want to keep as much tension as possible. But now knight c4.
Tricky now a little bit.
Yeah, knight takes f3. Okay, now it gets chaotic and both players down to 10 seconds. Now anything can happen here.
That's crazy, right? We thought this position and just the way it was played, that Duda is out of any danger, and this is nothing to worry about. And then suddenly there's chaos with 10 seconds on the clock.
Exactly, yeah. Okay.
So if rook c7, he wants to go knight e5.
Yes, knight e5. Yeah, so king a2, rook e3. Thanks to this e5 square, Duda is holding. And now he's collecting. Yeah, now he's collecting the pawns. Rook f4 protecting.
And h4 is hanging as well, just too many pawns.
Yeah, but knight d8, knight e5, knight e5 coming back, yeah.
7 seconds to 12 seconds.
Yeah, okay, now things are clarifying, but okay, with few seconds on the clock, you can never feel like that's it.
He's trying to repeat, but Anish won't go rook d7 while he just keeps trying to build up a little bit of time on the clock. Checks.
Wow, this is checkmate. Yeah, rook b5
b3,
and rook takes a4.
And rook
yeah, that's
a4.
it.
And that's it. Well, he could have gone king a5 in that moment, no?
Yeah, well, okay, Anish, I think lost control already completely.
And wow, you can see with that, both players leave the arena, and this means Jan-Krzysztof Duda takes away this match in the playoffs. And Peter, our scoring system is such that if the players win in tiebreaks, then the winner gets 2 points, while the loser gets 1 point. So Anish still gets a point. It's been a long day of chess here and fantastic play, but I think the blitz portion just belonged to Duda.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, he was dominating this
Peter, we have an
game.
interview, so let's just quickly go there.
Yes, you do. That's great. Some interesting match coming up tomorrow for sure. I don't have to refocus. After every match, you have to look forward. No matter you win or lose, every day is a challenge.
Good luck.
Thanks.
And we're also going to have a chat here with Jan-Krzysztof, who's coming by. And congratulations on a very well executed blitz match.
Thank you.
How would you summarize the day as a whole?
Yeah, it's been a very tough day, a long one for sure. I'm just happy, to play reasonably well, I would say. Maybe too solid, a little bit too solid for my taste, but yeah, I didn't commit too much errors, I think. And yeah, I'm also happy with my blitz game with white pieces. It was very, very nice.
You're saying you're too solid, but when you get into the blitz part of this match, you said in the interview before you consider yourself a favorite, and did it go as expected?
Yeah, I was creating command in blitz. Yeah, actually, I played, I think, very decent game with white pieces. I was very satisfied. Yeah, I was a little bit low on time at the moment, but just couldn't figure out what to do after g5 at some point, and then realized there is queen d1 tactics, which was very important actually to see beforehand. Yeah, and apart of that, okay, my technique was maybe not so great, but good enough for a blitz game. So, and with black pieces, yeah, I got like the upper hand. I mean, I didn't have much problems. Actually, I was a bit surprised that I mean, he could have prolonged game so much. I mean, for so long. Like I thought I mean, because I thought I was just better, but draw was enough for me, of course, and wanted to clinch it somehow. But I mean, I just couldn't have found a way. So that was pretty annoying actually, because it looked like, I mean, I was just attacking him for nothing, and I mean, and I just didn't see, I mean, any direct idea actually. So yeah, I perhaps, I mean, overestimated my chances. I mean, maybe A3 was just unnecessary. But yeah, part of that, I mean, it got a little bit like crazy at some point, but I think I was in control. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think so. And yeah, it was nice actually to deliver checkmate. He just blundered, I assume, but yeah, but I mean, I was in total control.
Congratulations, Jan-Krzysztof, and good luck again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, after 2 blitz games, the first tiebreaks in the Oslo Esports Cup.
Sure. Wow, interesting summary there by Duda about the game. And what he mentioned, Peter, that he got this free hand, this free flow to get this attack on the queen side going. But somehow he wasn't able to make anything of it, and that was frustrating for him.
Yes, that was the second game, but it was also very nice. And I want to highlight again that he said that, yeah, it was very crucial in the first blitz game that he spotted after G5 this beautiful Queen D1. Yeah, when we discovered it, we were also very, very happy. It was so quick action, we couldn't even show that after Rook F7, yeah, Queen H5 checkmate happens. And after
G takes F4, I mean, regardless of which minor piece you pick up, you end up with this mate.
Exactly. Yeah, that's but it's kind of always stunning when the winning move, which gives checkmate, is a move which moves backwards. Yeah, Queen D1, and I can understand why Jan-Krzysztof is so pleased. Yeah, because this was really a masterpiece, and he should be super happy.
And I think in this whole game, it was just the idea of playing against that knight on A7, and it was really wonderfully converted by him. But what a big fight this was between Anish and Duda, starting from their rapid games, 4 big draws, but the blitz just didn't seem to work for Anish. I think in both games, even with the white pieces in the next one, he really was not able to get that advantage going that, well, an advantage is too big a word, but get a game going that you need to try for a win.
Yeah, well, I mean, to me, it really comes down to this moment, because I really feel, maybe I'm mixing up because I'm not such a big expert, but I saw this game and it somehow feels like, okay, you need to win. You're going to play the move Queen E3. You keep the tension. Yeah, you feel like somehow Black is lacking some coordination. For example, okay, let's just castle. We both castle. And we see that we have ideas with Rook FD1. The Queen on D6 is a target. We might be able to come with B4 hitting this knight. The knight is coming to E5, targeting the C6. I mean, you keep the tension going, yeah? Then Anish first played the move Queen E5. I just couldn't really believe why. And then after takes Bishop B7, it looks like he has nothing. Then he goes long castles. And after knight D7, he a tempo went back with the knight to D3, after which he has absolutely no chance. And he still had like 3.5 or 4 minutes. There is just no reason. If you retreat the knight to D3, no matter if you have 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, you don't have any chances of winning the game, yeah? But there was a moment if he slows down, yeah, to spot knight C6 tactics. Because knight C6, if you can keep the knight on C6, then Anish knows it very well. I mean, he beat me, as I mentioned during the broadcast, twice with minimalistic things, yeah? But give him this knight on C6 in a calm situation without all these nerves, he will tell you, okay, I can go knight C6 with the justification Rook C7, Rook D6, and the knight cannot use the pin because both knight B8 and knight E5 is met by Rook D8 checkmate, which means that actually Black will have to lose a time for castling, after which you can sidestep with the king to B1, solving all these pin issues. I mean, you have all the attack, you have everything, and Black is in a lot of trouble. So very uncharacteristic mistakes for Anish, who is usually so precise.
This is a very subtle point that you made. And after King B1, Black doesn't even have the time to double up on the C file because of the fork on E7. And White is just going to continue with Rook D1, bringing the game into, bringing a game on. And definitely this would have been a big fight. That knight on C6, despite symmetrical pawn structure, equal pawns, is just a dominating piece in the position. So he did get that one shot, but I think he just hurried up, was a bit rash, and knight d3. And after that, Jan-Krzysztof Duda did not give him a chance to really try anything on the king's side. In the end, 2-0 to Duda, taking this match. Peter, two big heavy favorites faced a difficult day, Magnus Carlsen and Anish Giri.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have seen some incredible battles. Yeah, there, of course, it all started with this terrible, unfortunate mistake by Magnus, the mostly. But I have to say that afterwards, yeah, Magnus came back with winning this incredible game 3. I mean, in wonderful style. And then in the game 4, going all in with the black pieces, which was absolutely not necessary. But thanks to this, we witnessed an incredible game. I mean, where Liem really could show some incredible skills, because I mean, if you ask me in the middle of that game, how that game will end, I would have told you, I mean, Magnus is a clear favorite. He's up on the clock. White's position is very risky, but all this knight h4, bishop takes e5 ideas were just very precise. And after in this crazy jungle also, Liem very nicely coordinated all his forces. Magnus did play a good game, but then with one move with this king h8, yeah, we can maybe bring that back. Bring it up. Let me just find it. Yeah, here it is. So it was this absolutely chaotic, fascinating position, incredible fight to decide everything. And after rook f8, queen e6 check, just the simple move king h8. And also here, Magnus had like 6-7 minutes, and he a tempo played the move king g7. Just slow down, decide. Do I have two options? Yes, I can put the king to h8 or put the king on g7. Just slow down a bit so that you not do that decision based on the nerves, yeah, but just because you decided that, okay, you compare the two moves and you think that one of these moves are better. Yeah, that was a very, very big miss by Magnus, and he paid a heavy price for it.
Definitely one of the scintillating games of today. And I think the other one that comes to mind is Pragg against Shah. Their first game, the turnarounds we witnessed there with that g6 move, just so much fighting chess. But I think this first blitz game by Duda, I mean, just the way he played, super instructive chess and amazing play throughout. We've got our big day 3 coming up. Let's take a look at where the players stand at the end of day 2 in the Oslo Esports Cup. And look at that. Leading the leaderboard, the youngest player in the fray, 16-year-old Praggnanandhaa with 6 game points. He's won both his matches in just 3 games. Phenomenal play so far. He plays against Liem tomorrow. And despite having a loss, Anish, who did get 1 point because the match went into tie breaks, is in second spot with 4 points, while Magnus Carlsen, Leko, Liem, Jordan and Shah with 3, Duda with 2, and Eric still to score. Peter, it's quite amazing to see this leaderboard with Pragg at the top.
Yeah, but I think it's also absolutely justified thanks to his performance that we have seen from him. He had 2 matches, both times 2.5 half. I mean, it can't really get better than that. And okay, he keeps on getting very tough opposition. Yeah, tomorrow against Leko Liem will be a very, very big battle. We have seen that after losing yesterday match, now Liem played an incredible match against Magnus. We have already seen during the whole tour that he's extremely good in this fast time control. He's just, you know, whenever there is a critical moment when you need to calculate and so on, he seems to be up to the task against anyone. Beating Magnus will give him a lot of confidence, but Pragg is now also at his peak. So it's going to be an incredible matchup tomorrow.
Super excited chat about all the action that's coming up tomorrow. It's a good night from us, and thank you for joining us on Twitch, on YouTube, on Chess24. Do consider supporting the tour, going premium on Chess24. There are so many benefits. You get access to tremendous courses by the world's best, and also the Sunday study, which is a classroom conducted by the best authors on Chessable, where they'll be discussing opening ideas, middle game strategy. So check that out. And we'll be back for a big day 3 at the Esports Cup. It's a good night from us.
Yeah, good night. Bye-bye.